Ah, isso.
Tem delay. Tá certo.
Teste, teste.
Tribunal de Justiça, Judge of the Portuguese Supreme Court, Senhora Professora Maria Clara Sotomayor, Senhora Juíza Conselheira do Supremo Tribunal de Justiça e Presidente da Direção da Associação Portuguesa de Mulheres Juristas, Judge of the Portuguese Supreme Court and President of Portuguese Jurist Human Association, Senhora Doutora Maria Teresa Ferreira de Almeida, Senhora Bastonária da Ordem dos Advogados Portugueses, Madam President of the Portuguese Bar Association, Doutora Fernanda de Almeida Pinheiro, Senhores Presidentes dos Conselhos Superior, Senhor Presidente do Conselho Fiscal, Senhores Presidentes dos Conselhos Regionais, Senhores Presidentes do Conselho de Deontologia e Ordem dos Advogados presentes, Presidents of the Superior, Fiscal, Regional and Deontology Councils of the Portuguese Bar Association here present, Senhor Presidente do Tribunal Central Administrativo do Sul, President of the Southern Central Administrative Court, Senhor Dr. Pedro Machado Marques, Madam President of the FBA, Fédération des Barreaux d'Europe, Fédération des Barreaux d'Europe, le Président, Isabella Konapak, the former President of the Federation of Barreaux d'Europe, Mr. Bas Martin, and immediate FBA President and member of the Human Rights Commission, Mrs. Sarah Chandler, President of the FBA Arbitration Commission, and International and Human Rights Commission at Palermo Bar Association, Michele Calantropo, President of the International Bar Association, Almudena Arpen. Madam President of the Paris Bar Association, Madame Julie Couturier. Madam President of the Amsterdam Bar Association, Mrs. Barbara Vinera Schertemann. Madam President of the Finnish Bar Association, Hanna Hayan Matiahu. Immediate President of the New York State Bar Association, Mrs. Sharon Lynn Warwick. Also a member of Barcelona Bar Association, Rosa Isabel Peña. Member of the URA, governing board of the chair of the private international law committee at the Murcia Bar Association, Caterina Vakozis. President and founder of the Women Law Foundation, mentor for women lawyers, Camila Kutkowska. Ladies and gentlemen, dear speakers, dear guests, please welcome Madam President of the Portuguese Bar Association. Muito bom dia a todos e a todas. É apenas para vos desejar uma excelente conferência. Bem-vindos a todos e a todas à Ordem dos Advogados Portugueses para discutir estas temáticas de muitas líderes no direito. Just welcome to the Portuguese Bar Association. It's a pleasure to have you here to discuss these themes regarding women leaders in law. Have a nice conference, you all. So, please welcome Madam President of the European Bar Federation, Isabella Konapak. Good morning, bom dia. Her Excellency, President of the Portuguese Bar Association, Her Excellency, Minister of Justice of Portugal, His Excellency, President of the Supreme Court of Portugal, Her Excellency, Vice President of the Supreme Court of Portugal, His Excellency, the Senator of the Polish Senate, the President of the International Association, distinguished guests, presidents, deans, leaders, and colleagues. It is with great delight and honor that I, as the President of the European Bar Federation, the voice of over 220 bar members, and thus the voice of over 1 million lawyers across Europe, with a balanced representation of women and men, welcome you to the Women Leaders in Law Lisbon Summit. We are gathered here today in Portugal, a country that has demonstrated remarkable progress in empowering women in politics and law since granting them voting rights only in the 70s. And since the appointment of Regina Quintanilha, who was admitted to practice as a notary and as a lawyer in 1913, as I had the great pleasure to learn during the debate at the Supreme Court on Wednesday. This event is a result of the fruitful cooperation between the Portuguese Bar Association and the FBE. And I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Madam President Fernanda de Almeida Pinheiro and Vice President Lara Roque Figueiredo, together with the whole team from the Office of Portuguese Bar Association and our Presidency Officer, Ms. Marta Quebrada, for their enthusiasm and dedication. I am thrilled to see many of you here, eager to learn and share your insights. This shows we are not satisfied with the status quo, but we are constantly seeking new ways to advance gender equality in our profession and society. We are aware that gender equality is a complex and dynamic concept, and that it requires acknowledging and addressing the specific needs and challenges of different groups of women. We are also aware that our history is full of struggles and achievements of women who fought for their rights and dignity against gender discrimination from ancient Rome, where a woman was not a person but a thing in law, and Greece, with its unique case of the legal status of women in Sparta to suffragette movement in the 20th century. When talking about the suffragette movement, I cannot help sharing with you my personal anecdote. When my niece was 8, my sister, also a lawyer, was telling her a story about the suffragette movement. And at some point, Emma interrupted her mother and asked, does it mean that in the past, people thought that girls were not as good as boys? This question of an 8-year-old girl revealed the absurdity and injustice of the stereotypes and bias against women that have been prevalent for centuries. It also shows the urgency of reforming our education system to include more stories of women who shaped history with courage and intelligence, as well as women who were erased from science and history due to the bias or prejudice of the society. These women are known and referred to as Matildas in science. This idea is not new. As Plato already wrote in his work, The Republic, if women are expected to do the same work as men, we must teach them the same things. We are definitely living in a historic moment for women's rights, but we still have some work to do to achieve real equality. Today, we have many legal instruments and policies for support of gender equality in all aspects of life, such as the recent EU directive on pay transparency, the proposal for a directive to combat violence against women and domestic violence, and the gender equality strategy for years 2020-2025. These are important steps, but they are not enough. We still face many barriers and challenges to reach, for instance, the top positions in our professions. What are these barriers? How can we overcome them? How can we support each other and create a more inclusive environment? These are some of the questions that I invite you to discuss during this summit. And to conclude, I want to share with you my personal story of how I became a woman lawyer and a woman leader in law, which I hope will inspire you to follow your dreams and overcome any obstacles. And I invite all the speakers to do the same. In the early 90s, I was a mother of 2 sons and a student of English philology. It was hard to balance my studies, my work as a teacher, and my family, but I was determined. I graduated and built my career by raising children. But when my sons were 4 and 5, I decided to pursue my dream of studying law and making a difference in the world. I knew it would be tough, but I also knew I had the support of many women and men in my life who believed in me. Not everyone was supportive though. I faced criticism for choosing career over my children and for being too ambitious. But I didn't give up. I didn't let anyone define me or limit me. And today, as the president of the European Bus Federation, you can see that I achieved my dreams. Of course, I couldn't have done 5-year law studies and 3-year legal training while being a mother of 2 sons alone. I had the help of so many people, both men and women. One of them was my boss, Sven, at a well-known Swedish corporation where I work as a manager while studying law. He gave me freedom and flexibility and would allow me to study sometimes in the office and let me bring my kids there.
Thanks to his Scandinavian approach to working mothers, I was able to excel in both my studies and my career and lead the best performing branch. I also spent quality time with my sons. When it comes to my law studies, for my master thesis, I chose a topic that reflected my passion and my vision. Free women in the United Europe. That was the title of my master thesis. I wanted to explore the opportunities and challenges that women face in society at large. That's why I am here today, to share with you my experience and learn from yours. I am sure my story is your story as well. Let's then celebrate today our achievement and address our challenges. We are leaders and change makers. Let's support each other and empower each other to be free women united in Europe and in the world. Thank you. Obrigada. And although I have finished my speech, I would like to add something more. Before I ask our distinguished guest to take the floor, I have a surprise for you, or rather a gift from Poland. And this is a message for all of us, for one of the best known Polish politician, our former Prime Minister and Chair of the European Council, Mr. Donald Tusk. Enjoy.
Dear friends, it is an honor to speak to you today on the role of women's leadership in legal, judiciary, and public administration professions. As the former Prime Minister of Poland and President of the European Council, and also today in my current function, I myself have witnessed how important it is that diverse and inclusive voices of people of different backgrounds, ethnicities, and genders who represent societies as a whole take part in the decision-making processes. In fact, I am in the middle of the election campaign in my country, where the problem of women's rights, rule of law, and rights of minorities are at the very center of the confrontation with our political adversaries. It's not a coincidence that women as citizens have been at the forefront of the battle for these rights in recent years, not only in my country. And this is why it's so crucial that you, women, represent those professions, because I have absolutely no doubt about it. Rule of law, human rights, and democracy on our continent will be ensured and reinforced thanks to you. Women judges, women lawyers, and women public servants bring with them a gender perspective that enriches the interpretation and application of the law, as well as the design and delivery of public policies. You also contribute to the strengthening of the judiciary and public administration by enhancing your legitimacy, accountability, and responsiveness to the needs and expectations of all citizens. Those who know me well say that I am an optimist by nature. They are right. I wouldn't be doing what I am doing today if I didn't believe that things can change for the better, that you can reverse bad trends if you make an effort, if you work really hard and believe in what you do. So I am also optimistic about the future of female leadership in your professions. I see many talented and inspiring women who are rising in the ranks of lawyers, judges, and public administrators. I see many initiatives and networks that support and empower women in these fields. And I see many examples of good practices and policies that promote a more gender-balanced and gender-sensitive legal and public sector. It doesn't, of course, mean that we should be happy with the status quo. Unfortunately, we are still facing many challenges and barriers that prevent women from reaching their full potential and from exercising their leadership roles in those areas. This is why concrete actions must be taken to promote women leaders by offering equal access to education and training and mentoring for women. By eliminating gender stereotypes and biases that limit women's aspirations and opportunities, and by creating a culture of respect, support, and recognition for women's achievements and challenges. I deeply believe that Europe has the potential to become a global leader in advancing women's rights and empowerment. I'm absolutely convinced that we can make history by making gender equality a reality. Even if we still have a long way to go, we have a clear vision and a strong will. We have the power to change the world for the better. We have each other, and you can always count on me. And thank you for inviting me to the important event, the Women Leadership in Law Lisbon Summit. I'd also like to congratulate the organizers and participants for their initiative and commitment to promote women's leadership in the legal, judiciary, and public administration professions. I am sure that such events are essential for raising awareness, sharing knowledge, and building networks among women representing those areas. They are a sign of hope and progress for our societies and our continent. And lastly, please allow me to warmly congratulate President Izabela Konopacka, who you know so well, and who is such a brave woman and an excellent lawyer. Thank you, Izabela, for inviting me here. Thank you for your attention.
And now, please welcome Almudena Arpon de Mondeville y Aldama, President of the International Bar Association.
Thank you very much, President of the Portuguese Supreme Court, Vice President of the Supreme Court, so many authorities that I have learned that are either in the room now or participating later. It is quite impressive. President of the Ordem dos Advocados, President of the Fédération des Barreaux de l'Union Européenne, all authorities, bar leaders, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and very dear friends. I've already seen a few familiar faces here. It is such a great privilege and a pleasure to address to you as President of the International Bar Association at this summit, particularly dedicated to women leadership in law, an event I commend, I support, an event which has been able to gather not only so many authorities, but so many female leaders in different fields, providing all of us with a living example that with merits, with capacity, with efforts, and with dedication, women can indeed and must reach the top. We can break ceilings of whatever materials we may find in our path. So I am delighted to be here sharing my experience, because this topic of women leadership in law is of special importance to the IBA and to me. Gender equality at leading positions in the legal profession is one of the 5 priorities of the IBA during my mandate 23-24. And that means that in addition to the extraordinary work that has already and continues being performed by the Women Lawyers Committee and different groups within the IBA, we are dedicating even more energy, more activities to gender equality in the legal sector. If I may say, we have also increased the volume of our voice, the global voice of the legal profession, advocating for equality in gender. And why I thought it was so important to make this matter, gender equality in the legal profession at the top as a priority. Yes, ça va de soi. It goes by itself. I am a female lawyer, but in addition, and more important to that, is that let's not forget it. Equality is at the center of the law. Equality is a matter of law, and therefore gender equality should really become a distinguishing feature of the legal profession. And I have pledged to dedicate my best efforts in order to achieve so. That being one of the reasons why I'm here with you today, in addition to the possibility of enjoying your company, enjoying this wonderful Lisbon. I want to stay anyway next time. Second reason why it is a priority, because if we have good women, if we have talented women at leadership positions throughout the legal profession, that will be the most powerful tool to articulate a balanced gender measures across the entire legal architecture. Think about it. In the drafting of the laws, in their application, in the, of course, most important, interpretation. I especially liked the approach of this program as it effectively addresses those issues. We need leaders in the public administration entrusted with the drafting of laws. We need leaders in the legal profession supporting the correct advice and supporting the correct application. We need strongly female leaders in the judiciary in charge of the crucial role of interpreting the laws and ensuring their compliance. Allow me to add, having the Minister of Justice with such a great privilege, we need female lawyers, female leaders in the political sphere, promoting the measures, the policies, and a culture that favors a society where 100% of the female talent may be adequately used, especially at the senior positions. Finally, the value of gender diversity is widely acknowledged. It's like a common coin. Yes, having women at the workplace, it's more inclusive. They contribute to making better decisions. That is generally the view, but it is time to turn those words into deeds. What is the overall situation today? Allow me to cast a broad view because of the privileged position I have as IBA president, which permits me to have a 360-degree view over the legal profession in the world. I see the following. First, there are terrible situations. There are terrible situations like faced by female lawyers in countries such as Afghanistan, such as Iran. They are deprived of the rights, deprived of the right to exercise their profession. Let's not forget them. But talking about us, the privileged developed countries, the situation shows common futures. The first is the good news. In the last years, there has been a move amongst top leading firms to appoint managing partners, senior partners who are females. That is the case of the Magic Circle, also of US firms. And that is, of course, due to the capacity of each of those female lawyers, also to the willingness of the law firms. But I like to think one step ahead, which is that I think that has become possible, it should remain possible because of the joint effort that we are doing, because of events as today's and because of the work of each of us, so that that success may be choral. So that is going well, but the reality is that, as you may know, only 20 to 30% of women reach the leading positions in the law. At the IBA, we have longitudinal study, very ambitious, which is looking at the situation, at this particular situation all over the world. We have studied already the case in England and Wales, in Nigeria, in Uganda, the Netherlands, Spain, Chile, and now the US, Mexico, and we will continue. And this is the average figure that provides us with the data. We need the data, and we need to know which measures are being applied in each of these jurisdictions which reach these conclusions in order to make recommendations. So we are getting ready to act in an even stronger manner. Second feature I see today, I don't know what you think, maybe when we have time to debate. I think there may be some kind of a beginning of a gender equality fatigue, because there is a lot of awareness of the problem, a lot of information about the obstacles. And what my message here is that, disregarding any fatigue, any tiredness about the matter, we have to continue reminding of the importance of these, as we're doing today. We cannot allow for a minute of oversight. And the third feature, and heads up on this, is what the Americans, you know, the Americans give names to almost everything that is moving in the world, and they have called these the big breakout. The big breakout comes from a recent report from McKinsey, which indicates that a number of successful US women in the US are switching jobs or retiring from their jobs because they find the situation unsatisfactory, because the headwinds they have to face are too strong. But then beware, because as we know, in the entire world, and particularly in Europe, the exit of female lawyers at law firms just before they have to get into the line to become a partner is becoming problematic. They are not ready to compromise a good work-life balance. They want to work in inclusive, in environments with good ambience, and they are pretty demanding on that. So we really need to take action, because otherwise we will lose a female talent, and that risk is too high. So what is the solution? I have been speaking to you already for a number of minutes. I hope not too much, because I thought we were only 2 speakers. I saw the timing and I split, so 20 minutes, but I'm trying to shorten it. So the solution. Let's start talking about the unpleasant quotas. Yes, the quotas. I know Portugal has adopted quotas. The EU adopted last year the directive on improving gender balance among directors in listed companies. And as you know, that establishes 40% quotas starting 26. In countries like mine in Spain, the quotas will not only apply to listed companies, but also to other medium to large companies, even if they are not listed, starting in 24, meaning that quotas may apply to the law firms. Are quotas needed? Let me have a sense of the room. Well, what I think is that they should not be needed, but they have proved to be an agent of change. For example, France, I don't know if Madame la Bâtonnière, Julie, I don't know if she's not yet. Okay, well, France, who was allergic to quotas, introduced them a number of years ago, and now it ranks number 5 in the EU on the Gender Equality Index. Portugal is number 16, which is not bad, but you can improve. What is crystal clear is that quotas alone are not going to lead to a sustainable gender balance at leadership levels. Quotas must be part of an integral part promoting diversity and inclusion. There is no point in reaching parity through quotas if that is like a shooting star. So those plans need to cover what we have detected as the most important element to reach gender balance at the top: flexibility, flexibility, flexibility. I don't know if I have said it, flexibility. Flexibility means flexibility in terms of remote and work in presence, but especially flexibility in terms of the organization of the career. Why should all lawyers become partners at the age of 40? I mean, there can be different priorities at different times of a life, and I think we need to be sensitive to that. So quotas, flexibility, but let me say the most important. I agree with what the previous speakers have said. We have each other, we have to support each other. I'm with you, but what I really think is that women need to take control, a strong control over their own careers. They have to be, we have to be in charge. We're not delicate flowers or leaves that are subject to, I don't know, capricious winds. We need to work on flexibility, work on visibility. We need to do that internally and externally. We need to work on merits. Without merits, look, the quotas, the mentoring, the supporting, no, the merits. And then we have to put in value our talents. We have a lot of them and many different and complementary to work. So now that we think that those matters are clear at the IBA, we are preparing some guidelines that we will be sharing with all of you in order to help on that particular matter. So today and here, I feel inspired by the room, the Ik et Nunc here now, that we have so many female leaders in the room. What is the situation? Is this a game changer? Are they enjoying the leadership? Is there sufficient pipeline? Is this something that will continue? Now, allow me, please, just for a short commercial, because at the IBA conference in Paris in October, there will be a presidential showcase especially dedicated to female leadership by female leaders of those firms I have mentioned before in order to respond to these questions. So I pause this beginning of a conversation with you with the message that I said at the beginning. If we have merits, if we have the capacity, dedicate the efforts, and are brave enough, I think that clearly the future of female leadership in law is bright. And I very much look forward to resuming this conversation later today or when we meet again, hopefully in Paris later this year. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your kind words. And now, please welcome the Minister of Justice, Senhora Professora Catarina Sarmento e Castro.
Well, good morning to you all. I have a long list of greetings, but as they have already been spoken here, I will salute you all, lawyers and all other working on juridical professions, by saluting Mr. President of the Portuguese Supreme Court, Madam President, Vice President of the Portuguese Supreme Court, and the other three women here today representing the International Bar Federation and the European Bar Federation, and of course the other women here in charge, the President of the Portuguese Bar Association. I greet you all, lawyers and all participants and all speakers here today with this very important subject. I shall begin by thanking for the invitation to participate in this opening session of the Lisbon Summit under the theme Women Leaders in Law, organized by the Portuguese Bar Association in partnership with the European Bars Federation. The event is of particular importance given the fact and equity that initiatives that are on this issue have for the full achievement of the rule of law, highlighting the changes that have occurred in the last 2 decades regarding the women's role in law and legal professions. Looking at the 4 panels of this summit, I see the care taken to consider the effective intervention that women have been taking on the various areas of law. I am thinking on the present and future challenges for women leaders in this judiciary sector, of the importance of representing women leaders in public administration, of the role of women leaders in law, and of the priorities that will be developed by these women when carrying out legal professions. The growing role that women are playing in the legal life in recent years is undeniable. In the law school themselves, the female students' presence already assumes a majority role, so different from what was usual in the mid-20th century with undisputed male predominance. Also, the number of women with PhDs in law is currently significantly higher than men, which allow us to foresee that in the future, in law schools, we will also have a female concentration with obvious effects on the performance of scientific and management functions. And this change will also have consequences at the level of various areas of justice administration. As a Minister of Justice, I have made a strong commitment to the matter of access to the legal professions and equal opportunities between men and women. And I believe that eradicating any existent obstacle should begin with recognizing the problem and its consequences in society. The importance of women in the legal world is today unquestionable evident. And as long as any inequality based on negative discriminations persists, the objectives of the rule of law will not be fully achieved, nor will be it possible to achieve its fulfillment and social peace. In recent years, legislation has been approved to seek greater equality in the distribution of men and women in the performance of certain functions, as happened in the 2017 with the legal instruments that establish that public companies, the local business sector, and listed companies on the stock exchange must observe a minimum threshold of women performing functions in this sector. Likewise, the law of parity in collegiate bodies representing political power has contributed to greater equality in the distribution of roles assumed by men and women in the list of candidates presented for the national parliament, for the European Parliament, and for the elective bodies of local authorities, as well the list of candidates of members of parish councils. Concern with this matter is therefore present in the last government programs, and special political responsibilities have been assumed in the recent terms. If we look at the judiciary, we see that it is already possible to confirm this increasingly important role of women at various levels of judicial life. In the Supreme Administrative Court, the presence of women is already evident, with the president of this court being a woman. The presence of many women is also evident in the Supreme Court of Justice, demonstrating that judiciary is increasingly staffed with female actors, resulting in the progressive accessibility of women to judicial career and to management positions. If we check the justice statistics, figures confirm that what we have stated. At the first instance, judicial courts, there are 840 and 84 women and 388 men performing its duties, and 937 women and 406 men in the public prosecution system. One final and very recent example. Last Monday, I had the pleasure to participate in the opening session of the Forces Training Course for Magistrates for the Judicial Courts and the Times Training Course for Judges of the Administrative Tax Courts at the Center of Judicial Studies, where I greeted 97 new women auditors of justice and 18 men. Naturally, we cannot forget the challenge that women still face. And that's what I would like to stress. We can not forget this challenge. It is on them that a large part of the domestic tasks still falls, despite the important changes in the younger population. And it is them who still must make a remarkable effort to reconcile their skills and professional aspirations with family and domestic life. We have heard that already. At this level, I believe that important progress has been made in recent decades, allowing the desire to build a family life not to be an impediment to professional progress and fulfillment, but we need to do more. The requirement for long hours of work is often not an attractive factor for those who are faced with starting a family life, and the government has public concerns about this issue, as it considers the equal participation of women and men in the labor market to be a priority. At public administration level, there are still many challenges that we need to consider, and I am sure that this event will be very, very helpful in identifying and stressing and underline the difficulties that young women face also in public administration and in liberal professions that are important to address, particularly taking into account the factors that can contribute to increase the equal and full participation of women, as stated in the second panel. The information available in this matter shows that out of every 10 state workers, 6 are women. But in every 10 top management positions, only 4 are women, despite having more training and experience. However, this panoramic is changing, and that can be seen when we look at the law field, the topic of the third and fourth panels, where the role of women is increasingly affirmative. And we have still many work to do. Again, statistics provide irrefutable elements for our analysis. In 2022, we have around 15,600 male lawyers against more than 19,800 women lawyers. Figures that show, at least since 2020, that female prevalence is constant. And nevertheless, as we spoke before, we still have a way to go. And we can all see that the effects that this change will have in the future, where the universe of legal professions being one of the areas in which this preeminence will be most evident. As the Minister of Justice, I believe to be very important, should that be their desire, that women increasingly assume leadership positions, as can be seen in the performance of administrative functions in law firms, in executive bodies of professional associations, such as the Portuguese Bar Association, or governing council of international organizations like the law organizations. We still have, though, a very long way to go. To conclude, I would also like to highlight the relevance of the participation of all women with legal training at the various levels of the Portuguese society in public administration, judicial organization, and law, considering that only through this sharing of efforts can we contribute to a more equal world and consequently to a better administration of justice and for the fulfillment of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. I sincerely hope that summits like this will achieve a very important goal, the goal to show every little girl that women can do anything. Let's help them to be leaders too. Thank you.
And now, inspired by these previous words from some marvelous women, it's now time to get to work. And then to help us answering a question, what is a perfect age to become the leader of your own life? I present to you Roos van Poot from Netherlands. Please welcome. She's a former editor-in-chief in Art Magazine, specialist in contemporary art, handbag designer, owner of Mrs. Rosahip Studio. I hope I said it well. Please welcome.
Good morning all. My name is Roos van Poot, pronounced in Dutch. Today, you will be discussing the role of women in the legal sector. You will be discussing the challenges you face in your careers and also the importance of women leaders. I was invited to give you an inspirational speech. Thank you, Isa, for inviting me. I would like to ask the rhetorical question, what is the perfect age to become the leader of your own life? Before I try to answer this question, I would like to quote Confucius. There should be an image of Confucius right now. There he is. He wrote, "Every human being has two lives. The second one begins when you understand you only have one life." We all understand we have one life, but the meaning of those words became alive and kicking in the year I turned 50. I am nearly 60 years old now, and I would like to tell you about my journey in the past decade. When I was invited to give this inspirational speech, I wondered, why me? I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a judge, and I don't even work in the legal field. I am an art historian with a great passion for art. So maybe I'm here and now to inspire you with the story of my career. I studied history of art at Leiden University in Holland. And I specialized in contemporary art. I started working as an art journalist, which I did for over 3 decades. I wrote for art magazines and newspapers. And in my last job, I was the editor-in-chief of a Dutch art magazine with an international focus. So I traveled all around the world to visit art fairs and exhibitions. I was like 3 days at home, 10 days gone, 5 days at home, 3 days gone. So I loved my job. But the big but question, there was something else boiling in my head. When I was a young girl, there were 2 passions, art and bags. I chose art first, but with getting older, the passion for the other love, the bags, and not only being the owner of a bag, I collected like silly, but also designing and making them myself. This feeling became stronger and stronger with getting older. So in the year I turned 50, I decided to quit my job and to find this second life. And when I told my friends I would quit my job, a well-paid job with a car and everything, they said, okay, what are you going to do? I'm going to be a bag designer. Like, serious? Are you going to be a bag designer? Yes. So I went to Switzerland, where I was trained in bag making by a famous leather worker. And I also went to Belgium, where I was trained by a leather worker who had worked for the famous brands like Delvaux and Hermès. And when people ask me how I would succeed in my second life, I was convinced that with enough passion and with enough craft skills, I would succeed. So I launched my own brand in 2014. I hope there are some, yeah, there are. So within a year, the brand won a prestigious prize. It was sold in the Selfridges store in Holland. It was shown in Milan at the Fuori Salone, and it was shown in a group show in Basel with works by other famous brands such as Chanel, Dior, Vuitton. These events worked like a snowball, and people began asking me if I could teach them how to make bags. I got so many questions that I decided to start my own private school for leather craft and bag making. I launched the school in 2018, and students from all over Holland came to my school to have themselves trained as a leather worker and a bag maker. And they too, like I did, considered a career change. Some because they didn't like their work anymore, others because they realize life is short And there is this Confucius' second life. Making a change does not mean you have to throw everything you have achieved overboard. Everybody can do it in their own way. Let me show you some pictures of my students. There is a small technical issue. Well, then I'm telling you about my teachers without the pictures. I had a picture of Arne. He's a guy, he's a retired doctor. He's working part-time now on cruises. And when he's in Holland, he's a bag maker. And no surprise, he loves to make doctor's bags. There he is, there you see, this is Arne. I have another student. His name is Amresh, and he came to my studio with his wife. Amresh is a real estate developer, a big one. And he found my studio on the internet and he thought, well, let's try. And since he came in, he never left. He's addicted to hand stitching and his wife loves the machine stitching. So they have a studio now in their house in Wassenaar, which is a lovely village near The Hague. His age, he's 48. I forgot to tell you, Arne is 65. Now you see Nell. Nell was a lawyer, and now she's a bag maker. Number 4, my student, this is Suus. She worked in a library. She went working part-time, and the other days of the week, she's a bag maker. She's a very successful bag maker because she makes bags for surfers. So surfers all around the world buy her bags via Instagram. She's 51, and she's one of my teachers too. A final picture of one of my students is Morten, the guy you see, next to the Vuitton trunk. Morten works for a huge international company, an oil company. He's quite happy with his work, but something is wrong. So now he's working part-time for the oil company, and the other days of the week, he's one of my teachers and his team of my restoration team. Because next to teaching leathercraft and bag making, we also teach in restoration for bags, but really the old bags, like 100 years old. So in the picture you see, we are restoring a Louis Vuitton trunk from 1930, which gives you a headache when you work on it, because with the knife, you have to be precise. And if you make a big cut, you have a serious problem, because these trunks sell like for 60K. So we are really having pain in the stomach and in the head. My school celebrated its 5th anniversary in January this year. Since I started, more than 400 students followed a course in leathercraft and bag making. Some of them only wanted to learn something new. Others became the leaders of their own life. When you look at the pictures of my students, there is no certain age. The age is roughly between 45 and 54, with some very young people, some are older. The youngest is 21, and one of my oldest students is 77. So, looking at my career, is 50 the perfect age to become the leader of your life? I don't think it's about age. I am certain that the key to become the leader in your field is to follow your heart, to be inspired, and to focus on what you really wish for. I am leading an utterly happy life now, and I would like to end my inspirational speech with the words, it's a super cliche, but of that so true. You are never too old to get control of your life. Finally, I would like to end my inspirational speech with a picture with which I hope to inspire you. Can you see it? To-do list, learn to fly, fly away. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now we get to move it and accelerate. And we have another question. To achieve justice, we need more women leaders in justice. That's a statement, not a question. But for helping us, I will welcome Paula Ferreira Pinto, judge, President of the Portuguese Women Judges Association. Please welcome.
Bom dia, excelentíssimo Senhor Presidente do Supremo Tribunal de Justiça, excelentíssima Senhora Ministra da Justiça, excelentíssimo Senhor Vice-Presidente do Supremo Tribunal de Justiça, excelentíssima Bastonária da Ordem dos Advogados, mais ilustres presentes e participantes. Eu dirijo os cumprimentos em português e agora vou ler a minha intervenção em inglês e peço que me perdoem qualquer falha, porque de facto não é uma língua que pratique com regularidade e, portanto, haverá com certeza alguns erros. When in 2018, some female judges decided to form the AJP, Associação das Juízas Portuguesas, they did so inspired by similar initiatives that exist all over the world, and with the aim of filling a lack of civic intervention in the area of women's rights, which they felt not only within the judiciary, but also in all sectors of society. Being first and foremost jurists and judicial professionals who are responsible for applying the constitutional and legal framework to daily life, they understood that they were especially qualified not only to diagnose problems of gender discrimination, but also to contribute to the elimination of the gap that persists between the legal system generally adapted to the principles of equality and non-discrimination, and a reality that does not give up perpetuating centuries-old mental and cultural frameworks. They knew that given the conservative environment in which they found themselves, dependent on the ideal of a modest judiciary, which specifically applies the law and eludes itself in the exercise of its function, the creation of an association like AJP will shake up the apparently calm waters of the judiciary and certainly will arouse resistance and distrust. One of the biggest obstacles, however, to the flourishing of associations like AJP is still prejudice against feminism, which is not foreign to the judiciary. In fact, there are many women who urgently need to distance themselves from a stereotype conceived by a patriarchal society, according to which all those who claim to be feminists are fundamentally intransigent, radical, and want women to prevail over men when not to eradicate them from public space. The prejudice is so deeply rooted in the collective mentality that it never fails to glimpse a certain modesty, if not even fear, of women associating themselves with any initiative that could be interpreted as a threat to established status quo, capable of questioning what they understand as the balance of existing forces, and as a result, they can be frowned upon, misinterpreted, or even harmed in their professional career and in the social esteem they believe they have earned. Exactly for this reason, initiatives such as AJP are urgent if we intend, as citizens aware of the reality in which we live, to accelerate the social and cultural change so that the society's daily life finally reaches and keeps up with the pace of the current constitutional and legal framework. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you so much. And now, I will call Senhora Doutora Teresa Féria, Supreme Court Judge, President of the Portuguese Women Jurists Association. Please welcome her.
Muito bom dia a todas as pessoas aqui presentes. e em especial à senhora bastonária, cujo convite muito me honra, e honra a Associação Portuguesa de Mulheres Juristas, e à senhora Ministra da Justiça, o senhor Presidente do Supremo Tribunal de Justiça e a senhora Conselheira Maria dos Prazeres Beleza, Vice-Presidente do Supremo Tribunal de Justiça. Eu vou tentar ser rápida no gatilho, e por isso peço-vos que apertem os vossos cintos de segurança para aquilo que eu pretendo dizer. Aquilo que neste momento aqui se discute e aquilo que me foi pedido para falar é a questão de saber porque estamos nós excluídas, nós mulheres, porque estamos excluídas da administração da justiça, no sentido de que não estamos paritariamente representadas em todos os órgãos da administração da justiça. Esta é a questão que me foi pedida para aqui falar. Para responder a esta questão, eu convoco e invoco 3 mulheres fabulosas. A Berta Wilson, do Canadá, a Helena Pacciotti, de Milão, e a Amélia Valcárcel, de Oviedo, Espanha. Todas 3 estudaram estas questões e puseram a tónica e a resposta numa única palavra, no feminismo. E definiram o feminismo como uma teoria, uma agenda e uma prática política. Uma teoria cuja principal característica é a de pôr em causa a prevalência masculina na organização e estruturação da sociedade, o que facilmente e comumente se designa por patriarcado. Esta é uma questão civilizacional, fundacional da nossa civilização, e relativamente à qual temos que, e invocando aqui um senhor que muito apreço, por quem tenho muito apreço, Spinoza, relativamente à qual temos que ter ideias claras e adequadas. De acordo com a história da nossa civilização, nós tivemos 3 grandes etapas no que respeita ao desenvolvimento das ideias feministas. Uma primeira etapa designada por um feminismo ilustrado, que começa no Barroco, com a instauração da nova ordem política proporcionada pela Paz de Westfália e pela não legitimação do poder político pela ordem religiosa, pela assunção dos direitos individuais como algo próprio do ser humano. E que começou a construir um Estado moderno excluente das mulheres, a quem não eram reconhecidos nem direitos educativos, nem direitos civis e políticos. Pelo que a necessária consequência foi a de começar a tratar de conquistar os primeiros direitos, os chamados direitos educacionais, de uma forma simples, do tipo como em português se diz água mole em pedra dura, tanto dá até que fura, em que começámos pelo nível primário, o nível médio e o nível superior. Depois do nível superior teve que se travar a batalha do acesso ao exercício das profissões, e aqui hoje já se sobrou com certeza, e já se falou, a doutora Regina Quintanilha, a primeira advogada portuguesa que começou a exercer em 1913. Do feminismo sufragista foi a etapa seguinte, em que se caracterizou essencialmente por uma luta política extremamente forte e extremamente violenta, que nos fez conquistar o essencial dos direitos civis e dos direitos políticos. E hoje em dia entendem as autoras que estudam esta matéria que estamos numa terceira onda de feminismo que se chama o feminismo contemporâneo, em que a questão fundamental tem a ver exatamente com aquilo que há pouco invoquei, o exercício paritário dos direitos políticos e designadamente de toda a representação paritária no exercício do poder político, e o exercício do judicial, do poder judicial, é uma forma de poder político. Aqui temos já a teoria que eu procurei hipersintetizar, a agenda, aquilo que há para fazer, a conquista dos direitos, a obtenção dos direitos e depois agora a prática política. E a prática política nós temos-la através da consagração legislativa de uma série de instrumentos que nos permitem agir. Desde logo, obviamente, os instrumentos internacionais, a CEDAW e a Convenção de Istambul, mas ao nível nacional temos instrumentos fundamentais. E obviamente, o primeiro instrumento fundamental de todos, a Constituição da República. Na Constituição da República, institui como um direito fundamental de quem trabalha a conciliação da vida profissional com a vida familiar. E esse direito fundamental está lá na Constituição da República, artigo 59, por sugestão proposta da Associação Portuguesa de Mulheres Juristas. Assim como está no artigo 109 da Constituição da República, justamente o princípio da paridade, que também por proposta e sugestão da Associação Portuguesa de Mulheres Juristas, que permitiu a instalação ou a promulgação, melhor dizendo, de todas as leis de paridade que já aqui foram referidas pela senhora Ministra da Justiça. Mas esta prática política está ainda incompleta, incipiente, e a prova disso é que, em julho passado, se discutiu na Assembleia da República, no Parlamento, a questão de saber se o Tribunal Constitucional, se a representação a composição do Tribunal Constitucional deveria ou não ser paritária. E a Assembleia ainda não acordou sobre a necessidade dessa representação paritária, pôs isso neste momento para as calendas através de uma eventual futura revisão da Constituição da República. Assim também como uma outra questão ligada à prática política, cujo fundamento jurídico se encontra no artigo 5º da CEDAW e no 6º da Convenção de Istambul, e que diz respeito à linguagem. O uso de uma linguagem inclusiva, o uso de uma linguagem não excluyente das mulheres, da nossa participação em todas as esferas de atividade, o uso de uma linguagem que não seja preto e branco, que não seja apenas só os homens, é absolutamente fundamental, justamente para conseguir esta paridade. E aqui eu destaco o exemplo que a senhora bastonária tem dado relativamente a estas coisas, a estes assuntos, e o esforço que faz justamente para poder impor esta mesma linguagem. E a senhora bastonária, apreciando bastante o seu esforço e louvando, não posso deixar de fazer notar que no cartaz em língua portuguesa deste evento está que eu sou juiz, conselheira. Eu não sou juiz, eu sou juíza. Muito obrigada.
Thank you so much. And now I will ask, and I thank you all. Ladies, I will ask you to take your seats. And we move on. For the first roundtable, the theme is the present and the future challenges for women leaders in the judiciary. The speakers will discuss the ideas and possible strategies for the advancement of women in justice systems and the leadership, managerial, and other levels. We will also attempt to identify hurdles that prevent women in judiciary to aspire to leadership positions. Please welcome the moderator, Magdalena Witkowska from Poland, President for the Gdansk Bar Association of Attorneys at Law. Poland is not my second language, sorry. And then you have in the program Dulce Neto, Supreme Court Judge and President of Portuguese Administrative Supreme Court, but due to an unexpected occurrence, she cannot be with us today. So we have, and we have today, and that kindly accept the invitation, Professora Maria dos Prazeres Beleza, Vice President of the Supreme Supreme Court of Justice, sorry. And I will call also from Portugal, Prosecutor President of the Portuguese Union Prosecutors, Sr. Dr. João Carvalho. You have in the program also Cristina Kovalik-Bakziks, but she's delayed. Airplanes, we have this problem. So if she gets here on time, she will take part. If not, we are very sorry, but that's airplanes today. I will call also from Germany, Birgit Munz, former president of the Constitutional Court of Saxony and vice president of the Saxon Court of Appeal. But just before we start the work in progress, I will ask for 2 minutes of your attention. And please welcome Maria Dimitruk, sorry if it's not that way, from Poland. She has a request to you, only take 1 or 2 minutes. Please welcome.
Thank you very much. I have just a small announcement. Thank you very much for allowing me to be here. FBE is involved in 2 scientific projects. One of them is SCAN2 project, which is connected with the area of specialization of FBE New Technology Commission. And it's the project is devoted to the issue of digitalization and simplification of the European small claims procedure. And we as the FBE are involved in collecting surveys. And one of the survey is available on our FBE website in the news section. And I have a kind request to you, if it's possible, for you to fill it out. It will take only 10 minutes, no knowledge or experience in the field of European small claims procedure is needed. I just want to kindly ask you to find a time today, tomorrow, or any time in upcoming week, because we are gathering answers until next Friday to fill it out. We would really appreciate your help, and the result hopefully will allow the scientific group to develop IT solution based on blockchain and artificial intelligence to simplify and digitalize and probably automate small claims procedure. Thank you very much.
As you can see, empowerment and support. So just to recall you, first roundtable on the present and future challenges for women leaders in the judiciary. Good work.
Very much, first of all, for inviting me for this panel and for this conference. As I hear, we have for the first time such a conference organized by FBE. I hope we will repeat it each year. It's my dream. And I would like to thank you very much to all my panelists to take place in this panel. I think it will be very interesting. I have some questions. Each of these questions will be the same for each panelist. And I have such a proposal to give the same question. And after answering, we will move to the second, fourth, and fifth question. So I didn't expect one man among us, but it will be very interesting to compare our experience from our professional life. So as you allow me, my first question is, what was your path to the profession and leadership of justice system? And I ask for the first our colleague Maria, if you would be so kind to answer this question.
Thank you very much. Eu quero cumprimentar toda a assistência na pessoa da senhora Bastonária e agradecer o seu convite para estar aqui hoje presente. Vou tentar responder rapidamente qual foi, no fundo, o caminho que me fez chegar à profissão que eu neste momento desempenho, e no fundo eu sou vice-presidente do Supremo Tribunal de Justiça há 5 anos e interpretei a pergunta neste sentido, portanto incluindo as duas coisas. Eu tive um percurso profissional para chegar ao lugar de juiz um pouco atípico na ordem jurídica portuguesa, porque na ordem jurídica portuguesa só em determinados tribunais, tribunais superiores nomeadamente, é que podem concorrer à profissão ou ao lugar de juiz pessoas que não têm atrás de si a carreira habitual que têm os juízes. Portanto, em Portugal os juízes profissionais começam por ter que fazer um determinado período de formação na escola dos juízes, depois têm estágio, etc., por aí fora, depois são juízes de primeira instância, estou a dizer aquilo que todos nós sabemos, segunda instância e esperam chegar ao Supremo Tribunal de Justiça ou ao Supremo Tribunal Administrativo. Bom, o que acontece é que nos tribunais superiores, no Tribunal Constitucional, no Supremo Tribunal de Justiça, no Supremo Tribunal Administrativo, no Tribunal de Contas, podem aceder ao lugar de juiz pessoas que não têm atrás de si esta carreira, que é o meu caso. Portanto, por isso é que eu digo que tenho uma carreira um pouco atípica como juiz. É evidente que não sou de longe a última, está aqui a senhora conselheira Clara Sotomayor, que também teve o mesmo caminho, até bastante parecido comigo em muitas coisas, mas de facto o que acontece é que o meu caminho profissional, digamos, foi simplesmente este, quer dizer, eu depois de me formar dei aulas na faculdade, onde aliás continuo a dar poucas, muito poucas, mas eu gosto de conciliar a atividade docente com a atividade de juíza, porque acho que se complementam e uma beneficia a outra em muitas coisas, como é evidente, dando prevalência, obviamente, à minha profissão de juíza, e portanto comecei como assistente na faculdade, depois fui consultora e diretora do Centro Jurídico da Presidência do Conselho de Ministros, onde o que é que nós fazíamos? Dávamos pareceres sobre projetos de leis, de diplomas legislativos, participávamos em várias comissões ou preparação de projetos legislativos e tínhamos a parte do contencioso da Presidência do Conselho de Ministros, ou seja, nós funcionávamos como o centro que, em caso de impugnação de atos dos ministros, enfim, dos membros do governo, que integravam a Presidência do Conselho de Ministros, nós representávamos em tribunal. Portanto, tenho atrás de mim um caminho profissional bastante variado. Em 1998 fui para o Tribunal Constitucional, fui eleita pela Assembleia da República, onde estive 9 anos, que é o período normal do mandato no Tribunal Constitucional, e nessa altura concorri a juíza do Supremo Tribunal de Justiça. Não era muito habitual, mas resolvi concorrer e entrei para o Supremo Tribunal de Justiça, onde estou, portanto, desde 2007. Tenho a honra de ser presidente de uma das secções cíveis. Há 4 secções cíveis nas 7 secções do Supremo Tribunal de Justiça. Várias são presididas por mulheres, penso que 4 são presididas por mulheres, e há 5 anos fui eleita vice-presidente do Supremo Tribunal de Justiça, ou seja, estou em vias de extinção neste meu cargo, porque o mandato é justamente de 5 anos, mas, portanto, agora, o que é que isto significa em termos de liderança na gestão da justiça? Bom, o vice-presidente, no fundo, enfim, não tem propriamente competências próprias, tem competências delegadas pelo Sr. Presidente. O Sr. Presidente é que tem o Presidente do Supremo Tribunal de Justiça, o Presidente do Supremo Tribunal Administrativo, o Presidente do Tribunal Constitucional, é que têm de facto funções de gestão, mas delegam várias funções nos vice-presidentes. Por exemplo, no meu caso, tenho a gestão da assessoria, por exemplo, podia ter outras, mas realmente não temos. Quem na Justiça tem poderes de gestão são, além dos presidentes dos tribunais, é o Conselho Superior da Magistratura, são os presidentes dos tribunais de comarca, podemos falar disso mais daqui a bocado, porque isso já não tem que ver propriamente com o meu caminho profissional, mas é por simplesmente isto, não é assim muito interessante. Muito obrigada. Oh, thank you very much.
Question to our second panelist, Mr. Prosecutor. The floor is yours.
Queria começar só por agradecer à Ordem dos Advogados, na pessoa da doutora Fernanda Pinheiro, o convite que me foi endereçado. Eu vou um bocadinho fugir à questão. Eu vinha preparado para falar em inglês, mas aproveito a boleia, onde me sinto mais confortável, e portanto vou falar em português, e vou fugir porque acho que o mais interessante do que como foi a minha carreira, que não é o tema, é uma breve caracterização de como está o Ministério Público em termos no feminino. E com base num relatório recente sobre o ano 2022, temos que hoje na magistratura do Ministério Público, apenas no escalão etário entre os 60 e os 70 anos, os homens dominam. Nos demais escalões etários, o domínio é claramente das mulheres, sendo que até aos 55 anos existem 891 mulheres e 278 homens, o que corresponde a que elas sejam mais de 2/3 do total de magistrados do Ministério Público no país. Podemos assim afirmar que nos últimos 40 anos a magistratura do Ministério Público passou a ser predominantemente constituída por mulheres, contrariando a tendência até então de esta ser uma profissão essencialmente masculina, de que apenas existem reflexos nos dois últimos escalões etários da carreira, isto é, as pessoas com mais de 60 anos de idade. Ora, neste contexto, vamos agora verificar como é que tem evoluído o Ministério Público em termos de liderança das mulheres, ou seja, quantas mulheres lideram no Ministério Público. E, começando pelo topo da hierarquia, temos que pela segunda vez consecutiva temos uma mulher a ocupar o mais elevado cargo dentro desta magistratura, o cargo de Procuradora-Geral da República. No segundo escalão hierárquico, isto é, à frente das 4 Procuradorias Gerais Regionais, temos hoje apenas uma mulher e 3 homens, sendo certo que em momento anterior estávamos mais paritários, tínhamos 2 mulheres e 2 homens. No quadro de gestão das 23 comarcas, temos 15 homens e apenas 8 mulheres. No Conselho Superior do Ministério Público, em 19 membros, 10 são mulheres. A inspeção, que é também algo importante na avaliação dos magistrados, é composta por 18 inspectores, dirigidos por um homem, e onde apenas existem 7 mulheres. Ora, em jeito de conclusão para esta primeira parte e esta primeira intervenção, digamos que num universo em que 2/3 da magistratura do Ministério Público são mulheres, vemos que isso não encontra reflexo em termos de proporcionalidade no número de mulheres em cargos relevantes da direção do Ministério Público. A própria associação que eu presido, o Sindicato dos Magistrados do Ministério Público, nunca teve uma mulher como presidente. E assim termino para esta primeira intervenção.
Thank you, and I am giving the floor to our third panelist, and dear colleague Brigitte, please say us about your experience.
So first, thank you for the invitation, and thank you to the Portuguese Bar and to Isabella to put this topic on the agenda. Well, what was my path to the profession? I became a judge at the regional court in Bonn, this is the state of North Rhine-Westphalia, at the age of 27. It was in 1981, some years ago, I admit. At this time, I had completed my law studies and a 2-year traineeship in justice, and I did 2 examinations in law. This is the usual route into judiciary in Germany. Good exams are prerequisite for employment. Previous work as a lawyer or another legal profession is not required. During my first years in the profession, I was twice seconded to the higher regional court in Cologne. In Germany, such delegations are usually a necessary condition for promotion in judiciary. Since my husband, who is working as a lawyer, had shifted his focus of work to Dresden after the reunification of Germany, I moved to the judiciary of the state of Saxony in 1997. Here I was promoted to presiding judge at the regional court. In 2003, I was appointed presiding judge at the higher regional court of Saxony. And in 2007, I became the vice president of this court. In the same year, I was elected president of the Constitutional Court of Saxony. While the appointment and promotion of judges in Germany usually is done by the Minister of Justice of the state where you're working, the constitutional judges are elected by Parliament. In this case, it means by the Saxon Parliament. A 2/3 majority of members of Parliament is affordable. In 2016, I was re-elected to this position. And in 2020, I reached the legal age limit. And since then, I retired from all duties and positions in judiciary. So far.
Thank you. Having in mind that all our panelists are managers in the administration of justice, the second question to them is, what factors determine your appointment as a manager in the administration of justice? And I'm starting from our first panel.
Thank you very much. Eu queria explicar o seguinte: quando eu disse que não era uma carreira muito interessante, eu devo dizer que é evidentemente uma honra. Pronto, incompetência. Bom, eu estava a explicar que é evidentemente uma honra ser vice-presidente do Supremo Tribunal de Justiça, e é uma honra em todos os aspectos, desde logo porque fui eleita pelos meus colegas e, portanto, isso para mim é por si só uma enorme honra. Estou-me a repetir, peço desculpa, mas como é evidente, não era isso que eu ia dizer. Agora, eu já agora aproveito para dizer o seguinte: de facto, nos órgãos de gestão da magistratura não há correspondência entre o número, evidentemente, todos nós sabemos que as mulheres são a enorme maioria, quer das faculdades de Direito, quer depois no Centro de Estudos Judiciários, quer depois no universo dos juízes e das juízas, e todavia isso não se manifesta de facto nos órgãos de gestão, não se manifesta no Conselho Superior da Magistratura e, segundo aquilo que eu estive a ver, não se manifesta nos elementos que são designados pela Assembleia da República, não entre os que são eleitos pelos juízes, neste momento não pelos que são designados pelo Sr. Vice-Presidente, pelo Sr. Presidente da República, mas é sobretudo nos que foram designados pela Assembleia da República. Também não há correspondência entre homens e mulheres no universo dos juízes, por exemplo, nas presidências das comarcas. Tanto quanto eu estive a ver, há 23 comarcas, é mais ou menos 10 mulheres, 13 homens, ou qualquer coisa parecida, mas quer dizer, está longe de refletir a proporção que existe nas mulheres em geral nos juízes. E não se reflete, como todos sabemos, nos tribunais superiores, e não se reflete nos tribunais superiores, eu penso que em grande parte pela razão que todos conhecemos, que é a circunstância das magistraturas estarem vedadas às mulheres até 1974, e portanto, como a carreira de juiz profissional leva muito tempo a chegar à segunda instância e a chegar depois eventualmente ao Supremo Tribunal de Justiça, de facto, o que nós hoje encontramos no Supremo Tribunal de Justiça o número do quadro dos juízes é de 60, não é bem 60 que existem, mas desses 50 e muitos, 18, salvo erro, são mulheres, portanto, de facto, também não há aqui o reflexo da proporção, mas eu penso que o tempo vai contribuir seguramente para se encontrar essa proporção, embora eu acho que não é só uma questão de tempo que dificulta a carreira das mulheres, nomeadamente, eu estou a falar especialmente na carreira da magistratura, das magistraturas, mas isto não é um problema específico das magistraturas, quer dizer, na parte inicial da carreira profissional das mulheres, todos sabemos que, embora, graças a Deus, as coisas estejam a evoluir no sentido que eu acho mais correto, mas todos sabemos que muitas vezes as dificuldades da vida familiar, das crianças por aí fora, criam dificuldades, seja na avaliação, os juízes de primeira instância passam a vida a mudar de sítio, na mudança de sítio e, portanto, na progressão da carreira, portanto, há vários fatores que, evidentemente, eu penso que estão a melhorar, mas que contribuem para esta desproporção depois, estamos a falar dos órgãos de gestão, e por isso eu falei das presidências da comarca, do Conselho Superior da Magistratura e das presidências dos tribunais, acho que era essa a questão que estava aqui, portanto, pessoalmente, como eu não fiz essa carreira habitual, digamos assim, nos juízes, eu não senti, enquanto juiz, essas dificuldades, mas é evidente que as senti na minha outra profissão. Eu sou casada, tenho vários filhos, quer dizer, portanto, é uma questão de organização, nós conseguimos compatibilizar, mas é evidente que isso é uma dificuldade enfim, tem sido, nas gerações atuais, eu já sou bastante velha, mas nas gerações atuais já não é assim. Eu olho para os meus filhos, olho para a própria e vejo de facto que as coisas estão a ser diferentes. Portanto, eu tenho alguma dificuldade em responder esta pergunta, porque eu não tive nenhumas razões especiais, em primeiro lugar, para me apresentar os vice-presidentes são eleitos pelos seus pares, mas é evidente que nós apresentamos mais ou menos uma espécie de candidatura, não é bem uma candidatura, mas disponibilizamos-nos para esse efeito. E o que é que pesou na minha decisão de fazer isso? Bom, porque eu estava há muitos anos no Supremo Tribunal de Justiça, conhecia o funcionamento do Supremo Tribunal de Justiça bastante bem, penso eu, e portanto foi isso, basicamente, que me levou, ou o fator determinante que me levou a apresentar-me à eleição, e agora os meus colegas saberão porque é que me elegeram, mas calculo que seja por isso, eu já lá estava há muitos anos. Pronto, obrigada.
Thank you. And the same question to our colleague, Prosecutor. The floor is yours.
Quanto aos fatores que determinam a nomeação para um cargo de direção do Ministério Público, eu começaria, aproveitando também aquilo que disse a doutora Teresa, de dizer que no Conselho Superior do Ministério Público, Maria dos Prazeres, peço desculpa, que no Conselho Superior do Ministério Público o que se verifica, e que tivemos eleições recentes, é que, de facto, os pares elegeram essencialmente mulheres. Só na categoria superior, portanto, num escalão etário mais velho, os procuradores-gerais adjuntos, é que foi escolhido um homem portanto, atualmente nomeados pelos pares do Ministério Público da primeira instância, são só mulheres. O que acontece, e é isso mesmo, quer da Assembleia da República, quer do Ministério da Justiça, só foi nomeada uma mulher, o resto são homens, e, portanto, queria só, no fundo, acrescentar isso. Quanto os cargos, em regra, salvo algumas exceções, obedecem a concurso interno e eu acho que não é daí que advém o obstáculo, ou seja, não acho que nesses concursos haja um tratamento desigualitário pelo facto de ser homem ou mulher. O que ainda se sentem, e porque no âmbito por exemplo, da gestão das comarcas, dos magistrados do Ministério Público coordenador da comarca ou da magistrada do Ministério Público coordenador da comarca, que são lugares ainda nas idades onde claramente as mulheres são a maioria, continuamos a verificar que, no fundo, elas candidatam-se menos. Isso é depois a questão dos obstáculos, que é a questão seguinte, portanto não vou avançar. Acho que essa é a grande razão para que exista esta discrepância ou falta de proporcionalidade entre a quantidade de mulheres que compõem o Ministério Público e, no fundo, os lugares de gestão. Aproveitava só para terminar, a associação que eu presido, também não há qualquer obstáculo e, no fundo, o problema tem a ver com mesma questão, embora atualmente a direção seja constituída maioritariamente por mulheres, ainda não tem a proporcionalidade em relação ao número de mulheres que são as associadas e que são a quase totalidade das magistradas e dos magistrados do Ministério Público, mas também aqui é porque se candidatam menos ou estão dispostas menos a se candidatarem para este tipo de funções. Obrigado.
Thank you. And the same question to Birgit, if you would be so kind to answer.
Thank you. My career in the judiciary was favored by the fact that during my early professional years, and while my two daughters were still very young, I already had the opportunity to take on tasks that were conducive to advancement. These were, on the one hand, the already mentioned delegations to a higher court, and on the other hand, activities in the administration of the court. These are mainly organizational tasks, personnel management, training and further education of judges, or the duty of a press manager, press officer. These tasks usually require a high and flexible time commitment. As a young mother, I could only meet these demands with the support of my family. And as far as my election as the president of the Constitutional Court of Saxony is concerned, I believe that it was definitely helpful for this, that I am a woman. One has to take into account that such an election has always a political dimension. In order to achieve two-thirds majority necessary for the election, it usually requires the consent of quite different political parties. In this situation, it was helpful on the one hand that I, then as now, do not belong to any party. On the other hand, the promotion of women was already one of the popular demands in 2007. The election of a woman to this position for the first time was thus also a political sign on which very different parties could agree.
Thank you. And the third question is, what obstacles did you encounter in applying for this position as a manager in the administration of justice? Our first speaker partly answered the question, but if you would like to add something, there's a chance to do it.
Thank you very much. As a matter of fact, I would like to have the question. Why do women apply to manager positions less than men?
Yes, please answer this question.
Pronto, o meu problema que eu acho que merece reflexão e ao qual eu não sei totalmente responder. Eu sei que costuma dizer-se da vida familiar, não sei o quê, mas isso, eu acho que isso não chega. Por que é que as mulheres se candidatam menos às posições de chefia? Isso é um facto. Eu não sei responder pessoalmente, mas volto a dizer, eu de facto não posso dizer que tive nenhum obstáculo, nenhuma dificuldade quando me candidatei. Agora, eu sou uma pessoa, não é? Sou uma mulher, e é um facto que eu verifico nos vários instâncias que gerem a magistratura e nas várias instâncias em que admitem candidaturas. Porque é que as mulheres se candidatam menos? Isso é um facto, não é? Para além de quem tem o poder de decisão, porque é que por vezes não olha à proporção das mulheres nos órgãos de gestão, porque é que as mulheres se candidatam menos? É aquilo que eu acho que aqui me precisa. Eu tenho razão, já respondi. Só queria acrescentar este ponto de reflexão, a qual eu não sei responder, devo dizer.
Thank you. I think that the reasons are inside us and outside. And the reason inside, I think, is not in, I think that the reasons are outside and inside of us. And this reason inside us, I think, is lack of self-confidence. That's my opinion. And let's work on it, all of us. And the same questions for our colleague prosecutor. And of course, if you have some opinions or suggestions, please tell us.
Também não tenho a resposta. E por isso vou-me basear num estudo recente que foi divulgado relativo a dados de 2014 do Instituto de Ciências Sociais da Universidade de Lisboa e que revelou que, estudo relativo ainda a 2014, que as mulheres continuam a gastar mais tempo nas tarefas domésticas do que os homens. Não obstante a evolução que já houve nesta matéria, este estudo diz que os homens gastam 8 horas por semana em tarefas domésticas, ao passo que as mulheres gastam 21 horas nas mesmas atividades. A mesma coisa nos cuidados familiares, como o cuidado com os filhos, a divisão de tarefas não é equilibrada. Elas despendem 9 horas por semana, enquanto eles despendem 9 horas, enquanto elas gastam 17. Esse estudo também conclui que, ao nível dos casais mais jovens, começa a existir um maior equilíbrio na realização das tarefas domésticas, sobretudo, mas essencialmente restrito à tarefa de cozinhar. Ou seja, nas demais tarefas, estes são dados, não é a minha opinião, foram dados recolhidos, nas demais tarefas ainda são elas que gastam mais tempo nestas tarefas, continuam a ser as mulheres a ocupar mais tempo com os filhos. Ou seja, neste contexto cultural, em que as mulheres, sobretudo na idade ativa, ainda continuam a assumir isoladamente, ou na sua maioria, estas tarefas, a disponibilidade para ocupar cargos que exigem maior disponibilidade de tempo, compromissos sociais e ausências frequentes, podem afastar as mulheres de se candidatarem a cargos de direção. Também queria referir que é uma opinião pessoal, que ainda há uma espécie de censura social sempre que para ocupar tais cargos se candidata uma mulher. No fundo, a ideia de que abandonam os filhos, abandonam a casa, e isso também, de certa forma, é um estigma que ainda marca muito a nossa sociedade e que também pode ser um obstáculo, no fundo, para não ficar com esse estigma, não se candidatarem. Há ainda um outro fator que penso que está a ser ultrapassado, e digo porque, sobretudo no Ministério Público, por exemplo, cargos de inspeção, até há muito poucos anos eram só homens. Mas isto tinha uma razão, porque no fundo eram os homens a escolher quem é que iria ocupar, isso entretanto mudou, hoje é por concurso, e por isso estamos a assistir a uma evolução e há cada vez mais mulheres a terem este tipo de função, mas a verdade é que até, há, diria, meia dúzia de anos, eram só homens a ocupar estes lugares. E portanto também há estes fatores, ainda estes resquícios, que no fundo estão a ser ultrapassados e que penso que serão estes, na minha perspectiva, alguns dos obstáculos a que as mulheres se candidatem menos para cargos de direção. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much for considering all these obstacles, and especially that you are a man. And the same question to Birgit: what about obstacles did you encounter in applying for these positions of leader of administration of justice?
Personally, as a woman, I did not have to overcome any specific obstacles when applying for higher positions. However, this is not because the German judicial system is particularly advantageous for women careers. And I try to explain. Women in the judicial profession often, much more than men, decide to work part-time. The reason for this is usually the desire or the necessity to have more time for more family tasks. However, this decision is often perceived as a signal of limited professional commitment. Furthermore, it facilitates promotion in judiciary if judges also take tasks in the administration, as I told you. And these tasks usually are difficult to reconcile with part-time employment. Another obstacle to women's careers is often limited flexibility in time and place due to families' responsibilities. As I told you, in German judiciary, a delegation to a higher court is necessary for a promotion. This is a performance and stress test for the young women. And that requires a high level of time commitment and usually also a spatial flexibility. Women with children often cannot afford this flexibility. Thank you. And so they forgo the test and they lack the chance of promotion. And it's also often difficult for women to attend training events, congresses, and meetings. This means they lack the chance to make professional contacts and networks at such opportunities. And we all know how important networks are for a career, and men even know better. And in addition, I'm convinced that women still have inner career obstacles. Women often have a different inner attitude towards a career than men. This has to do with different social expectations towards men and women. In order to be perceived positively by the environment, professional success is not as important for women as it is for men. They receive society's appreciation less for their career than for beauty, care, and motherhood. And even worse, a woman who only has a career is perceived as imperfect. The imprint of a feminine upbringing has also not yet been overcome. It leads to typical behavioral patterns that hinder a career. In my perception, women often tend to be cautious and have self-doubt. Unlike most men, they have doubts about whether they can meet the requirements of a higher position. They are afraid of failing with an application and refrain from doing so as a precaution. And restraint is still considered a female virtue. Women do not like to put themselves forward for a higher position, but prefer to wait to be asked. That's my opinion.
Birgit, I completely agree with you. It was really very interesting what you said. And the fourth question is, what advice would you give to young lawyer women aspiring to be leader in the justice system?
Very difficult question. Eu se tivesse que dar algum conselho, distinguiria a vida profissional da vida pessoal e depois da compatibilização de uma com a outra. Do ponto de vista da vida profissional, eu acho que ser líder na administração da justiça não implica ter necessariamente, ou melhor, não é só ter um cargo formal de direção ou de gestão. A liderança na administração da justiça também se revela ou também se exerce através da qualidade do trabalho que nós fazemos enquanto juízes. E, portanto, o empenho, a dedicação, o estudo, a visibilidade do trabalho que nós fazemos, em si mesma também é uma espécie de liderança. É evidente que também eu estou a falar de como juíza do Supremo Tribunal de Justiça, e o Supremo Tribunal de Justiça tem em si mesmo como função uma função de liderança na interpretação e aplicação da lei. Portanto, estou a falar, é mais fácil, e disto que eu estou a dizer ao nível do Supremo Tribunal de Justiça. Mas agora, se pretendem de facto, ou se entendem, como eu acho que devem pretender, exercer formalmente funções de gestão ou de administração, então eu acho que têm que desenvolver qualidades de trabalho em equipa. É fundamental para quem pretende desenvolver este tipo de tarefas ser capaz de gerir equipas e de trabalhar em conjunto com outras pessoas, considerar as opiniões dos outros. Tudo isto implica muito trabalho e muita dedicação. Do ponto de vista da vida pessoal, eu volto aqui a usar a minha experiência, que é aquela que eu tenho, não é? Eu toda a vida tive que gerir, como nós todas, provavelmente, a nossa vida pessoal com a nossa vida profissional, e gerir vários filhos com várias coisas que eu fui fazendo, etc., com alguma calma. Agora, há uma coisa que eu acho que é, nunca aceitem ser tratadas de maneira diferente. Aqui a regra principal é exigir que te tratem de uma forma igualitária relativamente aos nossos colegas homens dentro e fora de casa. Quer dizer, eu sei que de facto, então na minha geração, não aqui, não estou a falar pessoalmente, mas era de facto muito frequente essa grande diferença, não vale a pena estar aqui a repetir. Agora, não aceitem, nunca aceitem essa distinção, exijam um tratamento igualitário, repito, e repito pela 10ª vez, dentro e fora de casa, porque desta forma nós conseguimos, penso eu acho que pelo menos consegui o melhor que eu fui capaz de harmonizar uma vida pessoal preenchida, porque também nunca aceitem prescindir da vossa vida pessoal e vida familiar para terem um maior sucesso, digamos assim, na vida profissional. Acho que isso não é um bom princípio de todo, muito pelo contrário, todos temos direito a uma vida profissional gratificante, mas também a uma vida pessoal gratificante e, portanto, há aqui muito de organização e de alguma disciplina, mas também, sobretudo, lá volto a dizer a mesma coisa, nunca prescindir de exigir um tratamento igual a que temos direito. E as tais ordens, se calhar, talvez se harmonizem, e os homens como menos, já que só cozinham. Pronto, obrigada.
Thank you for your valuable advices, and the same question to our second panelist.
Eu começava só por... Eu vi há uns tempos uma série numa daquelas plataformas de streaming sobre as 5 mulheres que tiveram no governo da Finlândia, um país que nós achamos evoluído em termos de defesa do direito das mulheres, e é engraçado ver que, como pelo facto de ser mulheres, são colocadas até pelos jornalistas questões que jamais colocariam um homem. Designadamente, se uma ministra estava grávida, a questão como ia continuar no governo sendo mãe, quando seguramente há secretários de Estado e ministros que são pais durante o tempo em que exercem funções no governo e nenhum jornalista, mesmo mulheres, porque as jornalistas que aparecem na série são essencialmente mulheres, a questionar a um ministro, a um secretário de Estado, se vai ter um filho, como é que vai, no fundo, exercer as suas funções. Quanto à questão aqui em concreto, é no fundo que... Ou seja, eu não vou ingerir-me na vida das pessoas, é no fundo procurar um equilíbrio entre estas duas componentes, exigir também mais, no fundo, na componente familiar, exigir mais do parceiro, seja um homem ou mulher, ou que seja, no fundo, exigir que haja esse equilíbrio e não abdiquem, porque se o Ministério Público hoje é constituído maioritariamente por mulheres, acho que não devem prescindir de contribuir para que o Ministério Público seja melhor e, portanto, é importante e é este o desafio que deixo. Obrigado.
Thank you very much, and the same question to our third panelist.
I hope you can hear me better now.
Yes.
I would advise young women to make consistent use of the opportunities offered by the justice system to reconcile family and career, and to insist on the possibility of part-time leadership positions. In addition, young women should explicitly formulate their interest in a career. This is especially important if they return to work after a family-related interruption. They should make clear that the decision to have a family does not mean giving up a career. To this end, they should definitely seek dialogue with their superiors. And women should give up their restraint and caution. They should apply for higher positions, even at the risk of not being successful. And women should do more networking with each other and seek advice from successful women colleagues. That's my short advices for young women.
Thank you very much. Now we are moving to the last question. What measures should be taken to increase women's participation in the management of justice?
Nós dizemos, e eu própria tenho dito já, e provavelmente já disse, que se tem assistido a um aumento do número de mulheres nos órgãos que gerem a justiça. O que eu acho é que nós não nos devemos contentar em dizer, já está a aumentar, já tem mais não sei quantas mulheres, já não devia ser assim. Isto é, constatado ou verificado que de facto há uma desproporção entre o número de juízes e de juízas e o número de juízes e de juízas que participam nos órgãos que efetivamente têm poder de gestão da magistratura, e eu volto a insistir, os presidentes dos tribunais de comarca e os membros do Conselho Superior da Magistratura, eu provavelmente acho que só através de uma medida legislativa que obrigue a haver um respeito por essa proporção é que se satisfaria, porque de facto dizemos, este ano já está melhor que o ano passado e para o ano será melhor, é assim, não tem explicação quando a desproporção é tão grande, muito mais de 60% das juízas são mulheres, são juízas, e portanto, e nada disso depois se reflete nos órgãos de gestão, como eu há pouco disse. Além disso, eu também queria dizer o seguinte, só nesta questão das medidas. É um facto que as medidas de proteção da maternidade e das licenças de maternidade e de paternidade, tudo isso tem evoluído no sentido de permitir às mulheres uma maior equidade no acesso à profissão e na progressão da profissão. Mas eu sustento que devia ser tudo igual, porque só assim é que de facto haveria depois igualdade, por exemplo, nas candidaturas, na progressão da carreira, etc. Porque uma das coisas que nós ainda assistimos, nomeadamente na magistratura, e repito, não obstante têm sido tomadas várias medidas de proteção da maternidade, nomeadamente no que diz respeito à avaliação, e a avaliação dos juízes é fundamental na progressão na carreira da magistratura. Eu entendo que, de facto, só sendo tudo igual é que não é aumentando um bocadinho ou dando mais um bocadinho de licença de paternidade, deve ser tudo igual, só assim é que se consegue, penso eu.
Thank you very much, and I give a floor to our second panelist about the same question.
Eu acho que, primeiro de tudo, tem que ser uma aposta na educação, logo nas idades mais jovens. A educação para a igualdade. Igualdade, não estou a dizer só quando duas pessoas vão viver juntas enquanto casal. A igualdade quando vão, por exemplo, partilhar casa nas faculdades. No fundo, e isto tem que começar logo desde os primeiros anos de escola, para além da família, na escola, existirem componentes, e no fundo esta componente para a igualdade. Depois acho que ainda temos o trabalho organizado no paradigma dos homens. E portanto, enquanto não se inverter também este paradigma, é difícil termos o acesso das mulheres a cargos de direção em condição de igualdade com os homens. E portanto isto também tem que mudar, no fundo, para potenciar esta igualdade. E depois são as políticas públicas, não é, de proteção à família, como já foi aqui referido, as licenças de parentalidade, o investimento na educação, em serviços públicos para cuidados de crianças e dos idosos, mas essencialmente isso é uma cultura de facto no fundo, de não existirem funções para homens dentro da vida familiar e outras para mulheres, e no fundo o próprio Estado nas suas políticas tem que no fundo contribuir para que exista essa igualdade e que eu acredito que mesmo lentamente vamos chegar lá a breve prazo. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, and I would like to know the opinion of our third panelist. The floor is yours.
In my part, I think it's important to take measures that specifically respond to the aforementioned career obstacles for women. That means more opportunity for part-time work in all functions. Also, management positions must be divisible. Professional qualification must be possible on part-time basis and in close spatial proximity. Training events must take into account the needs of people with family responsibilities in terms of time and place. And we need regulations that avoid discriminatory performance appraisals. Part-time work and career interruptions due to family responsibilities must not be assessed negatively. Competences acquired through family care can be taken into account positively. And actually, I also see a chance for women's advancement in the possibility of working in a home office. Some time ago, such requests were seen as a lack of willingness to perform. This has changed fundamentally due to the corona pandemic. Digital working has become a matter of course for many people, both men and women. It is now generally accepted that many tasks can be also done online without a loss of quality. This will help women to rely on flexible working conditions. And in addition, the aforementioned inner career obstacles must also be reduced in a targeted manner. This primarily involves individual encouragement of qualified young women. There are some special programs for this at some courts in Germany. The most important instrument here is to address women personally. Unlike men, even today's self-confident and excellently educated young women often still need an external push to overcome their reluctance. For example, when applying for a higher position. And it is also important to focus specifically on women who have interrupted or limited their professional activities because of raising children. When they return to work, they need to be given a signal that career is still possible. Special mentoring programs have also proven successful. Here, successful women are available to qualified young women as mentors over a longer period of time. The mentees receive important hints for their own careers and for successful self-marketing. They have female examples, and they also can learn what female leadership means. And finally, that's just a statement. I'm convinced that the problem of the underrepresentation of women in leadership positions will become less important due to the demographic developments in most European countries. In view of the shortage of skilled workers that is already noticeable in many countries, it will in any case no longer be possible to do without the competence of women and even competence of women in leadership positions. So this will be the future of Europe, I think. And of course, this is not a reason to stop our efforts to promote women, but I think that we will reach our goal more quickly as a result.
Thank you to all of you for very inspiring advices and sharing with us your experience. Our time is over, but if any of you would like to have a question to our panelists, now I give you the moment to do it. Do any of you have any questions to our panelists? Okay, yes, please. Can you come here and I will give Okay.
Thank you. I'm Ana Rita Laranjeira. I'm a lawyer and I'm a member of an institute of the Ordem of Advogados in this moment. I would like to ask questions to the Professor Maria dos Prazeres Beleza directly, and I will do it in Portuguese so that we can understand us without any doubts. Senhora Professora Maria dos Prazeres Beleza, bom dia. É uma honra estar aqui a ouvi-la hoje deste lado. Tive o privilégio de ser sua aluna nos últimos anos do século passado. E queria deixar aqui uma nota que penso que é comum a todos os presentes, é a sua humildade na forma como descreve toda a sua carreira, parecendo que não é nada do outro mundo. De facto, a professora é muito especial e é um exemplo para penso que para todos os juristas, mas principalmente para as mulheres juristas que aqui estão. Não podia deixar de dar esta nota. Por outro lado, o discurso que fez, certamente, eu gostaria só de saber se o facto de ser mulher, se ter alcançado tudo o que alcançou, por mais, como colocou, parecendo ser uma coisa não foi muito complicada. Gostaria de saber, efetivamente, quer em termos objetivos, se sentiu que teve que provar mais do que os homens para isso, se sentiu obstáculos, discriminações, quer de colegas homens, quer de colegas mulheres, se na realidade considera que, sendo mulher, teve o mesmo caminho, com as mesmas facilidades, entre aspas, do que sendo homem. Isso é que nós gostávamos mesmo de saber. Obrigada.
Maybe this one is okay.
Pronto. Em primeiro lugar, muito obrigada. Muito obrigada. Eu não mereço o que disse, mas muito obrigada. Muito sinceramente, vamos lá ver. Quando eu estava na faculdade, eu achava que tinha que ser tão boa aluna como os bons alunos. Quer dizer, eu de facto aí senti talvez alguma pressão. Agora, depois, na minha vida profissional pós-faculdade, eu não posso honestamente dizer que alguma vez me senti prejudicada é um facto que nós temos sempre necessidade de provar que somos tão boas ou melhor que os nossos colegas, tão boas ou melhor que as pessoas que gostariam de ter o lugar que nós temos, ou quando nos estamos a candidatar a alguma coisa. É um sentimento que nós temos e que eu evidentemente tive. Agora, se eu, para ser absolutamente honesta, acho que isso se traduziu numa maior dificuldade naquilo que eu eventualmente fiz, eu não posso dizer que senti. Agora, está no nosso interior, fomos criados assim. Pronto.
Do we have any more questions? Yes, can I ask for microphone to our colleague?
Good morning to you all. My name is Helena Bravo Marques. I'm a lawyer, and I have a question to the women at the table, including you, the moderator. I'm sorry, Dr. Adão, I'm not asking you anything. The question is, who inspired you as a woman to be a leader in your field? Thank you.
Okay, so let's start from Mrs. Professor.
Who inspired me to be a leader? I've been a leader, vice leader, since I am the vice president of the Supreme Court, who inspired me. It's hard to say. My sisters, my family, my proud to be a woman. That's all.
Thank you. And our third moderator, Birgit, can you tell us the answer?
Yes, I'm afraid I can't answer your question directly. I was inspired by law and by my profession, and this has inspired me to go on in this profession and to try to get to higher positions. That's my inspiration of my work and my profession.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. My answer would be maybe a little strange. My inspiration was Maria Curie-Skłodowska. She is a Polish Nobel Prize, received a Nobel Prize award many years ago as a physics and chemic, and knowing her biography, I knew that woman can everything, can reach everything, and she was my inspire. Thank you. And in the end of our panel, let me thank all my panelists and give them small gift from my bar, Gdańsk Bar of Attorneys at Law. Thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you so much. Thank you once again, and let me invite you to Gdańsk because we organize very soon two very important events for lawyers. First of it is 5th, 7th of October, and it will be Congress of FBE. And the second is Business Algorithm Law International Conference on Artificial Intelligence and Cybersecurity, and it will take place on 16, 17 of November this year. My colleague Joanna Wojkowska will give you leaflets where you will find more details. I will be more than happy if you will come and visit my beautiful country and the city. So you are kindly invited, and I would like you to see as many as it is possible. I hope to see you in Gdańsk.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the panel. And we are at coffee break time on the 3rd floor. But first, let me know, on the 1st floor, we have some handcraft made by a charity project. If you can, go there, buy something, if you can, of course. It's very beautiful work from an association called Torre Amiga. Thank you very much, and nice break.
Tinha lá a câmera no fecho. Então agora no Zoom ficou assim. Está bem, tinha a câmera no. Tudo bem? Tudo bem, saudações leoninas. Muito bem. Hoje corre tudo bem. Vamos ver até ao fim. Fazer não estragos. Igual,
I have to ask you to take your seat, please. So let's carry on. As I told you before, Kristina Kowalik from Poland, she was delayed because the plane didn't get on time. But we asked for our moderator of the second roundtable, and he kindly gave us 5 minutes in order to meet Kristina Kowalik, Professor and Judge of the Court of Justice of European Union. Please welcome her and make her feel at home, please.
Thank you very much and welcome. I am very, very honored to be here. And as the King Henry VIII was telling to his wives, I won't keep you long. I will really try to address everything in 3 minutes. First of all, let me say that we are living in interesting times in Poland for judges, for women. And you are observing a very interesting case law on judicial independence. And as we are in Portugal, I would like to say that all this discussion could possibly not have been taking place without a very important Portuguese judgment, Associação Sindical de Juízes Portugueses against Tribunal de Contas. And I take this opportunity to thank all the Portuguese judges for the fact that this preliminary question has been asked and answered then by the Court of Justice. I have been asked 5 questions, and I will try to answer in really by one sentence. As to my path to the profession and leadership, I would advise every woman to be as diverse in their path as possible, because the more experience you gain in different fields, the more you gain afterwards to have the stamina to face the leadership questions. But this apart, a thing that helped a lot was that in 2015, there was a reform of the General Code of the European Union that imposed an obligation on the member states to guarantee a equity or equivalent, gender equivalent in the functioning of the General Code. So the member states were obliged to propose as much women as men for the post of the judges. And I think this really helped me to become a candidate of the Polish government then back in 2015. As to the question what determined my appointment as the present president of the chamber, the answer is very simple, I would say. This is a democratic process, so it really only depends on my colleagues whether they want to choose a certain judge from among the judges of the General Court to be a president. So of course it depends on the productivity, on the reputation, possibly of some sort of campaign, but generally it's as well a question of luck, I would say. As to the obstacles that I encounter being a president of the chamber and more generally being a judge in an international jurisdiction, there are different factors, I would say, psychological, sociological, economical. And first of all, I think many women are possibly suffering from this so-called imposter syndrome. I did have it, that you don't feel competent enough when you apply for a position. And I would really appeal to all the women in this room and everywhere really to believe in themselves and somehow really endorse what they have done and endorse what they are able to do in the future. As to the advice I would give to young lawyers, I would say at least give yourself a chance to try. It is always important to be your friend, so don't criticize yourself in place of the others. And as I have seen that there is a meeting in Gdańsk, like in 2 weeks maybe, I would quote a coat of arms Latin saying of my home city, because I'm from Gdańsk, nec temere nec timide, do not fear, but do not be reckless. So, of course, measure your possibilities with some sort of practical assessment as well. So, as to the measures that should be taken to increase women's participation in the management of justice, I think very important role goes to the role models, and these are our patrons, our teachers, our mothers, our aunts, sisters, and so on. If we see a successful woman, it can really inspire other women to try and to take the same path. More institutionally, quotas are not a bad idea, I think, at least at the initial procedure. Then let the competence play. And there is an issue of diversity. I think we all witness gatherings where some people say, I won't take part because there are no women, or I won't take part because there are no men. And I think this is very important to have this diversity. And as a final remark, I have to underline that there are cases in my court where the presence of women in the bench is really important to achieve justice. In cases of, for instance, moral harassment or other sensitive issues, if there is a woman in the bench, I think both parties and witnesses are much more eager to say certain things, and they are certain to be heard. Of course, a whole bench is as competent to listen to them, but I think there is perhaps a little bit more of openness to address certain issues. So certainly to achieve justice, we need more women leaders in justice. And thank you for your attention. And I do apologize for my terrible delay, but it was really blocked at the plane. So thank you.
Thank you. So now we get to our second roundtable under the theme on the importance of meaningful representation of women leaders in the public administration. As a moderator, we have Bas Martens from Netherlands. He's an immediate past president from FBA. And as speakers, Doutora Teresa Fragoso from Portugal, National Secretary of Socialist Women, Doutora Lina Lopes from Portugal also, Member of the Parliament and Secretary to the President of the Portuguese Parliament, and Aleksander Posesh from Poland, Advocate, Chancellery of the Polish Senate, Chairperson of the Group on the European People's Party in EU Parliament. A good work. Sorry, that's been said for the one, so my apologize. So have a nice work, and please speed up.
Thank you all for being here today and inviting us. We have a very interesting panel here today, and we will be we'll be speaking of women in public administration, which is in fact not a field where I'm common to operate in, as I am a lawyer in private practice. But I know we have some very interesting participants, and we already made an order of speaking, which will start with Lina Lopes, Member of Parliament, and you will have a PowerPoint.
Yes.
You can sit here, or you can go to the. Yeah, it's more comfortable there.
For me, it's okay.
Yeah.
No, I think it's.
There you can see the screen.
Because I can see the screen.
Excellent, excellent.
Boa tarde, já posso dizer que é boa tarde a todos e a todas. Eu sou química, também tenho mestrado em engenharia, sou um pouquinho diferente de um público, e estou habituada a um público um pouco diferente. Obviamente, para mim, uma honra ter sido convidada e quero aqui deixar uma palavra de muita amizade à senhora bastonária, a Fernanda Pinheiro, eu sei que ela está a correr de um lado para o outro, eu sei o que é organizar estas conferências, e aproveito também para agradecer a todos os presentes, alguns eu conheço, também devido ao trabalho que eu vou tendo e aos vários encontros que eu vou tendo nesta área da igualdade. Eu queria começar por apresentar uma nota pessoal. Quando eu era pequena, o meu pai dirigia uma fábrica que empregava muitas mulheres. Nas férias escolares, eu e os meus irmãos íamos ajudá-lo na fábrica. Uma vez estava eu a trabalhar na fábrica e quando chegámos ao final do mês, o meu pai pediu-me para distribuir os salários entre os funcionários. Ele deu-me os envelopes com os pagamentos e eu reparei que os envelopes tinham duas cores diferentes. Alguns eram azuis e outros eram rosa. Os azuis eram, obviamente, para os homens e os rosas para as mulheres. É claro, como imaginam, o conteúdo dos envelopes eram diferentes. Foi a primeira vez que me deparei com a desigualdade de remuneração do trabalho, mas eu não sabia o que isso era. Eu tinha 17 anos, tenho 62, vejam lá quantos anos isso foi. Agora, na altura, dizíamos que era uma desigualdade no trabalho por sexo, agora é por género. Tornei-me sindicalista também. Vi de uma família de empregadores. Eu sou sindicalista. Se calhar vou explicar porquê. Eu vivi em Setúbal, somos todos de Setúbal, e quando foi o 25 de Abril, os empresários era algo que não eram bons para os trabalhadores. E um dia apareceram os senhores com umas armas para matar o meu pai. E foram aqueles trabalhadores que o defenderam. Eu estou emocionada porque o meu pai nunca me viu deputada, nunca me viu fazer estes trabalhos, mas se calhar mais tarde eu tornei-me sindicalista porque houve aqui qualquer coisa. Terá estar no céu a dizer-me, defende aqueles que me defenderam. Por isso esta minha introdução que eu gosto sempre de dar neste tempo. Bom, obviamente, reparem, eu tinha 17, tenho 62 anos, vejam há quantos anos, e continuamos com o mesmo problema da desigualdade salarial. Nada mudou. Nada mudou. Minhas senhoras e meus senhores, acredito que a igualdade e a liberdade social são princípios estruturantes da democracia moderna. Sublinho aqui a palavra moderna, porque, como sabem, a democracia nem sempre se baseou na igualdade social. Nos regimes da antiguidade, alguns frequentemente classificados como democráticos, as mulheres e vastos setores da população eram excluídos da vida democrática. Em contraste, hoje valorizamos a ideia de que todos nascemos com o mesmo valor e dignidade e que não devemos julgar as outras pessoas pela sua origem, cor de pele, crença ou sexo. Portanto, as sociedades democráticas, onde as mulheres são cidadãs com os mesmos direitos de qualquer outro cidadão, é de alimentar justiça, diria mesmo, é perfeitamente lógico esperar que as mulheres tenham as mesmas oportunidades que os homens. Sei que são ideias ocidentais e que as mesmas são um tanto inusitadas entre vários lugares do mundo, como podem ver no mapa, não sei se conseguem ver, tem várias cores, e temos de 1 até 10 são os países democráticos e pelas cores, o mais vermelho são os países antidemocráticos. Temos ali o globo. Eu depois posso fazer chegar, podem entregar o PowerPoint. Mas, vejam bem, as sociedades ocidentais, estas ideias levaram muito tempo a ser desenvolvidas e incorporadas. É só olhar para os quadros que vocês têm aí à vossa volta, que eu já estive a ver, e conseguimos perceber como é difícil incorporar, principalmente também nas vossas áreas. Incorporadas na justiça e na administração. E ainda hoje existem muitos obstáculos a remover para que os possamos materializar de forma plena na realidade social. Este está em inglês, para quem está em inglês pode ver, eu vou dizer em português. As políticas de igualdade de género são o pilar central da democracia, uma vez que em democracia todas as pessoas, independentemente do género devem ter voz igual nas instâncias de representação política e de tomada de decisão. Na prática, as democracias são as melhores em garantir a igualdade de género do que a maioria dos regimes não democráticos. De acordo com o Índice Global do Estado de Democracia, IDEA, 41% das democracias têm altos níveis de igualdade de género. A igualdade de género, ou a igualdade entre mulheres e homens, significa igualdade, visibilidade, empoderamento, participação e responsabilidade das mulheres e dos homens em todas as esferas da vida pública e privada. É preciso colocar a participação política das mulheres e a igualdade de género no centro da defesa e fortalecimento da democracia. A democracia não funciona a menos que todos tenham acesso ao poder e à tomada de decisão em todos os níveis. Em todo o mundo, o acesso das mulheres aos mais altos níveis da tomada de decisão ainda está muito atrás dos homens. E vamos então àquilo que nos traz aqui, que é o poder e tomada de decisão. Portugal é uma democracia, mas muito ainda precisa de ser feito para garantir a representação proporcional de homens e mulheres. O que temos a roxo são homens, a vermelho são mulheres. Eu já vou dizer o que é que está ali, para quem não está em inglês, mas vou dizer em português. Portugal é uma democracia, mas muito ainda precisa de ser feito para garantir a representação proporcional de homens e mulheres nos mais altos cargos de decisão do país. Como podemos ver, o exemplo do Tribunal Constitucional, do Conselho de Estado, do Supremo Tribunal de Justiça. Quero aqui destacar o Supremo Tribunal Administrativo, presidido por uma mulher, doutora Dulce Neto. Pela primeira vez em 2019, foram precisos 45 anos de democracia para conseguir ter uma mulher a presidir a este tribunal. E nós temos mais mulheres advogadas, mais mulheres juízas, mas ainda são eles que estão nos topos neste caso nos tribunais. Sublinho também que a Procuradoria-Geral da República é presidida também por uma mulher, doutora Lucília Gago, mas já anteriormente tinha sido presidido por outra mulher, Joana Marques Vidal, a primeira mulher a ocupar o lugar da Procuradora-Geral da República em Portugal, em 2012, há 38 anos depois da democracia. Homens roxos, mulheres vermelho. Vão ver que só há, em baixo, 2 que são vermelhos. Eu já vou explicar. Também nos cargos de topo da administração pública ainda temos uma notória desproporção entre funcionários do sexo masculino e feminino, como podem verificar no gráfico. Se repararem, os 3 primeiros temos mais homens. Por que será? Os homens ainda são maioritários em todos os cargos de dirigentes superiores, primeiros e segundo graus. São os que ganham mais dinheiro, são os dirigentes. As mulheres encontram-se mais representadas nos cargos de direção intermédia, especialmente nos mais baixos, no terceiro e segundo graus, salários mais baixos, na administração pública, onde é maioritariamente formada por mulheres, onde temos mais mulheres trabalhadoras, e o que acontece é que também na administração pública está tudo invertido. Eu vou explicar o slide. Em 2019, aprovou-se a lei 1 de 2019, está um bocadinho alto, de 29 de março, alterando-se a lei da paridade. Tínhamos uma anterior, que era de 2006, devem de saber, de 21 de agosto, que era a lei número 3. Passou a estabelecer como limiar mínimo 40% de mulheres e homens nos cargos e órgãos de decisão política. Verifica-se apenas isso no Parlamento Europeu. Esse limiar foi atingido. Isto porquê? Porque nós achamos que o Parlamento Europeu está lá, está longe, podemos lá colocar as mulheres, não há problema. A decisão é feita em Portugal ou nos países. Isto acontece para todos os partidos. Eu tenho ali vários dados, que vou buscar o slide para vos explicar um bocadinho mais. Vai ser rápido. No poder local, cargos de administração local, e temos uma lei aprovada em 2019, em que 40% teria que ser um dos géneros, certo? Na administração local, temos, como verificam ali, 90,6% são homens. Na Assembleia Regional dos Açores, 73,7% são homens. Na Madeira, domingo, vamos ver o que vai acontecer, temos 70,2% de homens. Na Assembleia da República, 63,0% de homens. Só no Parlamento Europeu é que temos quase o equilíbrio. Temos 57,2% de homens. E temos que ter muito cuidado, porque reparem para os gráficos que eu agora vou aqui colocar. Houve uma subida, houve efetivamente uma subida no número de deputados e de governo, mas no que vem a seguir, vimos o quê? Desculpem que isto aqui, se calhar devia estar ali, é um bocado mais complicado conseguir fazer os slides ao mesmo tempo. Só aqui, é este. Desculpem. Não. Só um bocadinho. É isto, 8 e 9. Reparem que a percentagem de mulheres neste mandato, que fomos eleitas em 2022, decresceu o número de mulheres deputadas. Quando nós pensávamos que tudo estava estabilizado, o número de mulheres em Portugal, que deviam ser no mínimo, mulheres ou homens, isto o género, não é? Que devia de ser no mínimo para um dos géneros 40%, deparámos com um valor inferior ao de 2019. Por isso, quando nós todos dizemos, já alcançámos a igualdade, em Portugal tudo fizemos, é nos cargos de decisão que isto não acontece. E ainda por cima, nós somos mais mulheres em Portugal do que homens. E quando as mulheres olham para aquele plenário, eu por acaso estou de preto, mas normalmente vou muito colorida, faço questão de ir colorida, porque é essa a nossa roupa, é isso aquilo que nós vestimos, não temos que mudar. O que acontece é que só vimos efetivamente mais homens. Eu não tenho nada contra os homens, hein? Isto não é uma luta, não é uma guerra de sexos, mas é para perceberem, dando estes dados. Por isso, atenção que a curva está a descer. A seguir, percentagem de mulheres no governo. O que é que nós verificamos? Houve um aumento, efetivamente, temos mais mulheres no governo, temos neste momento 50%, 50-50, mas também isso começamos a ver que estabilizou. Já estabilizou. Vamos ver, temos mais mulheres ministras, mas quando chegamos aos secretários de Estado, eles ultrapassam, são 36 para 21 secretários de Estado. Já é um passo, porque efetivamente, antigamente não tínhamos sequer ministras na área das finanças, que era qualquer coisa, e se olharem para as nossas comissões de orçamento e finanças são homens. Trabalho, como dá trabalho, são mulheres. Pronto, se formos começar por aí, temos a primeira ministra da Defesa, etc, etc. Bom, penso que todos estão sobre isso recordados. Temos aqui um caso ainda mais grave, se calhar que não sabem. Ai, tem que ser assim, é assim. São as câmaras, não é? São as câmaras. Reparem o que acontece no poder local, nos municípios. Temos 308 municípios e só 29, sabe eu? 29 são geridos por mulheres. E um caso ainda mais, e não reparem que desde 2015 até agora nada mudou. Vocês sabem que só existem 7 municípios em Portugal que têm mais homens do que mulheres? Alguém sabia isso? 4 no Alentejo, 1 no Algarve e 2 nos Açores. Mas somos geridos apenas e só por homens. Será que o problema é deles ou é nosso? É uma questão que se pode colocar. 308 municípios, só 7 têm mais homens do que mulheres. 4 no Alentejo, como voltei a dizer, 1 no Algarve e 2 nos Açores. Geridos sempre. Nós olhamos e temos sempre, como é executivo, como é um cargo, é gerido efetivamente por homens. E não vão dizer que as mulheres não querem. Eu posso dizer que eu queria muito ser candidata a uma Câmara muito difícil e não me deixaram. Porque eu queria. Depois dizem, elas não querem. Não, as que querem não vão. As que não querem são convidadas. E isto eu digo aqui e digo em todo lado. Eu já estou naquela fase que já posso dizer aquilo que quero. Pronto. Eu sempre disse. Pronto. Estou quase. I know you are, but I'm Portuguese, ok. Bom, depois tinha ali a representação também. E agora com isto, bom. Já repararam que o futuro não é muito promissor, porque nada alterou. Enfim. Vamos então para outras instâncias do poder, que estas vocês conhecem muito bem. Ai, é assim, estou habituada. Outras instâncias do poder, e é o slide que vem a seguir, que isto agora é complicado. E aqui não há melhor. Agora vou já pôr aqui. Desculpem. Devia vir com isto de outra forma preparado. Conselho Superior da Defesa Nacional, temos uma Ministra de Defesa, temos 94,7% de homens. Conselho de Estado, 83,3% de homens. Supremo Tribunal de Justiça, 70% de homens. Tribunal Constitucional, 69,2% de homens. Conselho Nacional de Educação, pasmem-se, maioritariamente mulheres. Doutoradas, mulheres. Professoras, mulheres. Eu também sou professora. E temos no Conselho Nacional de Educação 64,1% de homens. Conselho Económico e Social, 62,3% homens. Conselho Superior do Ministério Público. Essa eu não percebi porque é que este aqui está quase equilibrado. Deve ser alguma coisa que os homens provavelmente não querem. Não sei. E peço desculpas porque isso eu não percebo. Está bem? Esta é só uma parte que eu agora fiz. Isto foi da esquerda para a direita, tem os valores. Estou mesmo a terminar. São tudo dados que eu trouxe. Em Portugal, a Lei número 62 de 2017, de 1 de agosto, estabelece o regime de representação equilibrada entre mulheres e homens nos órgãos da administração e fiscalização das entidades no setor público e empresarial das empresas cotadas em bolsa. Eu aqui vou adiantar para ser mais rápida. As empresas já têm quase a paridade nos seus órgãos. Mais mulheres na área da fiscalização do que na parte executiva. Pois é no poder local, pois é naqueles que nós é que fazemos as leis, que são os políticos, é que nós não conseguimos ter a paridade. Há aqui qualquer coisa de muito estranho, porque nós obrigamos as empresas cotadas em bolsas fazem esse trabalho, mas depois na nossa área política o poder local altera. Também tem os dados, porque já me estão a dizer, se repararem, tem aqui, e a lei de 2017 diz que tinha que haver uma representação balanceada entre homens e mulheres, neste caso 40% de um dos géneros, não é para mulheres, um dos géneros, e vocês sabem também. O setor empresarial do Estado, nos órgãos de administração, temos 59,7% são homens. Nos órgãos de fiscalização é equilibrado, também não percebo porque é que o órgão de fiscalização, normalmente nos orçamentos são sempre as mulheres, mas depois na fiscalização já são as mulheres. Bom, setor empresarial local, órgãos da administração pública, temos mais mulheres na administração pública, eu tenho esses dados todos, pois 68,2% são geridos por homens também. E temos mais mulheres na administração pública. Bom, eu agora vou mesmo terminar dizendo. Slide 14. Agora está em inglês, para quem está. Hoje a igualdade entre mulheres e homens é considerada em todo o mundo uma questão de direitos humanos, uma condição de justiça social indispensável para que as sociedades se tornem mais modernas e mais equilibradas. A igualdade de género é um requisito essencial para o desenvolvimento e para a paz nos países democráticos. Ela é condição sine qua non para o efetivo e pleno exercício de cidadania. A participação das mulheres fortalece a democracia e é, portanto, uma ameaça para os líderes autoritários. A democracia enfraquece sempre que uma mulher política é silenciada ou é criticada. A sua aparência, ou quando a participação política de uma pessoa oriunda de uma minoria sexual é impedida de ser questionada. É crucial analisar as normas, estruturas e causas profundas que impedem a conquista da igualdade de género nas nossas sociedades. À semelhança do que acontece na área específica da promoção de igualdade de género, também a atividade pública, em geral, ainda é considerada, em muitas partes do mundo, como um negócio dos homens, no qual as mulheres têm muita dificuldade em participar ou mesmo aceder. Isto não é coisas mesmo para mulheres. É muito importante identificar como as normas, crenças e estruturas impactam na forma discriminatória a participação política das mulheres. E há que estabelecer que tipo de barreiras enfrentam aqueles que estão sujeitos à discriminação e não apenas com base no género, mas também com base na idade, deficiência, orientação sexual, origem étnica ou localização geográfica. Para terminar, deixem-me agora mencionar uma barreira mais subtil, mas igualmente prejudicial à igualdade de género. A ideia de igualdade de género é usada às vezes como uma espécie de marca, de um crachá, que confere aos discursos e narrativas uma aparência mais moderna e progressista. Enquanto aqueles, e por vezes aquelas, também há aquelas, que evocam esta causa, pouco fazem ou contribuem para remover os obstáculos que impedem a sua materialização. Por isso vos peço, parafraseando J.F. Kennedy, por favor, não perguntem o que a igualdade de género pode fazer por vocês. Perguntem o que vocês podem fazer para materializar direitos iguais para homens e mulheres. Muito obrigada a todos.
Thank you, Lina, for this extensive elaboration on the figures in Portugal. Let's go over to Poland. Alexander, we prepared some questions, and the first question was in fact about trends and percentages. You have extensive experience in public law and now in the Council of Europe. What developments do you see?
Thank you very much. Obrigado. Yes. Obrigado. First of all, many thanks to the President, to Madam Fernanda de Almeida Pinheiro, sorry. Madam President, thank you very much. Madam President, Madam Konopacka, thank you very much for inviting me here. I will start a very personal way. I must say that you took the most precious woman from Council of Europe, Madam Anna Cristina Delgado. She used to work in the Council of Europe, and we've met there. And thank you very much for your hospitality, because when coming here, I broke my glasses, and those one are the present. Thank you very much. I can see everything, and apparently it suits me. Okay, thank you very much. Dear colleagues, I can say dear colleagues for many reasons. Not because I'm the senator, not because I'm the president of the biggest group in Council of Europe, which deals, as you probably know, with the human rights, democracy, rule of law, mostly. And this is very precious organization for Poland in those very dark times for our country, with the very, very, very right and conservative government. But I can say colleagues because myself, I'm an advocate. My father was advocate, but the most important, my mother was very, very good advocate. So, so I have in my veins women, strong women advocates. And let me tell you one thing. Many years ago, I was faced in United States in one of the largest network of lawyers. In United States, I faced something like, no, I didn't face. I was among 400 lawyers, you know, very tough American lawyers who really struggle. By the way, do you remember the oldest joke? What is 400 lawyers in the middle of Atlantic on the sinking boat. I don't know either, but it starts well. So, and then it was the judge of the Supreme Court who entered that cell, that place. And till today, I feel this impact. This woman came and all those tough lawyers suddenly really the silence. And then I felt that there is no difference between the gender, but this is somebody who is strong, who can achieve, and doesn't matter whether this is woman, man, this is the power. And I strongly believe that you can achieve this. Speaking, I would like to start and introduce few figures. I'm not so well prepared as my colleague, but about politics in Poland, and also I have some figures concerning the highest ranked countries in Europe with the participation of women in the top how to say top level of in the top management, and this is the rank based on people who are in the commercial register with at least 10 workers in the company, and with the 2 million turnover per year. And the big surprise is 20% of women in the management. Which country? Bosnia, previous Yugoslavia. Second, Serbia, previous Yugoslavia. Third, Croatia, previous Yugoslavia. Then Poland, Hungary, Slovenia, Slovakia, Czech, so all communist countries. Huge surprise that I just received these figures, and I was surprised because I was absolutely I was sure to find Scandinavian countries. So 20% for Bosnia, 17% for Poland, Norway, the first country, not post-communist, 13, Denmark, Sweden, Germany, 9. Sorry. Sorry, Netherlands. Netherlands is it's not even ranked. Sorry, and Great Britain, 4%. 4%. I cannot interpret those figures, but it is surprising to know. Now, just few words about the politics, and I would like to pay the tribute now to, sorry for the pronunciation, but this is absolutely tough work always when pronouncing Icelandic names. Vigdis Finnbogadóttir, the first president-elected woman on the world in Iceland, 1980. I would like to pay the tribute to Margaret Thatcher, 11 years, starting from 1979. In Poland, we are proud that we were one of the first countries to give the possibility for women to vote, 1918. The first prime minister, 91, 92, professor of law. Then later she was the Minister of Justice, Madame Suchocka, who now is the member of Venice Commission. Last parliament, the president of the previous parliament was Madame Kidawa-Błońska from my party. Now is from the leading party, Madame Witek. So we have we introduced this this possibility, and this it's not the law, but in Poland we are trying to have a woman, or as the president of Senate, or as the president of Sejm. This is not inscribed in the law. This is our achievement, and I must say, even this government, very right wing, they obey to this mayor costume, and the percentage of women in our parliament. So the average is 28%. And here you can see the difference between conservatives and then other parties, because in this conservative party, this is only 23. Our party, which is center left, it's 38, and the socialist, congratulations, colleague, 39. So what we have as the declaration, and we are, I mean, in our party, the leading party of opposition, what we are doing is first that in the constituency, if man is number 1, 2 must be women. If this is vice versa, this is vice versa. In the list in Warsaw, where I'm presenting myself, the first very well-known politician, Donald Tusk, who used to be the president of Europe recently, but then 5 women are the next one. And I would like to end with something which is, of course, very close to my heart. This is the oldest human rights organization, as I said, on the world, in Europe, of course. Parliamentary Assembly of Council of Europe. And we passed the resolution 2 years ago. Gender representation in the Parliamentary Assembly. There is, roughly speaking, 35% of women represented in the Parliament, in the Council of Europe. And now, what we introduce is that if the national delegation is composed of less than 30%, I know this figure is not satisfactory, but I strongly believe that this is first step toward what I am going to tell you later. Then the delegation that is composed less than 30% of women is blocked and must be changed. So this is very serious step now. And to the 2025, which is very close, must be 40%, unless the delegation is going to be excluded. As well, all the functions, I must say now, out of 3 most important functions in Council of Europe, 2 are women. The Secretary General of the whole Assembly is the lady Maria Buric from Croatia. The Secretary General of Parliamentary Assembly, this is the second pillar of our organization, is a Greek lady. And only one man from Netherlands. Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope that could help. Thank you very much.
Alexander, thank you. Well, we have to also consider lunch, but not after, because Teresa, you've been waiting for some time now. Please give me your views on what has been said already, and maybe some extra.
Thank you very much, Bas. Just to say that I'm supposed to speak in Portuguese. Sorry, because I'm in Portugal and I'm Portuguese, and we have excellent translators. Então, o meu nome é Teresa Fragoso, eu estou aqui enquanto Secretária Nacional das Mulheres Socialistas e já aqui foi dito da importância também dos partidos para estes temas, mas também fui Presidente da Comissão para a Cidadania e Igualdade de Género, que é o organismo público que promove as políticas de igualdade entre mulheres e homens e, portanto, também a minha experiência enquanto mulher líder na administração pública. Mas queria, antes de mais, agradecer o convite à senhora bastonária e à senhora Presidente da FPE e, naturalmente, cumprimentar os meus colegas e a colega de mesa e todas as pessoas presentes. E gostava de dizer, a Lina já apresentou muitos dos números e, portanto, gostava de me focar um pouco nas boas práticas. O que é que pode ajudar a que mais mulheres, neste caso mais mulheres, porque é o sexo representado. O que é que pode ajudar a que mais mulheres cheguem aos lugares a que têm direito, porque são metade da população, são, em Portugal, o maior número de pessoas com ensino superior na sociedade e, portanto, têm as competências, houve investimento de dinheiros públicos na sua educação, na aquisição das suas competências e depois elas não são devidamente usadas porque não lhes é dada a oportunidade por razões várias. O colega da Polónia, Alexander, dizia que ficou surpreendido quando países recentes, como a Bósnia ou a Croácia, tinham mais mulheres na liderança do que países que nós imaginaríamos que teriam essas características mais vincadas. Da minha percepção, muitas vezes o que acontece é que quando os sistemas são antigos e estão muito enraizados ou são pesados, países como a Alemanha, países como o Reino Unido, é mais difícil promover a mudança. Portanto, há mais resistência, porque os sistemas estão muito estabilizados e enraizados. Portanto, as mulheres, neste caso, que são quem estão subrepresentadas, têm que se unir e têm que se unir também aos homens. E há aqui um fator, o que é que são boas práticas? A legislação, a Lina falou um pouco disso, as chamadas cotas. Há quem comente, a meritocracia, mas se fosse por meritocracia, as mulheres estavam lá. Porque quando é por exames neutros, cegos, as mulheres entram nas faculdades com as melhores notas, se candidatam a bolsas, elas entram. O problema é quando os sistemas não são por mérito, são por hábito, por proximidade, por relações, redes que se criam nos momentos de lazer. E, portanto, é do ser humano, eu vou chamar a mim quem é parecido comigo. Portanto, se não houver sistemas que interrompam esta dinâmica de vou juntar a mim quem eu já conheço e quem é meu amigo, as mulheres que não estão lá dificilmente vão conseguir aderir ou chamar as suas amigas. Bom, portanto, uma das questões que era colocada era se as cotas têm vantagens ou desvantagens. Eu só lhe vejo vantagens, porque por mais desvantagens que se lhes veja, é o único mecanismo que até agora tem provado fazer a diferença num mais curto espaço de tempo. Porque sempre que se tenta a autorregulação, volto à questão dos sistemas já estarem instituídos, serem pesados, a autorregulação raramente produz efeitos duradouros e significativos. Daí a importância de legislação e de cotas para realmente promover esta diferença. E esta diferença, a promoção da igualdade entre mulheres e homens, é benéfica também para os homens, porque é benéfica para a sociedade como um todo, que quem está nas lideranças represente mais fidedignamente as diferentes percepções, perspectivas, experiências da população. E, portanto, se só um sexo está representado, essas decisões vão ser mais pobres, vão ser menos diversas, menos inovadoras, porque é mais do mesmo, não é? Não traz inovação. Portanto, ter mulheres na liderança nesta fase em que isso ainda é uma minoria, é bom para a sociedade e para as decisões como um todo. Muitas vezes os homens também não veem que este tema da igualdade seja para eles. Eles até podem achar, não, eu quero que as minhas filhas, ou a minha mulher, ou as minhas irmãs tenham igualdade, mas não percebem como a forma estrutural de desigualdade em que a sociedade está assente também os prejudica a eles, desde logo, na inibição da expressão dos afetos e das emoções. Um homem não pode chorar em público. A sua masculinidade é posta em causa. Cada vez, mais uma vez, a legislação promove que os homens possam gozar das licenças de parentalidade com menos discriminação, mas os homens são altamente discriminados quando querem usar dos seus direitos na parentalidade. As mulheres também o são, e são principalmente depois na progressão na carreira, quando regressam ao mercado de trabalho e têm as crianças a seu cargo. A Lina perguntava há pouco, eu não sei se o problema é dos homens ou das mulheres, e eu, da minha experiência, o problema é da sociedade. É um problema estrutural. Os homens e as mulheres são educados de raiz a perpetuar o sistema como ele está. E ou nós questionamos, e ou nós damos os dados, e ou nós sensibilizamos, legislamos, transformamos homens e mulheres lado a lado, ou tudo ficará igual. E, para além da questão dos afetos e das emoções a que os homens estão claramente inibidos, frase clássica em português, penso que em inglês também, um homem não chora. Em crianças, diz isto às crianças, uma criança cai, se for um menino, não pode exprimir as emoções, quer dizer, isso é uma limitação à expressão de um ser humano, é quase uma limitação de um direito humano, exprimir as suas emoções. E, portanto, os homens não só perdem aí, como depois perdem nestas culturas patriarcais, vou dizer machistas, que incentivam a que não só não expressem as emoções, mas que expressem poder pelo domínio, o domínio do outro homem e o domínio das mulheres. E, se necessário, pela expressão da agressividade e até da violência. E isso faz com que os níveis de violência doméstica sejam o que são em todo o mundo. Não é só nos países não democráticos, nos europeus, a violência doméstica, a violência contra as mulheres. Aliás, o Conselho da Europa tem uma convenção, a Convenção de Istambul, exatamente sobre este tema, porque ele é uma calamidade. E depois o problema é estrutural, e não me vou alongar mais, o problema é estrutural porque as mulheres são vistas como tendo menor valor social. O papel das mulheres face ao dos homens na sociedade é visto como tendo menor valor social. E isso depois reflete-se no mercado de trabalho, em que recebem menos, em média na União Europeia menos 15%. Então é assim, vocês são iguais, são seres humanos, uns são homens, uns são mulheres, mas vocês valem um bocadinho menos, valem menos 15%, um bocadinho mais para ali, um bocadinho menos para ali. E, portanto, nós, homens e mulheres, crescemos numa sociedade que subtilmente, ou nem tão subtilmente, nos continua a educar para acreditarmos que as mulheres valem menos. 15% no caso do europeu, noutros países ainda valem menos do que os homens. O que legitima a que sejam discriminadas, o que legitima a que os homens exerçam poder e até violência sobre elas, porque eles valem mais. O que eles decidem é que vale. E elas acatam, são submissas e obedecem. Não é? E, portanto, é estrutural, não é um problema dos homens e das mulheres, é um problema da sociedade. E enquanto homens e mulheres não tiverem consciência e não tivermos role models, modelos, homens e mulheres com um discurso e um comportamento diferente e promotor da igualdade, seja em todos os níveis, seja na tomada de decisão, seja na política, seja na justiça, seja nos cuidados sociais e familiares, porque também aqui a assimetria é enorme, as mulheres é que têm o grosso da fatia dos cuidados da família e das tarefas domésticas, o grosso, eu não digo que eles não façam, mas são os dados estatísticos em todo o mundo. No entanto, é uma área que não é remunerada. Portanto, elas já são discriminadas no mercado de trabalho porque ganham menos e depois ainda são áreas que não são remuneradas. E, portanto, o desafio é este, legislação ajuda, ter pessoas nesses lugares que tenham um comportamento diferente ajuda, portanto, temos que ajudar homens e mulheres com outro tipo de discurso, outro tipo de prática a chegarem a esses lugares e temos que transformar o pensamento, os chamados estereótipos, este valor social diferenciado que é atribuído ao papel ocupado por homens e mulheres e permitir que quer homens, quer mulheres ocupem vários papéis, todos aqueles que os seus talentos, as suas competências lhes permitam tomar na sociedade. Os homens são ótimos pais, as mulheres são ótimas líderes, não temos que limitar a expressão e as competências das pessoas na nossa sociedade se queremos que ela evolua. Obrigada.
Well, dear panelists from left and right, I all get signals that lunch is waiting for us. So I'm very sorry that we cannot take a lot of questions from the hall. But if there's one or two, we take that on right now. Yes. You need a microphone first.
Hi, I just wanted to follow after what Dr. Teresa said. In your opinion, do you think this is also a cultural issue within certain areas of certain countries? In terms of education, perhaps the population is an elderly population that is used to old ways, because I think from my experience or my small experience in major cities, it's more equal in terms of difference between men and women. So yeah, the new generation. So perhaps if we start working on remote regions of each country, perhaps we would achieve another level of equality. But I wanted to know what the panel would say about that.
I want to give one of you the floor to answer this question because 3 is too much. Teresa, you have your finger on.
Your question, it is definitely a cultural and historical situation. And unfortunately, I'm in English.
Go ahead.
I'll answer to you in English. Unfortunately, it's pervasive throughout the world. The thing is, you have a difference in degree. In some areas of the world, the asymmetry between men and women is huge. In other areas of the world is smaller, but it's always there, the asymmetry. So this is historically and culturally linked. So we need to change these structures that are so ingrained in our society, in our patterns of thinking, in our day-to-day practices. I used to say, I don't mind if a man opens the door of the car to let me in, but I do mind if his next step in his mind is to open me the door of the kitchen. Not that I mind to cook. I don't mind to cook, but I want him to cook as well. And I want him to allow me to drive the car as well. So depends. Maybe one day he's tired. Maybe one day I'm tired. I'll drive today. You cook today. So this is what we need to start changing instead of thinking that people are frozen in this behavior. Women can only take care of children and cook and men drive and go to the office outside the house. We are in 21st century. So yes. But the new generations, you said, and areas of the world and the elderly versus the younger ones, let me tell you from my experience, I'm not too old and not too young. And from my experience, the older you get, the more into the old patterns you get. This is a reality in most countries, in Portugal for sure. Men and women are very liberal when they're young and they're very equal. The moment they start to form a family, oh, we don't marry, we don't go to church, but they have children and they fall into the same patterns that they saw their parents doing and their grandparents doing. That's how they were educated. And unless we raise awareness, we raise consciousness, we show the numbers, we give tools to change, they will fall into the exact same patterns. And women tend to say, I'm not a feminist. We are equal. The moment they get into the labor market and they have children, then they come back and say, I'm not sure if I'm a feminist, but I still think that quotas are useful because they see the obstacles, because the society continues to expect them to raise the children. The bigger task is on them, on their back. So if they want to also have a career, they have to fight double as men to progress in their careers. And usually they only reach in their elderly years because their children are already grown up and they finally have the room. But you know what? Then they'll soar, because for many years they were swimming up a stream. Everything was obstacle. So they're very powerful now and they're very wise and they soar. So give us the room, we'll soar.
Thank you all. Thank you all. I'm very sorry we have to stop now because I think we could have gone on talking for a long time. Off to lunch. Yeah.
Sim, senhor Jorge. Hello, good afternoon. I will please take your seats. Okay, okay. Sí. Right, we have to start. Thanks. So we made a little exchange in the program, and we are going to start this part of the day and the work with the panel, The Future for Women, Leaders in Law is Bright. And to think about it and make a presentation, I will call Senhora Doutora Maria Clara Sotomayor from Portugal, and Supreme Court Judge and a former Constitutional Court Judge. Welcome.
Agora o PowerPoint, como é que se faz? Sim, sim. E aqui? Como é que se faz? A ponta está ali do lado, não é? É para ali. Sempre na direção do nosso engenheiro. Passou. Não. Faz. Não passou. Não passou.
Do lado. Doutora, do lado primeiro e depois para a frente.
Boa tarde a todos e a todas. Good afternoon. Em primeiro lugar, quero agradecer à senhora bastonária, a doutora Fernanda Almeida Pinheiro, o convite que me dirigiu para estar aqui presente, para partilhar as minhas reflexões sobre os tribunais e as mulheres na justiça, e também felicitar todos os participantes pelo vosso interesse e pela vossa presença nesta reflexão e neste debate. Eu apresento o PowerPoint em inglês para quem não entender a língua portuguesa e depois falarei português para as pessoas presentes. As decisões, eu sou juíza num tribunal coletivo, no Supremo Tribunal de Justiça português, fui também juíza num tribunal constitucional. Sou oriunda das universidades, portanto eu fiz carreira académica e depois apresentei-me num concurso público em 2010 para o Supremo Tribunal de Justiça, onde exerço funções desde 2012. E as minhas reflexões vão ser gerais, não se vão reportar à minha experiência em particular, mas àquilo que desde que entrei para um tribunal coletivo me questionei sobre isto. E vou colocar-vos também essas questões. Num tribunal coletivo temos secções e depois temos o pleno do tribunal. E as decisões são tomadas em coletivos, que podem ser de 3 juízes ou podem ser de um grupo maior de juízes, isto no Supremo Tribunal de Justiça. No Tribunal Constitucional as secções são de 5 juízes e o pleno de 13 juízes, o plenário. A minha questão foi sempre esta. As mulheres entraram em Portugal só recentemente para a magistratura. A carreira estava vedada às mulheres. Só a partir de 1974 é que temos mulheres a fazer carreira na magistratura. Na primeira instância e nos tribunais da relação temos já, na primeira instância, uma maioria de mulheres. Na relação penso que o número será equivalente, mas no Tribunal Superior, no Supremo Tribunal de Justiça, continuamos a ter uma minoria de cerca de 30% neste momento de mulheres. Quando eu entrei éramos apenas 4 ou 5 mulheres, num total de 57 juízes. Portanto, era um número inferior a 10%.
atualmente ronda os 30%. Mas a minha questão não residia na quantidade de mulheres presentes, mas na questão de saber se uma mulher tem a mesma oportunidade que um homem de defender a sua posição, de fazer valer os seus argumentos para determinar a solução de um caso ou a fundamentação da decisão. Porque a discriminação não se mede só pela quantidade de homens e mulheres presentes, mede-se também pela própria cultura e socialização em que todos fomos educados e em que todos vivemos. E, portanto, a sociedade tem a expectativa de que as mulheres, quando vão para um tribunal coletivo superior, consigam defender perspectivas que antes não tinham sido tão veiculadas, não tão debatidas, que sejam novas. A democracia pretende ser enriquecida com os dois géneros. Não se pretende que as mulheres repitam os estilos vigentes nas instituições até o momento em que elas entraram, porque se limitarem a repetir esses estilos, então estão a fazer o mesmo papel que fazem os homens, não estão a inovar. E, portanto, a minha reflexão foi sempre isto: o que é que eu tenho que fazer para tornar esta instituição mais democrática? Não para fazer valer os meus pontos de vista individualmente, para ganhar um debate, porque não é uma questão pessoal, é uma questão que, em democracia, o género que até agora foi excluído da instituição tem uma responsabilidade grande na mudança dessa instituição. Estes são os números. No Supremo Tribunal, neste momento, temos 18 mulheres para 53 juízes no total, homens e mulheres, portanto cerca de 30%. No Tribunal Constitucional, em 13 juízes, 4 são mulheres, portanto aqui é inferior a 30% a percentagem, sendo que neste momento uma das mulheres renunciou e, portanto, temos 9 homens e 3 mulheres, 25%, portanto, de mulheres. O Tribunal Constitucional, só para esclarecer, portanto, quem não está familiarizado com a ordem jurídica portuguesa, não se insere na hierarquia dos tribunais judiciais, é um tribunal autónomo que concentra a sua atividade no conhecimento das questões de constitucionalidade, de natureza constitucional. Vou-me então reportar em particular ao Tribunal Constitucional, e pela importância que o debate democrático tem nas sessões plenárias em que se discute, por exemplo, a constitucionalidade de uma lei que tem relevo para os direitos fundamentais dos cidadãos e para os direitos fundamentais das mulheres. Vamos supor a lei do aborto, da maternidade de gestação, do casamento entre pessoas do mesmo sexo, da lei da identidade de género, da educação sexual nas escolas, direitos de segurança social, as pensões das pessoas idosas, os cortes salariais, cuja constitucionalidade foi também discutida no tempo da chamada crise da Troika, a lei dos metadados, lei laboral, direitos de habitação. É importante que este debate seja democrático, seja participado, e é também importante para a democracia que todas as perspectivas sejam igualmente ponderadas e ouvidas no processo de tomada de uma decisão. E o que eu pergunto a mim própria é: as mulheres juízas são ouvidas nestes debates coletivos? Têm igual chance de fazer valer as suas opiniões, os seus pontos de vista, de influenciar as decisões e os seus fundamentos? Os cidadãos têm o direito à igualdade entre juízes e juízas e à democracia nos tribunais superiores e, portanto, é um valor de interesse público, não é aqui qualquer questão pessoal de debate entre homens e mulheres, é que há um interesse público que haja igualdade entre homens e mulheres nos tribunais superiores. As audições e o funcionamento dos tribunais plenos não são públicas em Portugal, portanto ninguém tem acesso aos debates e às discussões. Nós, os juízes, também estamos vinculados ao dever de reserva sobre isso. No entanto, eu acho importante que a sociedade pense nisto e que fale sobre esta preocupação de haver igualdade de género nos debates quando são tomadas decisões em coletivo nos tribunais superiores. E quero, evidentemente, sensibilizar o público para isto, porque estas questões não são, evidentemente, transparentes. Começarei, então, uma vez que em Portugal não há estudos empíricos sobre estas questões, e é tudo muito na base da impressão pessoal, e não queria aqui também reduzir o debate a isso, porque ele é muito mais amplo. Investigações na área da psicologia e da linguística, feitas nos Estados Unidos, demonstraram que as mulheres são muito mais interrompidas pelos homens do que o contrário, e até do que aquilo que os homens se interrompem entre eles. Quer seja uma conversação pessoal, quer seja em grupos, seja no trabalho, ou também em situações sociais. E agora pergunto, isto por até em preconceito inconsciente dos homens. E eu agora pergunto, esta interrupção masculina é usada também nos debates judiciais, nos tribunais superiores, ou não? Uma pergunta para pensarmos. E vou falar-vos não vou falar de experiências particulares, mas dos resultados de um estudo empírico norte-americano. Nos Estados Unidos, as audições no Supremo Tribunal são públicas e ficam gravadas. E, portanto, foi possível analisar as transcrições dessas gravações e calcular o número de interrupções que sofrem as juízas mulheres e o número de interrupções que sofrem os juízes homens. E este estudo examinou as transcrições de 15 anos de debates de argumentos feitos, portanto, oralmente no Supremo Tribunal norte-americano, que será mais ou menos o equivalente também às funções do nosso Tribunal Constitucional. E o estudo demonstrou que as mulheres não têm uma igual oportunidade de serem ouvidas no mais alto tribunal. Continuando, esse estudo norte-americano calculou que, analisando as intervenções de todos os participantes nos debates, não vou falar agora dos advogados, porque os advogados também têm intervenção aqui. Os advogados também interrompem muito mais as mulheres, as juízas mulheres, do que os juízes homens, embora lhes esteja vedado interromper uns e outros, mas não vou falar da diferença entre profissões. Vou falar interpares, porque a mim parece-me que é essencial para que um tribunal funcione de forma democrática que haja uma rigorosa igualdade e respeito interpares. Não pode haver ali ninguém que seja posto de parte, que não seja ouvido, mesmo até supondo que as opiniões que são veiculadas por um determinado juiz ou juíza são, digamos, fora da caixa, menos consensuais. Tudo tem que ser ouvido e ponderado, é sim em democracia, e o respeito que um juiz tem por si próprio também deve ser o respeito que dá a uma juíza, ou seja, o respeito interpares entre juízes é um erro se for visto interpares masculinos. As mulheres, as juízas mulheres merecem exatamente o mesmo respeito nas suas opiniões, nos seus pontos de vista e nos seus contributos para a discussão. E o que ficou provado nos Estados Unidos é que os juízes homens do Supremo Tribunal interrompem as mulheres 3 vezes mais do que aquilo que se interrompem entre eles homens. Ou seja, o respeito pelo discurso de um homem é muito mais elevado do que 3 vezes mais elevado do que o respeito pelo discurso de uma mulher. É normal nos debates haver pessoas que falam por cima de outras, isso é humano. Ninguém está aqui a querer que não haja esse tipo de impulsos, de excessos que por vezes acontecem. Simplesmente esses excessos acontecem muito mais quando a pessoa visada é do género feminino. E, portanto, isso é discriminação. É uma valoração menor do discurso feminino e do papel das mulheres na justiça. Admito que seja uma discriminação inconsciente, mas que tem que ser debatida publicamente e tem que ser a sociedade a exigir igualdade. Por outro lado, também se demonstrou outro aspecto, é que os juízes conservadores interrompem mais, nos Estados Unidos, os juízes liberais. Portanto, 2 vezes mais do que aquilo que se interrompem entre eles conservadores. Portanto, há aqui 2 fatores de discriminação, o género e a ideologia. Outro aspecto também que eu achei interessante é que este estudo concluiu algo que me preocupa em particular. Concluiu que o facto de aumentar o número de mulheres nos coletivos, portanto no Supremo Tribunal, não fez diminuir o número de interrupções, aumentou o número de interrupções dos homens em relação ao discurso das mulheres. À medida que vão entrando mais mulheres, e portanto o estudo analisou os últimos 12 anos, 2015 para trás, e à medida que foi aumentando o número de mulheres, até hoje, que são 24%, até 2015, 24% dos membros do Supremo Tribunal até 2015, em 2015 eram mulheres, 32% das interrupções foram de mulheres, de juízas mulheres, e só 4% das interrupções foram praticadas por mulheres, quer dizer que estão a ver 32% para 4%. As mulheres sofrem muito mais interrupções feitas por homens do que os homens praticam entre eles. Ou do que as mulheres praticam em relação aos homens. Aliás, verificou-se também que o discurso das mulheres era um discurso muito mais tímido do que o dos homens. Começam as suas intervenções por dizer: eu peço desculpa, mas eu acho isto diferentemente daquele outro juiz. Portanto, de um nível de educação muito superior, que depois, com o tempo e com a experiência profissional, abandonam, porque isso dá tempo também, dá oportunidade a quem quer interromper de pôr em prática com mais eficácia as suas interrupções. Portanto, as mulheres devem abandonar essa educação excessiva no início do discurso. Foi uma conclusão também que se tirou. Outra coisa que se verificou também é que os juízes mais antigos interrompem mais os juízes mais novos, portanto é outro fator. Mas de todos estes três fatores, género, ideologia e antiguidade, verificou-se que o género é o mais forte na interrupção. E que quando o género se junta à ideologia, então o efeito ainda é mais amplo. E verificou-se também o seguinte: em 2021 foi eleita uma juíza conservadora, Barrett, e comparou-se também o número de interrupções e verificou-se o seguinte: embora ela sofresse menos interrupções do que as suas colegas liberais, ainda assim era significativamente mais interrompida do que os seus colegas do sexo masculino. Portanto, atenuou ligeiramente o facto dela ser conservadora o número de interrupções sofridas, mas ainda assim sofre muito mais interrupções do que os homens conservadores, juízes, praticam entre eles. A investigação também conclui que não é só nos tribunais, em todos os lugares de trabalho onde as mulheres começam a ter posições de domínio, posições de destaque, de responsabilidade ou direção, elas são sempre mais interrompidas do que os homens. Portanto, isto é transversal a todas as profissões e que não se provou haver sequer um único momento em que, por mais alto que fosse o estatuto da mulher, isso fosse suficiente para evitar ser interrompida. Portanto, a mulher pode adquirir o estatuto mais alto que se possa imaginar numa determinada carreira, que mesmo assim será mais interrompida do que os seus pares homens. Ou seja, o ser mulher continua a ser um fator de discriminação relevante, ainda que se trate de mulheres com poder. Portanto, neste aspecto, o futuro das mulheres não se afigura fácil, não se afigura ser progressivo, porque à medida que vão progredindo, em que o maior número de mulheres vai progredindo, encontrarão mais barreiras. Eu penso que eu trago aqui esta discussão que é norte-americana, mas gostava de alargar ao nosso país. Há necessidade de discutir esta questão sobre como funcionam os coletivos dos tribunais superiores, sobretudo do Tribunal Constitucional, em que se discutem as grandes questões do Estado de Direito Democrático. E não sou só eu a sentir esta necessidade. Recentemente houve partidos políticos que apresentaram um projeto de lei na Assembleia da República para que no Tribunal Constitucional fosse instaurada uma cota de género. Porque se verifica que não tem havido progresso. Neste momento só há 3 mulheres no Tribunal Constitucional. E as mulheres que têm renunciado têm sido substituídas por homens. Portanto, está-se até a regredir nesse aspecto. Esta lei não foi aprovada, não teve maioria na Assembleia da República, porque se entendeu que o género não era um requisito exigido pela Constituição. Portanto, supondo-se que o juiz neutro é suficiente, é homem, e que o ser mulher não é um requisito. Agora, o que se esquece aqui é os grandes princípios e os grandes valores da democracia que passam pela igualdade e não tem que estar definido na lei como um requisito de acesso a uma profissão. Não chega também a haver imposição legal de cotas, porque mesmo com um número igual ou até superior de mulheres em relação a homens, haverá sempre problemas de discriminação e de desigualdade por razões históricas que estão muito profundamente enraizadas nas instituições do nosso país e de outros países, isto é transversal. E, portanto, eu penso que aqui também será decisivo que o Presidente do Tribunal Constitucional não seja alguém que vem da política, porque sabem que o Tribunal Constitucional é composto por, quem exerce profissão aqui em Portugal sabe, não é? 10 juízes eleitos pela Assembleia da República, 3 cooptados pelos seus pares, e há uma maioria de académicos e uma minoria de juízes de carreira, 6 juízes de carreira e 7 juízes provenientes de outras profissões e muitas vezes ligados à política, ex-deputados, ex-membros de partidos políticos e, portanto, para que o Tribunal Constitucional possa garantir aos cidadãos igualdade no debate, não pode haver um presidente que tenha sido deputado e que tenha sido membro de um partido político. Não vou desenvolver mais a questão, mas penso que isto é perceptível. Aliás, o Tribunal Constitucional tem tido sistematicamente, desculpem, presidentes que não são juízes de carreira. E mesmo as próprias universidades, eu fui também académica e sei, não são instituições democráticas em relação ao género. São instituições que também sempre discriminaram e discriminam as mulheres na carreira. De forma que eu entendo que um juiz de carreira, por muitos defeitos que a comunicação social normalmente aponta, a magistratura também, de discriminação, etc., mas tem mais a tradição do que as universidades, do que os partidos políticos, tem mais a tradição do respeito pela independência dos tribunais. E a igualdade entre pares num coletivo de um tribunal é uma garantia de independência, que é um valor importantíssimo num Estado de Direito. Por outro lado, é preciso também regras dentro dos próprios tribunais, porque depende, a maneira como funciona um coletivo depende, em primeiro lugar, do papel do presidente, que orienta, dá a palavra a cada um, pode silenciar uns e dar voz a outros, e, portanto, é fundamental que haja regras internas sobre estas matérias dentro das instituições para se garantir que as mulheres conseguem ser ouvidas nos coletivos. Eu vou só referir aqui uma questão muito pequena, que é a seguinte: eu recordo, quando estava no Tribunal Constitucional, havia um colega homem que eu começava a dizer a primeira palavra da frase, mesmo quando era a altura da votação, e já estava a falar por cima de mim, sempre, em todas as sessões plenárias. Esse mesmo colega e outro, quando uma outra colega tomava a palavra, não a interrompiam, porque ela era da mesma área política, mas imediatamente descartavam de ouvir o discurso dela e falavam um com o outro. Isto em todas as sessões. Havia depois outros problemas, e nomeadamente a forma como as reuniões eram geridas e orientadas eram altamente discriminatórias. Mas o próprio comportamento espontâneo verificado ali era também ele ostensivamente discriminatório, embora depois os homens neguem sempre, e as próprias mulheres presentes neguem sempre essa discriminação. Eu pergunto, no fim, isto: who guards the guardian? Quem guarda o guardador? Porque eu, quando estive no Tribunal Constitucional, pensei, quem é que vai fiscalizar o que se passa dentro destas reuniões e dentro deste tribunal? Não há nenhuma entidade acima do Tribunal Constitucional que eu possa fazer. O Conselho Superior de Magistratura, os conselhos, também não têm aqui qualquer influência na organização deste tribunal. Só os cidadãos, só a democracia é que pode exigir igualdade entre os juízes e as juízas no Tribunal Constitucional. É uma garantia da própria democracia e da independência dos tribunais. Muito obrigada.
Thank you so much. And I will call now Kamila Kurkowska
from Poland, president and founder of the Women in Law Foundation, Mentor for Women Lawyers. Welcome. Point there, please. Okay.
Hello to everyone. It's a little bit of challenge to talk to you just after lunch, but I hope that I will be able to make you interested in my speech. Dear ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, beautiful people, thank you. Thank you for joining me today as we gather to discuss a topic of great importance. The future for women leaders in law is bright. Before moving on to what the future of women in legal industry might be, I would like to pause for a moment on what it is today. We meet today among European female leaders in the legal industry. Have you, or maybe you, or maybe you, felt discriminated against because you are a woman? Have you or your female colleague from law school, law firm, or the institution you work for not been promoted or given a rise just because they were women? I don't know the answer to what is the scale of the discrimination against women lawyers in Europe, but I do know what it's like in Poland. I'm sure that there are countries in Europe where the situation of women lawyers is better, but I also know that there are countries where it is even worse. For the sake of that moment, let's assume that Poland is somewhere in the middle. 2 years ago, as the Women in Law Foundation, together with the Polish Association of Corporate Lawyers and PwC Legal, we conducted a survey among Polish women lawyers. Among almost 600 women lawyers responded to us. What were the key data and conclusions of the report? You can see it on the slide, but I will read it because I think that it is very important. 85%, I repeat, 85% of women in legal industry have experienced a diminishing of their competences due to their gender. 85%. 71% feel that being a woman negatively impacts decisions regarding their career progression. 49%, almost a half, struggle to balance their professional career with personal life. 15% have endured sexual harassment at work, a painful reality for far too many. Female lawyers often encounter challenges in promotions and returning to work after maternity leave. Violations of personal boundaries are explicitly negative and should be strongly condemned and thoroughly analyzed by industry stakeholders, including bar associations. Mobbing is an issue that more than half of Polish female lawyers have encountered, and it is particularly prevalent among younger professionals. However, the most alarming statistics is that 85% of female lawyers feel that their expertise is diminished due to their gender, with 1/3 believing that this occurs frequently or very frequently. Have you ever asked yourself what it is like in your country? Sexual harassment remains a sensitive and painful issue, often manifesting not only as physical aggression, but also in subtle forms such as patronizing remarks or chauvinistic jokes. While 15% of respondents reported experiencing sexual harassment at work, I must acknowledge that 85% have not faced such violations. This is where I would like to stop for a moment. I have presented the results of this survey to various audiences. I have been invited by local bar associations to show the results of the study. And do you know what was I often been asked for the organizers? Kamila, Could you please not bring up the subject of sexual harassment and bullying in our industry? Shocking? Not for me anymore. I'm used to it. I have the impression that many people still believe that if we don't speak about something, it doesn't exist. Our duty as leaders in the legal industry is to set high standards, explicitly oppose inappropriate behavior, and build trust within our industry. I firmly believe that until we stand up in the truth and say out loud what problems women lawyers have, in my opinion, not only in Poland, but in Europe in general, or in the world, we will not be able to build a healthy, stable, and respectable legal industry. Therefore, before I talk about the future, I want to say out loud how it is and what we, women, have to face. So what should be the future? Should be bright, of course, but how could we get there? I'm a big supporter and even a fan of mentoring. The Women in Law Foundation is currently in its 4th edition of a mentoring program aimed at young female lawyers. The mentors are experienced female and male lawyers. Over the past 4 years, almost 200 young female lawyers have already benefited from the program, and we have trained a total of 350 mentees and mentors. The mentoring program has also become a platform for building relationships, sharing experiences, and making friends in legal industry. In my opinion, this is how we should approach building and developing the legal industry in Europe and fostering empathetic leadership, which is still lacking in law firms or in in-house legal departments. Mentorship should be systematic and widely accessible. It is our responsibility to keep pushing the change and advocating for a brighter future for women in legal profession. We must be leaders of change, setting the example for the entire legal community. In my opinion, it is mentoring that it is a great tool to change and empower women lawyers. In closing, I want to leave you with the message: the future for women lawyers in law is indeed bright. By addressing the challenges head-on, we can shape a profession where competence and dedication, not gender, determine success. Together, we can make a difference and pave the way for a more inclusive, diverse, and equitable legal profession in the whole Europe. Perhaps the answer to the question of what the future of women lawyers in Europe should be is to create a space for mentoring at European level. At this point, I smile not only to the organizers of this event, but to each and every person here individually. Please think about it. I leave open the question: how can we benefit from each other's knowledge, experience, and relationships? Thank you for your attention, and let us work together to make this bright future a reality. Obrigada.
So, right now, we are going to discuss overcoming barriers to female leadership. And for thinking about it and thinking with us, I will call Coral Hill from United Kingdom, solicitor, editor-in-chief of Legal Women magazine. Please welcome. Just here first, next, you have to point there.
And then they turn it off.
Yes.
Right, thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm absolutely delighted to be here, and I've been having a brilliant time. All the people I've been meeting and all the talks that I've been listening to. I'm really pleased, let me just put on my first slide, I think, which just shows, this is the magazine which I founded 2.5 years ago. And it was specifically to address issues of gender parity and to talk about initiatives, how we can share them with firms, and to talk about overcoming barriers. So lovely that Isa invited me here to talk specifically about that. I'll say just a little bit about myself first, and I also wanted to talk a little bit about the notion of leadership before I talked about what the barriers are and how we might overcome them. And it's brilliant that people have been mentioning some of these this morning, so some of them I'll be able to deal with quite quickly. So as it was mentioned, I'm a solicitor from England and Wales, and I qualified in the 1980s. That was a time when there were enormous barriers, I would say, to even progressing or being in a firm, let alone becoming a leader. And I found it pretty unpleasant and did decide to leave, which is one of what many, many women do. So I was one of the cohort when I was training, very first cohorts, where there were more women than men in the classes. So there were more women than men that qualified the year I qualified. And I thought, and lots of people thought this, it's just a matter of time then, because in 20 years, they'll be leaders. But that just definitely didn't happen. And much of that is because women left for all sorts of reasons, about 6 to 10 years after they qualify. Massive loss to the profession, incredibly expensive for the firms. It's really not a win-win at all. You spend a lot of money training people and then they just go. And we've been hearing this morning, I'm not going to go over all the sorts of reasons why people leave, the cultural norms issues, the direct sex discrimination, sexual harassment, etc. But what I wanted to talk about before dealing with some of the barriers was just very briefly how much the view of leadership or what it means to be a leader has changed. And I think that's something we also need to concentrate on. So the traditional view has been very much the authoritative, imposing, charismatic, louder than life and often larger than life, actual larger person, i.e. a man. And modeling on that behavior has been very, very common. So certainly when I was in practice, you would see the partner, and then there would be effectively acolytes, people who aspired to be as close to them in behavior as possible. I think that that has changed for all sorts of reasons, not just because of gender parity, but because men wanted it to change as well. Not all men wanted to lead in that way, and partly because of the whole influence of millennials and very recently because of the pandemic. So we've shifted now more to a leadership which is about facilitation and teamwork and understanding that we want different types of people working with us. We don't want people who are going to be just like us, because that doesn't give you the best team, doesn't give you the best mixture. And of course, the idea is that you wouldn't be able to acquire the best business, the best clients, if you're all in that mold. So those changes, I think it's going to be really interesting post-pandemic to see how much it still goes that way, because certainly during the pandemic, trust was enormous. It had to be, because everybody was at home. You could not micromanage your staff. So there was a very different approach, and people were valuing empathy and making sure that people were okay at home. And so it was valued as a leader to show weaknesses. Almost became a thing you had to do. This is my problem, what's yours, kind of thing. So that was unthinkable in the past. So that's an interesting change. I think one unconventional leader who I would like to quote, if I can, I'm sure you'll recognize the former New Zealand Prime Minister, Jacinda Ardern. So she gave an incredibly memorable resignation speech in her parliament. And I thought it was lovely. You can find it on YouTube. And there's a particular sentence I wanted to emphasize about her view of leadership and how she hoped she inspired people. And she said, lots of different types of leadership are possible. You can be anxious, sensitive, kind, and wear your heart on your sleeve. You can be a mother or not. You can be a Mormon or an ex-Mormon or not. You can be a nerd just on your computer, a crier, a hugger. You can be all of those things or any of them, and you can lead. And I think it's that change of direction that I want to see, because I think so often we have this fixed idea of what a leader actually looks like. And so we don't always see the leaders who are in our midst. I think the kind of people we want to start impressing, and one of the things that I heard raised this morning, particularly I think in the first roundtable by the president of the Portuguese Union Prosecutors, was talking about how a lot of this starts at a very young age, what our perception is of being a leader and what it means. I just love this little picture of this girl with her future leader t-shirt, because it's at that age that it's, well, I'm not going to bore you with loads of statistics, but that it's shown that gender and the differences, perceived differences in gender by children is honed in already in their brains, and they already associate certain types of work, certain adjectives with men or women. And it really is, as the prosecutor was saying, at that stage, at the schools, that we need to ensure things change. And certainly in the UK, one of the most important initiatives, I think, is a school book initiative, because most of our syllabuses are books written by men, and even in the literature, it's usually a man in the book that's got the main role. There's obviously alternatives they could pick, and what they need to do and are doing is lobbying to make sure that even at that level, it's not seeping in that you can be this or you can be that. So all those things are important. Somebody also mentioned this morning just about the clear conversations one needs in your personal life with your partner. So not one person is bearing all of the hard work at home. It's impossible. If you want to bring up a family together, those tasks have to be shared, otherwise it's not going to work. And then at a very granular level, there was somebody who, Lena Lopes, who mentioned the JF Kennedy thing, what can you do for your country? And she was saying, what can you do for gender parity? And I think on a really tiny level, there's always things all of us can do. And an example, one of my favorite, is an AI robot that was developed, and it's for International Women's Day, because we know that all the firms and companies put out labels saying, oh, it's International Women's Day, we really support women, we feel your pain, etc. And what the robot does is immediately feed back their gender pay gap, which is usually pretty awful. If you really support us, give us some money, give us some promotions. So it's even those kind of things that can work. So I'm now going to come to very specific things about overcoming barriers. Some of them are huge things. I mean, changing the school syllabus is huge. Some of them are tiny, but these ones are more specific ones for a work environment, and particularly a legal work environment. And one of the reasons it's so brilliant we're all here today is that networks, women's networks, are essential. And I think someone was saying also this morning, if women are going to do the same work, then women need the same structures. And the networks that exist could be national, international of this type, but that you also need local ones so that you can actually talk to each other. And one of the reasons behind the magazine was, tell us your story. How did you deal with this? How did you deal with that? And other people can learn from it, because most people want to resolve the issue without leaving. They don't usually want to make a great big exit and so on. So you would need to find other ways of dealing with it. And I'm shocked how often I talked about this in firms, and they're kind of a bit, oh, I don't know if we need a women's network anymore. It's a bit old hat, isn't it? We've got gender parity now. And I really can't believe it. And I think it just shows how much we think having a few women, up to 30% in some firms, that's accepted as a norm, when in fact, more women than men are now solicitors. So why would it be up to 30% is enough? So that's one issue that really needs, and you need the stats, which was great seeing all these statistics this morning. You need to be able to say, you need a women's network because, and actually show them why. And it doesn't always need to be exclusive. I think male allies, and fantastic to see men both in the audience and speaking here, because all of gender parity helps all of us. It's not an us and them situation, certainly not financially and not emotionally. Most of us want to create a different world. And I think having male allies, so people who are supporting but will also speak up, and also ambassadors, if you're in a larger workplace, is important. So someone you can go along to and say, it's absolutely driving me mad because they keep saying such and such joke, they think it's dead funny, they don't appreciate it's sexist, and getting someone else just to go and talk to them about that behavior. It's very difficult to be confrontational yourself, particularly if you're 20 years junior to the person who's doing it. And you may actually respect them and think they just don't realize the impact it's having. So dealing with all those kind of inappropriate jokes, behaviors, microaggressions. So putting in structures where there are ambassadors and there are networks and there's an ability to discuss. Mentoring has been spoken about, very important, I think. Also sponsorship. If you want people to become leaders, I think some people need to be sponsored. So you actually making a commitment to 2 or 3 people thinking, they have the potential. I'm going to make sure they're in the room so that they have the possibility to continue. And I think the third thing I would mention in this way of like coaxing people along, so mentoring, sponsorship, but also coaching. And I know there's 1 or 2 coaches here today. And one of the most interesting innovations that I saw, have seen very recently, it was it was a firm I went to where I got to interview somebody who was pregnant when she moved. So they offered her the job. She said, I've discovered I'm pregnant. And they said, that doesn't matter, come anyway. And we know you'll be going on maternity leave very soon, but we will pay you your benefits, even though you don't have to do that in the UK, not unless you've been there for a certain amount of time. So she moved firm. Was told there'd be no problem because they wanted to recruit her. And in addition to that, she had a maternity leave coach. And not only did she have the coach, but her line manager, the head of department, had to have the same coach. So there was somebody actually liaising between the two, because anything can happen in that situation. For some, it's completely straightforward. You know when you want to come back and it all works to plan. For others, it isn't, or there may be other developments. But I just thought, what a brilliant idea. Rather than seeing it as her problem because she was going off to have a baby, it's also an issue for the whole department. So the head of the department needs the coach as well to talk through all these things. So I thought that was a fantastic innovation. I think another way in overcoming barriers is about networking. The traditional networking, which is certainly in the UK, heavily is around drinking and sport and is very exclusive. A lot of women don't feel comfortable in that atmosphere. And also they've got other things to do. They may have commitments. Increasingly, and this is one thing I think is very interesting in how men are also dictating changes to the firms. Certainly the young people under about 35 drink much less than older people in the UK or people above that age. And I think probably a lot of people here are aware that there is a heavy drinking culture, which we were joking about at lunchtime, but particularly with clients, it's seen as you're not joining in unless you're having an alcoholic drink. So changing that dynamic, changing what you do is important. And I think one of the ways this has really developed, and again, the pandemic did help with this, was the importance of social media. So somebody now can have a massive presence in social media and never, ever go to an after works drinks do. It's fine. But they can still be having a big influence. They can also do it by writing and other types of things. And there's been a lot of experimentation at home now, particularly because people, by home I mean in London essentially, but the UK, particularly people worrying about the well-being of staff, having something in the day and not even having it at lunchtime. They're saying, no, we're going to carve out an hour of the day when we will discuss this issue, whether it's gender parity or it's some sort of networking event. So changing everything around, really, not making it all suitable to somebody who doesn't have any things to do outside work. In terms of working from home, I think it was mentioned this morning that this may be something that will assist women because, of course, as the president of the IBA said, flexibility is key, I think, for any type of diversity in a workforce. Working from home can be a double-edged sword, because possibly if you're not visible enough, you'll be overlooked when there's an exciting case that comes in. But there are ways of working around that. And I think one of the ways, which is a really good one, is making sure that when you do go in, you really network internally. Many women concentrate on getting the work done more than they do in networking and dealing with their colleagues. And that is really fundamental to people knowing who you are. And another way of dealing with that is, if you're not in the office a lot, and it's really good for your own annual appraisal, is send an email to the head of department to say, I know we haven't seen each other very much, so I thought I'd send you a monthly email just summarizing what I've been doing this month, what I've billed, what I've achieved, etc. Works a treat because it's in writing and you've got it for yourself for dealing with it when you want to go to the appraisal. I did take my watch off here, but I didn't actually notice when I started talking. So do give me a shout if I'm going on too long, but I'm about, got another few that I want to mention. I hope that's okay. I wanted to talk also about the way you deal particularly with people who are pregnant, but it's also very true of anybody with disabilities. And I think often here people make assumptions. It's not just when you're pregnant, even just when I was younger, people made assumptions about what type of work I would want to do because I was a woman. And I think it's really important to ask. So I've been in meetings where they've said, I don't think it's fair to ask so-and-so who's 7 months pregnant whether she would take on this case. It's not about what you think. Ask her, because some people will be just dying to do it and they will be back in that office straight after or on the phone, and that's their choice. So don't assume those things. Another example was with a good friend of mine who had young children, and they thought they shouldn't ask her to go on something where she'd have to go and stay in a hotel away from her kids. She found out, she went through it and said, I can't wait to have a night away from my kids. Please let me do this. So make sure you ask, don't assume things. I also wanted to say something about voluntary work, because in all businesses, there are things that emails come around. Would anyone mind doing X? And it's usually non-billing things. And it's often those emails that go to lots of people. Statistically, it's nearly always a woman who says, okay, I'll do it. Make sure you're not doing that too much. So a good tip, I think, is if it's copied into lots of people, just wait a bit. Maybe somebody else will offer this time. I don't mean never do anything, but just be aware. And with the large firms, what they've started to do is to have systems so they actually know, obviously it's part of your billing work, non-chargeable work, but they'll know who is doing what. So it doesn't always go to the same person. And if somebody isn't doing any of the volunteer bits, then they're asked to pitch in a bit. I think this thing of ensuring that this performance versus potential, which has been talked about this morning, is also something that firms can really impact on strategically. Performance, as a lot of people have said, is something that women concentrate on. They're getting good grades, getting great results from the clients and so on. But what they often lacking, apparently, on paper is potential. And I think that's because very often they don't measure up to what is seen as a traditional leadership type ability, speaking authoritatively, loudly, going to the networking, etc., etc. And this bias is shown both by women and men when they're assessing other women. So it's something that some firms, again, have found it very useful to bring in an external HR consultant to actually look at how are we assessing this? Is it reasonable? Is it because we're thinking about this type of leader? But typically, and I think if the people who are making those decisions think about it, typically the women are being underrated for no particular reason. So I think that's another issue to really look at if you're wondering why the leadership isn't developing as quickly as you would like. I think I'd like to deal finally with the two bigger issues, which is quotas, which has been mentioned this morning or this afternoon rather. And I really liked your point about gender on the Supreme Court. And what I find interesting in the UK, there's a huge debate every now and then, but people are really against it and say, no, you don't want to be on there because you're a woman or whatever. But very often that's said anyway. So I think we should just cut it out. Let's just go for quotas. And with our Supreme Court, what annoys me is we do have a quota for Welsh judges and Scottish judges. Well, why not women? What's the difference? And we are in the same situation that we're going backwards. We had a president of a Supreme Court, Lady Hale, who was absolutely iconic, and everybody was incredibly impressed by her. She's still doing amazing work, even though she's now left. At one point, we were at 3 female judges, and now we're down to 1. And it just needs to be tackled much more directly. Having said that, I'm now delighted that the head of our judiciary is now the Lord Chief Justice, is a female. We actually need to have an act passed through Parliament because she has to be called Lord. We've never had a woman in that role in the 800 years. So the Lord Chief Justice is a woman, but hopefully that will be changing shortly. So to summarize that, I'm in favour of quotas. The other final point I wanted to make was about flexibility, which the IBA president emphasised. And I think this is fundamental for how people want to live their lives now, to have a flexible world. And I would like people to remember my idea is that your career is a marathon, is not a race. We don't all have to be a partner, have children, look after our parents, travel around the world, all in that period at around 35 to 40. Let's spread it out and have a much longer career than our parents did and enjoy our lives more fully. Thank you for listening.
We are a little bit behind schedule. So we have to run because time doesn't stop. And I will ask, please, on your presentations, we love to hear you, but you have to get it smaller, please, because really we are running out of time. We have 2 roundtables and then some amazing person to share some stories of life. And we cannot do that with short time we have. So we'll continue. And now I will ask, please, for Katarzyna Vazovics, sorry if it's not like that, from Spain. She's an advocate. She's a member of the UYA governing board, chair of the private international law committee at the Murcia Bar Association. Please welcome.
First of all, thank you very much, Andrea, for the introduction. Thank you very much, Fernanda de Almeida Pinheiro and Isabella Konopacka for the invitation and for letting me share my story of being a lawyer and being here. Statistically speaking, more women than men choose to study law, complete the degree, and then go on to continue their professional careers within public sphere, judges, court secretaries, prosecutors, and so on. It is worth nothing that among solicitors and barristers and advocates, more women register such as initially. However, the number of registered female lawyers drop incrementally as the years go by. In the world of law beyond the public sector, the situation is further complicated by the lack of the set structure and system to follow. Therefore, once women start their family life, it becomes even more difficult to stay at the top of the game professionally and financially. Maintaining family life and a career as the solicitor, barristers and advocate and so on undoubtedly create a situation in which women must make a choice. Is it worth developing the career or focused on children and family? Today, I have an honor to share my own story, but also a privilege to represent Mr. Urquiola de Palacio del Valle del Lersundi, who is very sorry for not being here today, who is the 95th president of the oldest International Association of Lawyers, UIA. The organization was established in 1927, and Mrs. Urquiola de Palacio is only the second female president in entire history. Madam President was born in the Basque Country and was brought up in matriarchal family, whereby her mother and her aunt had a history of entrepreneurship. She graduated from a prestigious Lycée Français, where equality between women and men was cultivated and highly valued. It allowed her and her sisters, who were the first female ministers in Spanish government, not to focus on any limitation later in their professional lives. For many years, Urquiola herself has been a president and vice president of Arbitrary Tribunal and International Arbitrary Tribunal in Madrid. Her approach to equality was based on the principles of inclusion of women and empowering them through involvement rather than focusing on what makes us different from men. She became the president as a result of democratic election. Mr. Urquiola has been clearing the path and modeling the role of competent members since many years prior to becoming the leader. As the president, she is actively supporting and encouraging an involvement of women on every level, creating opportunities for them. And my experience had taught me that the progress and the prosperity are achieved by building to bridge together men and women, rather than segregating ourselves into more boxes and categories. I was born in communism country in 1991. From very early in my life, I saw my grandmothers, my mother, my aunt working hard and achieving the milestones that they met on their path. In my life, I have never been taught that being a woman is an obstacle. And once I came to Spain, after graduating from university in Krakow in Poland, I started my professional career. I met a lot of women and men on my path who gave me many opportunities to work with and learn from them. What I did was my best, fully dedicated, being inspired also by my male colleagues. After that, however, I hit the wall. I ran into patriarchy when, after my specialization in civil and commercial law, I established a law with 4 Spanish female colleagues. That patriarchal law, rather, that I refer, was the fact that we struggled to establish working relationships in Murcia, southern part of Spain, with local business people, as it was very clear that they preferred to be represented by men. I was surprised to learn that, and I could not comprehend the phenomenon, and I didn't understand the reason behind it. Women were seen as more competent in family law. There was no issue there, but the existence of our firm came into question. I realized that I must reseize the situation and broaden my horizons. It allowed me to find a need for my service with Polish clients in commercial law on Spanish market. That particular aspect of my story had taught me that challenge is usually the parent of the progress and an opportunity to see the need that was not realized before. It took me 15 years to establish my position within Spanish market, nowadays with 2 law offices in 2 different provinces in Spain. During that time, many changes can be observed within the world of the law and among many other factors. These changes are driven by generational changes and global natural forces that came into play. In 2018, I became a coordinator of the section of international law in Murcia Bar Association, resulting from the democratic vote by the members of the section. The former coordinator, a man,
passed on me the role due to the fact that I had been an active member and now was my turn to contribute. What I have learned is that recognizing my limitation and adapting them is a far better way of serving my profession, to grow as a person and as a member of brilliant community. Growth and progress are born out dedication, engagement, and dialogue. The reality is that we do need men to support us to overcome our limitation and barriers, I think. For instance, as a mother, I must say that mutual support during maternity leave and bringing up children is essential in the society. More and more men are taking ownership of their paternal roles. I know many cases like that particularly, and they also lose some professional opportunities while choosing the roles of the involved fathers. Hence, the need for mutual support. The goal is being able to recognize how interconnected we are rather than focusing on the differences. Feeding the narrative of conflict, victimhood, and separation will never provide the healthy and balanced context for women to enter the world of law and stay there. In my opinion, creating the equality choice by contribution and engagement must be a way forward, not by imposing parities. A woman must acknowledge that an opportunity is an invitation to contribute in a meaningful way, the way that they work for each other, each one of us, and add value, not a result of forced norm. Both Urquiola and I, we have come to the conclusion that the key to overcoming barriers to female leadership is to create cultural and economic context where next generation have access to choices and opportunities. Let's empower each other and the next generation with modeling the philosophy of strength and connection, so the little girls of today can become the female leaders of tomorrow. Thank you for listening.
And now we are in time to compose the roundtable on the theme, the future of women leaders in legal profession. So I will call to the table Maria Dimitruk from Poland, President of the FBA New Technology Commission. No. Calling also Mariana Muniz from Portugal. She is a psychologist from MIND, Institute for Clinical and Forensic Psychology. Julie Couturier from France. She's an advocate and president of the Paris Bar Association. And Sherry Levine Wallach from USA, advocate and immediate former president for the New York State Bar Association. And now, standing by for a guest, I would like to present you someone. I would like to present to you someone that is a great person, is truly a hero. Her name is Ricardina Gutbert, and I will call her and ask you please to listen to her story. It's a very beautiful one.
Obrigada, como já disseram o nome, sou a Ricardina Gutbert, sou de São Tomé e Príncipe, aqui no papel está Cabo Verde, mas é um pequeno engano, sou de São Tomé. Lá nasci, vim para Portugal com 25 anos, agora tenho 49, e o restinho da vida foi feito aqui. E hoje eu agradeço o convite aqui da nossa bastonária de advogados, convidou-me para estar aqui, para falar algumas palavras. Eu sei que esse é um mundo totalmente diferente um do outro, mas não interessa. Aquilo que nos interessa aqui é também viver um bocadinho de testemunho daquilo que tem sido a realidade, daquilo que tem sido a vida e daquilo que nós também podemos juntos mudar e melhorar para o bem comum, não é? Por isso que eu estou aqui. E tocou-me muito as palavras que foram faladas aqui, foram ditas, né? Duas delas é igualdade, é muito a igualdade, né? E discriminação, porque eu vim para Portugal diretamente viver num bairro, que é um bairro considerado bairro de lata, bairro da Torre, não sei se já ouviram falar. Vivi lá 20, os meus 20 e tal anos em Portugal foi neste bairro, onde passei por várias dificuldades, já vivi muitos anos sem água, muitos destes anos sem luz elétrica, numas casas completamente arruinadas. Minha, graças a Deus, era uma das melhores, mas os meus irmãos, meus vizinhos, viviam completamente numas casas muito más. E como não temos muito tempo, não dá para contar tudo, mas é isso. Eu vivi nesse conceito de vida aqui em Portugal todo esse tempo. E neste meio desta vida agitada, desta vida com um futuro diferente, um futuro que não dava para imaginar qual é que seria o meu futuro, né? E a única coisa que me salvou naquela luta da vida é a alegria de querer viver, a esperança de dar esperança às pessoas que não tinham esperança. Nesse desafio da vida, consegui lá tirar coisas boas, dentro de coisas más da vida, conseguir tirar de lá coisas boas. Porque depois tinha que criar uma associação dentro do bairro, onde eu sou a presidente atual até agora, dentro do bairro. O bairro que neste momento já não existe, nós éramos volta de 80 famílias muito carenciadas que viviam naquele bairro, sem esperança de nada. E então fomos forçados a criar uma associação, que depois, dentro deste conteúdo de criação da associação, criamos laços de amizade, laços de partilha, do amor, dentro do bairro, onde eu era a líder. Sou a líder deste bairro, desta comunidade em Camarate, e ainda faço parte, porque de lá eu comecei a ensinar às mulheres, que centralizo muito nas mulheres, que nós podemos fazer muito mais, podemos fazer algo a mais. Por isso lá construíamos festas, fazíamos reuniões. A associação tem que ter reuniões, né? Tem que ter balanço das coisas boas e más, e como podemos proceder, como podemos prosseguir. E então eu lá chamava, batia a porta de casa em casa, vamos para reuniões, nós fazíamos reuniões, nós fazíamos festa, eu ensinava, ajudava as mulheres a saberem que podemos fazer muito mais, que podemos costurar, que podemos cozinhar, que podemos ajudar, que podemos amar, que podemos respeitar. E muitas dessas vezes eu me senti muito advogada, senti muito psicóloga, senti muito assistência social do bairro e da comunidade onde eu vivi todo esse tempo. Porque não havia advogados para responder por causa de um certo tempo. A Câmara chega e cola um edital, diz: vocês têm 15 dias para abandonar essas ditas barracas já tão precárias, porque elas são consideradas ilegais. Quem é que é o nosso advogado? Quem é que é o nosso advogado? Era eu, era mais pessoas solidárias que apareciam e que eram advogados uns dos outros, que eram segurança social uns dos outros, assistência social uns dos outros. Enfim, nós fomos vivendo essa vida. E eu só estou aqui hoje para dizer que há oportunidade de podermos fazer muito mais, porque no meio de tudo isso não perdemos a fé, não perdemos o amor, não perdemos a partilha. O bairro foi destruído, levaram famílias para vários lados, porque a Câmara o que centralizava é que queria erradicar o bairro, sem perguntar como é que ficariam as famílias, quais são as condições, os laços familiares criados nesse sítio. Então foi toda essa dinâmica de dizer não há direito, somos discriminados. Mas no meio de tudo isso, como eu já tinha dito, é importante saber que de lá há vidas. De lá pode-se fazer coisinhas bonitas, como essa que está aqui embaixo a ser apresentada por várias mulheres que hoje fazem curso de costura. Nós criamos uma cantina social onde nós damos comida às pessoas mais carenciadas. Nós fazemos recolhas nos supermercados, onde vamos buscar e distribuir, vamos buscar eletrodomésticos, bens, coisas que... E depois ainda, fora disso tudo, nós fizemos saber às pessoas, nós imigrantes, também muitas pessoas portuguesas que nós ainda acompanhamos como famílias, a saber que não é só do pão vive o homem, também daquele amor, aquela palavra, aquela partilha, aquele carinho, aquele abraço, porque às vezes nós temos tudo. Às vezes vocês têm tanta sabedoria, tanta inteligência, mas vocês não têm amor, porque aquilo que falta é o amor ao próximo, aquela coisa de como é que vocês estão. Resolver uma causa, né? Eu falo muito por causa dos advogados, pensam muito em dinheiro. Advogado tem que ser aquele advogado que ama, aquele advogado que recebe e faz a causa, exerce a causa por amor, não por dinheiro, porque isso é importante. Porque há pessoas que não têm condições de pagar um advogado, mas têm problemas graves para ser resolvido. E pode ir para a prisão e viver muitos anos, às vezes até por coisas que elas não fazem. Por inocência, porque não há um advogado, porque quando fala-se de advogado, está-se a falar de grande dinheiro. E nós podemos ser advogados uns dos outros, sem dinheiro nenhum, porque eu sou essa advogada, eu sou essa psicóloga, tem sido para os meus irmãos, tem sido para a família portuguesa, principalmente imigrantes aqui em Portugal, que vêm atrás de uma vida melhor, e aquilo que aqui encontra não tem nada a ver com a vida melhor. É uma vida de luta, uma vida de sacrifício, uma vida de falta de honestidade também com o governo e falta de oportunidades, porque às vezes as pessoas dizem que as mulheres africanas, quando vêm para a Europa, é só para limpar o chão, é só para fazer limpeza. Não, elas têm dons. Elas têm muitos dons, elas sabem cozinhar, elas sabem organizar, sabem cuidar de crianças, sabem costurar, sabem fazer várias coisas. Elas precisam de oportunidade para poderem crescer como mulher. Eu centralizo muito nas mulheres, porque as mulheres são mães, donas de casa, têm um perfil diferente dos homens. Elas são responsáveis da comunidade, são responsáveis da família. Se uma mãe psicologicamente está afetada, a casa ela cai. Por isso, nós, como mulheres, porque aqui eu vejo muitas mulheres, temos que pensar nisso. Sermos verdadeiras mulheres de casa, verdadeiras mães, porque só assim nós conseguimos organizar os nossos homens. Muito obrigado. Até a próxima.
I told you it would be inspiring. And now I will call from UK, Sarah Chandler, solicitor, former FBA president and member of the FBA Human Rights Commission. Please welcome.
Thank you very much for this invitation to share short stories of women who fought for human rights and justice at the expense of their lives and the safety of their families. In the course of the human rights work I've been involved in, I've met many inspirational women, and President Isabella has asked me to speak about them. So I have chosen just 4. The first heroine I met is Soraya Gutierrez. Sorry, I learned to do the, point to there, sorry. No? Any change here? No? Okay. This is Soraya. I met Soraya in London at a meeting of the Law Society of England and Wales, and she told us a story about the assassination of lawyers in Colombia, the most dangerous place in the world for lawyers to work. She told us a chilling story of how she received a parcel one day with a doll inside covered in what looked like blood. There was a note inside which said, "You have a beautiful daughter, look after her." This brutal message was intended to deter Soraya from acting on behalf of people who had been victims of state violence in Colombia. She has never given up her work. She's known for representing the victims of massacres and high-profile cases of murder of public figures and human rights defenders. Soraya has been a member of the largest human rights collective in Colombia for 26 years and is currently its vice president. I've known and admired Soraya for 17 years. My second heroine is Maïnour El Masri of Egypt, who I met in Florence in 2015. The FB is a member of the Prix Ludovic Trairu jury, which each year chooses a lawyer worthy of the award for their commitment to human rights. In 2014, Maïnour was awarded the prize when she was still in prison. A year later, she came to Florence with her mother to receive the prize, which is where I met her. Maïnour is an Egyptian human rights lawyer and political activist in Alexandria, who's been engaged in defending human rights since the mid-2000s. In January 2014, she was sentenced to 2 years in prison for violating Egypt's controversial protest law. The Prix Ludovic Trairu jury sought to bring pressure to get her out of prison somehow. She was only the second person since Nelson Mandela who had been awarded the prize while still in prison. Well, she was released in September 2014, only to be sentenced on a different charge in May 2015, when she and a group of lawyers started to sit in front of El Ramo police station in Alexandria regarding the injury of their fellow lawyer at the hands of the police. The lawyers were arrested and accused of attempting to break into the police station. An acquittal hearing for Maïnour and her colleagues was made in December 2015, but was unsuccessful. On the 22nd of September 2019, Maïnour was detained in Alexandria on charges of terrorism, releasing and spreading false rumors and misuse of social media. She was held in pre-trial detention until she was eventually released on the 18th of July, 2021. In Venice in October 2022, she was a finalist in the Aurora Awards for humanitarian work. But Maïnour did not attend the ceremony because she was banned from traveling by the Egyptian government. Challenging injustice, rallying others, and inspirational in her work, Maïnour organizes peaceful protests, supports activities for political prisoners, using social media to denounce human rights violations. She has been called a voice of the revolution and champion of women's rights. Now, fast forward to 2022 for heroine number 3, Freshta Karimi of, in fact, that's another picture of Maïnour. And now, oh, I think I missed both pictures of Maïnour. I'm very sorry. I'm getting used to this one. Okay. This is Freshta. I met Freshta Karimi in Bordeaux last year. She was founder and director in 2006 of Da Qanun Kushtonki, which means in search of law, which became the largest legal aid service organization in Afghanistan. Freshta has dedicated her career to improving access to justice and promoting the rights of women and children since 2002. She started working in the legal aid service with defense lawyers, which inspired her to become a lawyer herself to help more people and make changes in the justice system. She qualified as a lawyer in the Kabul bar in 2014. Before the fall of Kabul in 2021, she had offices in 17 provinces, around up to 600 mobile clinics, and handled 24,000 criminal and legal and family cases. Freshta combated widespread corruption in the judiciary, with judges and lawyers often subjected to threats and bribes from local leaders or armed groups. In addition to her commitment to addressing violence against women, the priorities of her work have always been rule of law, access to justice, human rights, and women's rights. In August 2021, the Taliban took over Kabul and Afghanistan, as you know. Freshta remained in hiding for some time before her escape, and she's now a lawyer in Canada. In 2022, she attended the Prix Ludovic Traheux ceremony in Bordeaux to receive the award which she had been granted in 2021. And several, no, I'm not doing very well, am I? Well, several FBE members met her in Bordeaux, and I think you recognize two of them anyway. My last heroines are sisters, Ebru Timtik and Barkin Timtik. They both worked in Progressive Lawyers Association and the People's Rights Bureau in Turkey. Barkin is less well known than Ebru and has an inspiring story as well. She was first imprisoned between the 23rd of January 2013 and the 21st of March 2014, accused of membership in a terrorist organization solely because of her legal work. Her story is one of constant threats, detention, and imprisonment without fair trial. From 2013 onwards, Barkin was arrested many times for defending fair trial rights, including encouraging the public not to leave the courtroom, visiting her clients in detention, and informing them of their right to remain silent. In 2017, Barkin and Ebru were arrested 3 times for defending 2 teachers on hunger strike who were protesting their dismissal in Ankara. They were even arrested 2 days before the hearing to defend the teachers in September 2017, along with many other clients, their colleagues as well. After spending a year in detention, Barkin and Ebru Timtik appeared before the Istanbul court in September 2018. All the lawyers who had been arrested in the case, including Barkin and Ebru, were released. However, the next day, the same chamber decided to allow the appeal of the prosecutor and detained 14 of the released lawyers, including Barkin. The trial resumed on the 18th of March 2019, but 2 days later, before the proceedings had really got into the correct investigation of the case, they were suddenly interrupted and the lawyers were given heavy sentences. Barkin was sentenced to 18 years and 9 months imprisonment for creating and directing an armed terrorist organization. Her sister Ebru was tried in her absence and sentenced to 13.5 years in prison. 3 months later, on the 20th of June 2019, Ebru was arrested in Istanbul. On January the 3rd, 2020, Ebru began a hunger strike for the right to a fair trial and her right to appeal in a higher court. On April the 5th, her strike became a fast to the death. After 200 days of hunger strike, the Institute of Forensic Medicine declared her unfit to endure imprisonment. However, on the 14th of August, the Constitutional Court rejected a request for her release. She died after 238 days on the 27th of August, 2020. In 2020, Ibru and Barkin were chosen by the Prix Ludovic Traieu jury, and in her memory, the International Day of Fair Trials was created, and the Ibru Timtik Award was first awarded in June 2021. And some of you I know are participants in that process of awarding the Ibru Timtik Award. I thank Ibru and Bartik for their dedication and inspirational commitment to justice. That's in Paris when the award was given and Barkin was there to accept it. And I know that because it was combined with the FB, a lot of you were there. I conclude, all these women inspire me. I hope that you too feel the strength of their struggle and their dedication and persistence in the face of great risk to themselves and to their families. Thank you for your attention.
So now the round table. In the team, the future of women leaders in legal profession. A good work.
Can you hear me? Oh, no. So I say it again, it won't be easy to speak about legal technology after what Professor Sarah Chandler has said, but please let me now turn our discussion to the topic of the intersection between legal technology, women inclusivity, and ever-evolving legal field and legal profession. My guests were introduced, so I do not want to take more of your time. Please let me start our discussion. We will have a privilege to hear distinguished experts in the field of legal technology involved in many projects. So my first question I would like to address to Minister Pedro Tavares, the Secretary of State for Justice in Portugal. And I would like to ask, because you've been involved in various digital transformation initiatives, and considering your background in both government and private sector, could you tell us how can both public and private institutions ensure that legal technology and initiatives in the field of legal tech are inclusive, how they can support women in active participation in the development of those solutions, not just as end users, but as innovators, as creators?
Yeah. So first of all, thank you. I would like to thank in particular the invitation of Madam President of the Bar Association in Portugal. Also greet all my colleagues here at the panel. I'm very happy to be here on this very, very important debate, which is all this audience. So it's obviously, I'm pretty sure it was a very insightful debate through all this day. So I would start this journey on my personal background. So my mother and my grandmother were teachers. They were the ones that told me about how they put me on my background. They gave me inspiration on how to build my life, how to be innovative all the time, how to be humble enough to be learning all the time and to learn more and more and more, and to also be in my background and being professional or in my personal life, having values among all. So that's the first thing. So I was raised on this, I would say, innovation context, and I would also like to talk about my two inspirational leaders on my particular professional life. Professor Maria Manuela Leitão Marques and my predecessor, Anabela Pedroso. They were both women, great leaders, great leaders, particularly in public service and innovation, which is a combination very difficult. Women on innovation and public service. So they were inspirational. They were putting a lot of reforms on in Portugal that I will further explain a bit. But it's important on how can we build innovation in this difficult context on public administration, particularly in justice. So it's still, I would say, a complex journey, particularly for the role of women, but still a lot has been made. So if we think right now, 63% of in Portugal at the end of the last year were judges, women were judges, and 65% prosecutors were women. 84% of the future judges and prosecutors that just started this week on the school for future judges and prosecutors are also women. So this is important to start with. In the past 12 years, we have had 3 women as Minister of Justice, and out of the 14 bodies of the Ministry of Justice, 8 are led by women. So still, we have to remember also that only in 1978, Portuguese women conquered the right to freely choose their profession. And also only 33 years ago, the first woman was elected as president of the Portuguese Bar Association, and less than 20 years ago, the first woman was reached the Supreme Court of Justice. So we have this also balance, and we have to also to go back to history to see that. And when we think that in the legal professions now the representation is getting more and more equal, still when we think on innovation, and particularly in IT, in Portugal we have 14% of representation of women on especially IT professionals. So we have a long journey ahead. So I will go back to Professor Maria Manuela Leitão Marques. She was a Minister of Modernization and Digitalization for the ones that live here in Portugal. She was responsible for projects like Simplex or Citizens Card. But she was also someone that told us, and told me in particular, that not everything is possible, but until we try it, we never know it. So she dared to try it. Also, as I told you, my predecessor, Anabela Pedroso, was the one that said all the time, why not? So she was the Secretary of State for Justice, working on modernization and digitalization. So she was responsible for a large amount of reforms that, with the resources available at the time, still had the opportunity to change from the registry to courts, a major part of reforms being digitalization and court optimization, or also the registry, for instance, instant renovation of the citizen card. So doing that and approaching innovation in the public service is very difficult. We also know that. So we have a lot of effort, and sometimes these efforts do not always result in a successful accomplishment, but we need to try it. Anabela used to say, why not? Let's try it. So this is important to understand. So digital transformation, usually we see it only as organization, but digital transformation involves society, involves changing mindset, involves changing culture. So if you want to change culture, if you want to change mindsets, we need to go further on that. We need to support on that. Justice benefits a lot on the justice transformation. And Portugal, and we need to go back there, if you look back 20 years ago, was one of the first countries that developed a lot of actions in reforming justice, using electronic case management from the registry, creating a company in less than an hour, etc., etc. The problem is some and most of these services was based still on a paper version, and rather than digitizing a paper version, rather than transforming completely the process when going online. So this is the major goal on the digital transformation that we need. So we have now major cases, and we are transforming and involving this transformation that involves Technology involves innovation, but I would say involves two particular things: skills and change management. I think that's the most important part. When we arrived to the cabinet, one of our main concerns and main worries that having us now a really very significant fund, European funds for technology, we needed to make sure that all the leaders in public administration had the right skills for management, for innovation, for technology, for data science, for transforming culture inside organizations, and they had these skills. So we have, for the first part, brought more than 100 leaders, being then 45% women. So still, we need to go further on that. I'll explain further. 45% women on innovation, leadership, management with the most important universities here in Portugal. So this is the first part and the first area where you address not technology, not processes, but especially skills. The second part is change management. So when we think on all these bodies, all these innovation projects, all these areas, we need to make sure that these agencies, they do not change by decree. It's not just us to sign something and say, now you change. No, they need to believe in change. They need to change the way they work. They need also, and that's really important, to make sure that these areas are not just fit for men or women. There are no professions fit for gender. There is professions fit for motivation, for effort, for results. So that's really important on changing the culture of our public services. And still that takes a long time. So we need to cut sometimes we need to cut time to get results further and further, and make sure that for this project that we need to changing courts, having better case management, for instance, involving stakeholders in particular case of the lawyers. We have done several workshops where we identified where we could make some quick wins first. For instance, we had a lot of complaints. I remember having a meeting with the president of the Bar Association telling me that she had to go further and further just to get a copy, a registry on a CD-ROM, and that was something that was unthinkable. Or even the size. I have a lot of lawyers, colleagues of mine, that have to split a process in several files just because of the limit. So we need to address these quick wins, but also thinking on the long wins. So how can we do it? Talking obviously with the stakeholders, understanding what are their needs. Some of the lawyers here have already their systems, have already at their cabinet, they have electronic case management systems. So we don't need to invent the wheel. We just need to connect with obviously interoperability and standards with our systems. Some small lawyers, obviously, they still need the systems being built for us. So we need to build these systems together, because otherwise it will be just us saying what is the right fit. And obviously on the other side, they would say this is not the fit. So we need to do it again and again and again. So I would say that change management is the key for us to change, not just by us, but by all of us, by all the stakeholders, making sure that this change happens with this participation, happens with this motivation, in the end, having a better public service to all the citizens that we all serve. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am really grateful for your insight, but also for sharing your experience with women leadership in your field. Now, I'd like to shift the discussion to Julie Couturier, the president of the Paris Bar Association for the term 2020 to 2023. As a president of the Paris Bar, do you perceive the role of legal technology in empowering women in leadership position within the legal profession? What opportunities, if any, does the technology offer? How can technology initiatives promote inclusivity, equal participation for women in leadership roles, ensuring that our voices, women's voices, are heard in shaping the future of legal profession?
Thank you for the invitation. The question you just asked is quite interesting, very interesting, in fact, because it allows me to tell you from the outlet that in France, and especially in Paris, we don't see the development of new technologies, AI and others, as a way to strengthen the power of women in the workplace. In other words, we don't genderize the benefits of new technologies. But that being said, we are well aware of the disparities that remain between female and male lawyers. The figures speak for themselves. In Paris, we are about 34,000 lawyers at the Paris Bar. And we have 55% of women in the Paris Bar. However, 60% of partners are men and 65% of associates are women. On the other hand, 54% of sole practitioners are women. Finally, the majority of lawyers who leave the profession before 5 years of practice are women. I had really trouble dealing with these figures when I became president of the Paris Bar, and I wanted to find out exactly what they were telling us and confront them with the reality with first-hand accounts. That's why I launched the Chantier de la Collaboration in Works, which was an event in order to gather together law firms, I mean bosses, and young lawyers, employee lawyers, in order to know how they saw their relationship and what were their needs actually. And what we learned about the lessons that we have from these projects are of two orders. The big problem for our colleagues is to strike a balance between their professional and personal lives. That's the big deal. I think that we told about that today. That's where digital tools can be great help because they enable them to work remotely. Reinforcing remote work, teleworking was a strong demand, and we are developing tools that make it possible, in particular, to secure data exchanges and storage, which is really, really the big deal nowadays. The second lesson is that verbal abuse, sexual and psychological harassment and discriminations of all kinds are still all too common in law firms, and it is still all too often women who are the victims. I have therefore decided to step up inspections, enhance the resources of the prosecuting authorities, because as you know, the president of the bar is the prosecutor regarding discipline files, and adopt a zero tolerance policy. Finally, and I'll finish with this, the issue of women taking control of their careers, thanks to new technologies, is above all a question of training. And we'll get back to that question a little later, but also of market opportunities. And to increase the number of events and attract more companies and decision makers to Paris, we have launched the Paris Legal Makers, a sort of Davos of the legal world. And the second edition of that event will be held on 23rd of November, and will be tackling the theme of artificial intelligence in all its complexity, from the threats it poses to the profession to the promises it holds out. That's it for the moment.
Very much. I am really pleased to hear that the authorities of the Paris Bar Association decided to handle the problem and introduce the zero policy. Thanks for that. And now I'd like to go back to Minister Tavares, because given your experience in public entities, mostly the Minister of Justice, could you share examples how Portugal has addressed ethical consideration, bias concerns in the context of AI-based legal technology, particularly as they pertain to women? Because in your role, I believe you have encountered strategies or best practices for identifying and mitigating biases within legal systems and legal tech systems. Could you share your experience with us?
Sure. So this is a very important question, I would say. When we talk about AI and justice, we also have this small fear, and sometimes we have this big fear, I would say. It depends on some of the opinions on whether where is it going, and whether is it going to replace something and someone. So the first part I would say, and that's something really, really important, and in Portugal we have done since the beginning, and Europe is obviously addressing this, fortunately is addressing AI and machine learning particularly ahead of different countries on regulation, is making sure that these systems obviously will not replace people. So that's the first important part. So being the CEPEJ, being the other institutions of Europe, being the still in progress AI Act, obviously it's getting this regulatory part and context where we think what is AI, where should we use it, and where we should not use it. So the first part I would say, we should use it. We need to use it because otherwise someone will use it for something that we don't want to. So it's better if you use it for the good and rather than not exploiting their obviously their possibilities. So in Portugal, we are doing a lot of efforts on these. I would put it in two areas, and then I would say the construction of the rules and algorithms and non-biased formulations on what's behind AI. So I would say I would put it on three areas. The first area is making sure that these systems can help reduce repetitive tasks. So being repetitive tasks, for instance, in the registry, last year when we arrived to the cabinet, I went to the registry, and we have in Portugal company on the spot in less than an hour, where people can choose their name, their instant names. Sometimes in Portugal we joke around the names, the pre-approved names, because they are a bit strange, but they are pre-approved. So we had like 6 or 7 people that their job, they call themselves inventors. For the last 15 years, all they did was inventing names for these for all these companies. So when I arrived, I said, no, we need to use AI for that, because there need to be rules, some kind of rules, guidelines, and the machine can obviously help propose this kind of company creation. So we did that. And in the beginning, and that's the important part, people were a bit suspicious, the workers, firstly, because there's a machine replacing. And then they said, no, this is excellent. They give us even better names than we do. And now we can do different things and more added value tasks rather than doing these that we did before. So that's why I say that change management is important, particularly on AI systems. So we're doing that for these, we're doing that also for anonymization of court decisions. We're doing that for a lot of repetitive tasks. For instance, in court cases, clerks do a lot of repetitive tasks in every single day, like sending mail, doing things on the system that can be done automatically. So we need to use systems that obviously can replace these repetitive tasks. The second part, I would say, that is helping, and not obviously replacing people, but helping, particularly judges and prosecutors, better search all the information. So when we look of the amount of information that is available, sometimes it's difficult to obviously search in documents, search in documentation, search related information, and these systems can help a lot search this information. And the third part is also helping citizens. Again, I don't say it, particularly with lawyers, this is not a system that should replace human interaction and human decision, but there is information. These systems should obviously search for relevant information. And rather than, it's not just having Google or obviously search mechanism, is having information and producing information that citizens do understand on a clear language. So this is something that is fundamental when we look on AI construction and AI. The thing is, and what is important when we build this kind of systems, for instance, we're using GPT now as a test for some areas, in some areas, it is not using external sources, just using the law and our internal portals, justice portals that give us information and that are already built around information already built on a clear language. So these three areas are something that we are building, and these examples are something that we are building to better first give more efficiency to the professionals, being internal and external, and obviously serving better citizens. What we need, and this is something important, when we look to AI Act tell us what is unacceptable, the high risks systems that we cannot use, the medium risks and the low risks. So when we think on high risks, we should obviously not build these systems for instance, racial discrimination, for gender discrimination. So we need to make sure that these systems are unacceptable. And obviously we are not just following, we are ahead of that. We are making sure that these systems at all do not do any kind or are not built in any kind of bias with all these criteria that is unacceptable. That's the first part. The second part is making sure that we do this on this fit for purpose system. So we're not doing anything, we're not testing everything. We're testing when is fit for purpose. So we need for that to test, to make sure that the systems learn. We need to understand that in some cases, the information in the very beginning cannot be the most accurate, but we need to say that and express that. But we need to learn from it. We need to learn from the mistakes, because otherwise, as I told you, someone will do it wrong. So we need to do it and try it again and again and again. And the third part is, I would say, building these new systems based on these new innovative tools that we may have. So if you have technology where we can build that can automate a lot of actions for judges and prosecutors, we can also build in close connection with the Bar Association tools that can automate a lot of repetitive tasks when interacting with courts. So we need to make sure that these AI systems, for instance, recognize instantly what kind of document is being uploaded. So the lawyer does not need to be saying what is the type of document, or the clerk having to understand, oh, this is the right document, this is wrong document. So we need to build these systems because the resources are always scarce. We can hire a lot, but they are scarce. They will always be. So we need to make sure that we can allocate. And these systems will help us a lot. What we need to understand is the construction of them do not have bias. Obviously, again, with all these criteria, including obviously gender discrimination, which is something that is absolutely obviously unacceptable, and we won't do it.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the human-centric approach of Portuguese government in this regard. But before asking the next question, I have to pass a request from local organizer to have 2 minutes for every answer in order to be in time. So Minister Tavares mentioned ChatGPT, and that's quite good because my next question would be about it. I would address this to Cheryl Lewin-Welk, who is an advocate from United States, but also an immediate former president of the New York State Bar Association, which is, as far as I know, the biggest voluntary bar association in the United States. And from the United States, the first voices also came to us regarding the use of generative artificial intelligence in the legal field. I mean ChatGPT in this regard, because Stephen Schwartz, an attorney licensed in New York, used ChatGPT to prepare legal pleadings, and unfortunately the system had hallucination. It means that it produced false case law, and the attorney used it in the court proceedings. I believe that Mr. Schwartz has already faced legal liability, not so much for using generative AI, but not providing a proper control. I would like to ask a question to Sherlyn Wallach. How do you envision the future of legal ethics and professional responsibility to prevent such cases?
Thank you, and hello, everyone. So I will try my best to do as ordered, but I do want to be thorough in my response. So first, I want to say this has been a very inspiring day. It's been thrilling to be a part of this conference and to hear about all of the changes that women in the law are facing, the needs that we have and the reasons for gender equity, and how we can make the future a better place. So I'd like to start with one of my favorite quotes from in the United States and many across the world's beloved former US Supreme Court Justice, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who spent the entire time of her life, her professional career on the issues of gender equity, and wrote some of the most important, inspirational, and life-changing decisions for the United States law. And I pretty much don't give a speech any longer without saying her words, which is, real change, enduring change, happens one step at a time. And that is exactly what I believe we are here doing in this conference in Lisbon. We are paving the way for those who are coming. So now let me turn to the question of emerging technologies. But before I do, I want to start by asking, how many of you have worked on cases that involve a lawsuit or legal issues with emerging technologies, including digital assets, digital currency, Web3, blockchain technology, and AI? Can I see? Just as I had thought. Not a lot yet, not a lot yet. And how many of you have digital wallets and digital currency, or even know what that is? Okay, so let me start by backing up for a moment, because the metaverse is an umbrella that includes Web3, artificial intelligence, virtual reality, and blockchain technology. And in order to discuss AI and machine learning, we need to start by understanding where it comes from and what it is. So that is one of my goals and has been one of my goals throughout my presidency of the State Bar, and I continue, which is educating across the globe on what this is, what these technologies are, and the impact and interaction it has with the law. So the metaverse is a verse that can be connected, and it connects the decentralized networks of blockchain technology, cryptocurrencies, digital assets, and virtual reality. We discussed this during my conference last April that we entitled Deep Dive into the Metaverse and Web3, a global legal symposium. And we will be discussing it again in October. We'll be delving into this in much more detail. So I encourage you all to join. But according to Bloomberg law, they define AI as an umbrella term for machine functions that can emulate human processes. In the legal context, computers and software frequently employ AI in the form of machine learning, ML, that facilitates the automation of legal work, as the secretary just discussed. The distinction between AI and ML is subject of debate, though, amongst computer scientists and for the purposes of the application in legal work. AI and ML are more or less interchangeable. So with machine learning being accurately descriptive of systems and processes currently in use. Broadly speaking, however, the metaverse is a digital ecosystem built on various kinds of 3D technology, real-time collaboration software, and blockchain-based decentralized financial tools. These things factor such things as the degree of interoperability among virtual worlds, data portability, governance, and the use of interface. This will depend on how the metaverse pans out, and we ultimately engage in it. So what does it include? It includes artificial learning, the Internet of Things, extended reality, brain-computer interfaces, 3D modeling and reconstruction, spatial and edge computing, and yes, the blockchain, those things that probably all of us now don't want to talk about because of all the issues that have arisen amongst and around the discussions of digital assets and digital currencies. But it is part of what we are talking about here today. So while technology defines longstanding legal issues and creates many new ones, as members of the legal community and as bar associations, we educate, evaluate, and suggest how and when to use technology in an appropriate manner. We also struggle to protect the sanctity of the legal profession and, as was already mentioned, the need for humanism. As we strive to understand the impact of these new technologies on our systems of justice and the practice of law, we must also come to understand the extent of their benefits and their limitations. To do this effectively, it is most important to learn how to use and navigate these evolving technologies. So when I became president of the New York State Bar, I created a task force on emerging digital finance and currency. And that task force has worked toward educating the legal community. I also developed a working group on facial recognition technology, which was in response to the case that arose out of the Madison Square Garden network, their corporation banning lawyers by using facial recognition technology because those lawyers worked for firms that represented individuals that had some legal action against the corporation. Imagine that. So there, if you haven't heard, there were lawyers who were banned from sporting events. They were banned from attending shows and engaging in general cultural experiences because they worked for a firm that represented somebody who had a claim against Madison Square Garden of any kind. So we've been studying this. We've been evaluating the ethics of this. How can we use this to do that and limit lawyers and also the chilling effect it has on lawyers representing clients? Because maybe you don't want to help that person if you're not going to be able to go watch the Rangers game, which we care about very much in New York. So these are all things that AI and machine learning have brought to the forefront of our legal world. So when we talk about ChatGPT, we identify 3 areas of representation where it cannot replace humans. How do I know this? Because I asked it myself. I asked it, what is it that you cannot do to provide legal services? And the AI responded, 1, AI cannot provide the human touch and empathy that is essential for legal representation. 2, AI cannot provide creative solutions to legal problems. 3, AI is not able to process amounts of data, large amounts of data, and parse out its relevant portions. That's particularly important to us. This issue may also impact the data's quality that the AI then produces. And finally, AI cannot provide ethical judgment. So it concluded, and I concluded, that AI has limits to what it can do with legal representation. So rest assured, everybody, at least according to ChatGPT, we still have a profession. So let me end by addressing the Stephen Schwartz case. Very shortly, I will let you know what happens in that case. So that case went before the federal courts in New York, the Southern District of New York. And in that instance, the federal judge sanctioned lawyers who submitted a legal brief written by an artificial intelligence tool, in this case, ChatGPT, which included citations of non-existent court opinions and fake quotes. The judge went further, and the judge went on to say, and this is Judge P. Kevin Castle, he said that the lawyers abandoned their responsibilities when they submitted the AI written brief in their client's lawsuit against Avianca Airlines in March, and then continued to stand by the fake opinions after judicial orders called their existence into question. So that gives you some landscape as to where the ethics are going in using ChatGPT in the legal community and the limitations that we must pay attention to. We cannot simply rely on what a machine spits out. And to return just for a moment back to what the Secretary of Justice said, we must think about this. When we are using AI, the algorithm that is written is what produces the biases. And the biases are written into the algorithm by the individual creating it. It's back to that basic computer thing, garbage in, garbage out. So as mentioned, the Portuguese government is being very attentive to making sure that those algorithms are not biased. And I believe that that is something that will come across the legal communities around the world. And in the United States, I know that is something that we are definitely looking into. And I close with this. As women lawyers, as was mentioned by Julie, there is a very small percentage of us involved in technology. There's a very small percentage of women involved in technology. So what can we do? We can lead the way. We can learn about it. We should learn about it. We should go to these conferences, talk about it, and then lead the way in representing clients, because this is a place where we as women can excel and raise the bar. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was truly inspiring, but in line with the theme of technology in judicial procedures that we have touched, I'd like to invite the next contributor, the next panelist, who is especially valuable, in my opinion, because Mariana Moniz is not lawyer, is a psychologist, and I would like to add another perspective on the topic of legal technology. Because with your expertise in psychology, how can legal professionals strike a balance between utilizing legal tech in court proceedings for efficiency, of course, and providing the human empathy, understanding to parties to the proceedings that they may require?
Before we dive into the role of empathy in the courtroom, in the legal system, I think we should first understand the role of empathy in our daily lives. And the role of empathy in our lives as human beings. Empathy really is a central part of being a human, and it really is divided into two types of empathy. We have the cognitive empathy, that is our ability to understand what another person is feeling. So for instance, if a victim is recounting their traumatic experiences, we can tell that they have suffered and they probably are still suffering. And then we have the affective empathy, which is our ability to somewhat put ourselves in their shoes. That does not mean that we actually feel what they're feeling, but it means that we understand what they're feeling. And that is something that helps us guide daily our social interactions. That's what allows us to understand other people and to guide our own behaviors toward them. And contrary to what some people may think, empathy is always present in the legal system. And it's actually a really useful tool in the legal system. For instance, a judge may use their empathic abilities to understand people's motives, needs, goals, and feelings, and that may aid them later on in their decision-making processes. But we also know that empathy does not always work the same way, and that there are some variables which may impact the way we empathize with people. We know that we are more likely to empathize with people who are recounting their experiences in person than we are likely to empathize with people who are sharing their traumatic experiences in a remote manner. So in a way, technology sometimes hinders our ability to empathize. But that does not mean that technology and empathy cannot coexist. It just means that because the legal system was built upon by people, and because being empathetic is such a central part of being a person, that means that for legal tech to work, it also has to have that human part of it and that empathy part of it. For instance, when dealing with victims, we know that Sometimes living that traumatic experience may affect their cognitive abilities. So they are less likely to understand complex or abstract questions. And for legal tech to be a useful tool for these vulnerable populations, it also has to take this into account to adapt to these vulnerable populations who may have trouble understanding certain questions. And that requires a human behind that process and someone who empathizes with their needs and adapts the system to that.
Thank you very much. You are actually, you have actually answered my follow-up question, but if you would like to add something, that's the place for that, because you know psychology, you are a scientist, so you can tell us how can we integrate principles of psychology into the development of legal technology. Would you like to add something?
I'm going to touch upon a little bit of a different subject while trying to answer your question. If we want legal tech to be useful for its users and for people who are involved in legal processes, we want to reach every single people, not only just one person. So we have to take into account more vulnerable people, victims, people with disabilities, and minorities. When it comes to people with disabilities, I'm just going to speak up about people with mental disabilities because it's more of my area of expertise. But I'm talking about people with cognitive disabilities, people with psychological issues, people who may be neurodivergent, and their relationship with reality and their relationship with technology is a little different from other people's. And so when developing new technology, that technology also has to be adjusted to them. So when developing software, that software has to be adjusted to that. It has to be highly contrasting in colors. It has to have lettering which is easy to read. It has to have speech to text or text to speech software so that it's more easy to maneuver for these people. When it comes to minorities, I'm talking about women, I'm talking about people from the LGBTQ+ community. We know from studies that when services provide software or systems which include language that is gender inclusive or trans affirming, then these people tend to have a heightened sense of community acceptance, and that leads to higher levels of well-being and lower stress. And because when people contact with the justice system usually are really stressed, it's oftentimes a really stressful situation. If legal tech services provide inclusive language that leads to this heightened well-being, it may ease the process and may make it a less traumatic or stressful situation. And finally, when it comes to victims, which are especially vulnerable populations, we have to take care while developing new software and new hardware that these devices are not used against them. We have an issue I've noticed here in Portugal and in Spain, and I'm sure it's also present in other countries, regarding a device which is the teleassistance. Because although the teleassistance, which is a device that has a button which the victim can press on and call for help if the perpetrator is around them, usually leads to a great sense of control, a great sense of security and safety. We do know that these devices can be weaponized against the victims and actually lead to re-victimization, not only because by tracking their geographic location, that leads to a constant sense of hypervigilance, and also because oftentimes the perpetrator, the aggressor, sometimes purposefully violates the set perimeter that they have to be away from the victim, so that the system sounds an alarm, and that really stresses and distresses the victims, and that may be used against them on purpose to further harass. So for future developers of legal technology, I would suggest that they think of solutions which not only help victims, but also that may not be used against them. Thank you.
We have touched the criminal justice, so I'd like to address one more question, but short one, please, to Sherlyn Wallach, because given the opportunity that we have an eminent US criminal law specialist as a speaker, I couldn't help but be tempted to ask a question about US experience with AI-based task automation within criminal justice systems. I believe that most of you have heard about the Compass system, which was the judge support system used in criminal proceedings in United States in many states, and the risk associated with bias were highly debated. How the issue of mitigating the risk of bias, also based on the factor as gender, are currently being addressed in United States within the automation of criminal justice.
Thank you. So it's very interesting when we think about the criminal justice system, and in particular in the United States, at least that's what I know the most about. Interestingly enough, it's being used in a lot of different ways. In particular now, most of the materials that we receive in criminal cases, as I'm sure you as well in your cases, are digital. They're digital documents or they're videos. Sometimes there's video evidence, sometimes there's audio evidence, but there's information that's all digitalized. In fact, in my office, our files are completely digitalized right now. We don't have hard files anymore for our cases. And that brings with it large amounts of data, tremendous amounts of data, and more time as the laws are developing, in particular in New York, more time in parsing through that data to best represent the clients, but also to represent the clients within the confines of the ethics and the rules that have been put on the lawyers. And so AI and machine learning is being implemented in different ways. In fact, just a few days ago, the National Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers came out with a paper, a report, and that report is called Dismantling the Blue Wall of Science. And within that report, they talk about creating a database for police misconduct for attorneys to use to evaluate the case before them and the police officer who are the witnesses before them, and any misconduct that potentially could have led to and potentially can lead to wrongful convictions. So within that report, it's noted that they partnered with the University of Berkeley's Institute for Data and Science and Epic Data Labs to create together an emerging machine learning and data science technology to ingest and try to understand and parse through these records. So and I won't go more into that than that, but it is being used right now in that manner. In my office, one of the things we're looking at, and we are working on actually, is creating a system, a digitalized system, a machine learning system to help us parse through the large amounts, the hours of recordings and evidence that we have to identify, for example, what is important in the case. But as I mentioned previously, that is very complicated because we have to watch out for bias, but also we have to watch out for contamination across case files because the AI is learning from one case file. And is it then transferring potentially information it learns and inputting it into the answer on another case file? So this is something that's very concerning. So right now, some of the more basic ways that we are using it involve creating programs that will look at video evidence and, for example, identify when a person appears and let us know so we don't have to sit and watch for 13 hours footage until somebody walks across the screen. I don't know if any of you know what I'm talking about, but unfortunately, that's part of my daily life. And so we're trying to use it in a productive way to parse through the information without losing information. However, I will caution and say that we can never rely solely on this. So at this point, what we know is we can use it as an aid, but we as lawyers are responsible ultimately for what it misses, what it may not consider. And so while it can help us, we can't move beyond and forget our responsibility to also do the work and to make sure until we know that these systems are working in a very high manner and accurate, then we can slowly start to maybe rely on them more in the future. But I don't think as a profession, we are there yet. So I'll just conclude by saying this. I don't know if any of you heard, but Colombia did have the first virtual trial that took place in the metaverse. And it wasn't people, the attorneys and the judges and the witnesses were actually avatars. It was a very interesting experiment. Not really sure ultimately where that's going to go, but it is something that different jurisdictions are playing with to encourage use of virtual realities so that attorneys and judges don't necessarily have to travel in places where maybe travel is difficult. I leave that out there for discussion, maybe at the cocktail party. And I will finally close with not only Colombia's use of this, but also the holographic technology that is now out there, where instead of somebody being flat on a virtual screen on a Zoom, where you can only see their head maybe, and you can't see their body language as they're testifying in court. And for any of you who are litigators, you know how important that is. I'm sure that we know how important that is. Once we take somebody and we create them into a hologram where they appear as if they're in the room, you can see a 3D image of them. Then we may have some flexibility here in the use of technologies where we're not limiting our evaluation of the evidence being presented and the people being presented. So those technologies are just emerging, but in order to host them, you need incredibly high functioning internet and virtual capabilities. I hope to be able to I should say display one at my conference in October. We're working on it, but again, only the extent of the technology available will let us know if it will work. So hopefully I will see you all virtually live streaming in to see if we can holograph an attorney or someone into our conference in New York. So I close with that. I thank you all. And I would simply like to say, I have to close in the words of our newest Supreme Court Justice, Ketanji Brown Jackson, who spoke during her confirmation hearings and said how she as a woman went through her career and now is on our Supreme Court is that she persevered. So let's all persevere.
Thank you, Sherry. I believe that sharing experience from outside Europe was very interesting for our audience. And I do not know if you are aware, but this lady judge in Colombia who organized the first online in Metaverse, the hearing in Metaverse, asked ChatGPT whether it is allowed by Colombian law. So she combined both systems. Let me summarize our discussion with one short question to Julie Couturier. No? Okay.
Let me explain something, because some of you did not understand. I'm so sorry, but we are a little late of schedule, and we had to change the panels because Mr. Secretary of State has another appointment, and we were the ones that were late. So he needs to go on with these agendas. I am so sorry for this quick change. It was not advised to everybody, and we apologize for that, but this is the question. He had to go to another engagement and we messed up all his agenda. So sorry, and thank you very much for coming. Please close, Maria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do not want to trouble you anymore. Thank you very much. Thank you for my panelists. Could I ask you to go to the corridor to take a photo? Yes, Isso, já está?
And now for the last round table. Just a few more minutes, come on. So for the last panel. And I know it's late and we are angry and thirsty and hot. As I said, for the last panel, as a moderator, I would like to introduce to you Michele Calantropo from Italy. He is the president of the FBA Arbitration Commission. Thank you so much for your patience. And from Portugal, Dr. Paulo Sai Cunha, president of the Superior Council of Portuguese Bar Association. From Spain, Rosa Isabel Peña, advocate, council member of the Barcelona Bar Association and responsible for the International Relations Co-Director for Collective Members, International Association of Lawyers. And last but not the least, Barbara Roores-Keltema, sorry if it's not the right way to say it, from Netherlands, president of the Amsterdam Bar Association. Thank you very much.
Well, I want to thank you, everyone, the presidency of the Ordine de Abogados de Portugal, Fernanda, and naturally my president, Isabella Konopasca, for the invitation. Sorry, but we have really fast, but we like to have your attention for these few minutes. At the end, we decide to have just only one question that can resume all the problems that today we face it. And we proudly happy few, said Shakespeare. And at the end, I will start with Rosa, with the last questions we prepared. How do you see the future of legal profession for women?
Thank you, Michele. And before answering your question in 2 minutes, I also wanted to thank the Bar Association of Lisbon, to Fernanda, and also to the FBE and Isabella Konopasca for inviting me today. It's a pleasure to be here. And answering your question, I see the future. It has been said already, but it's my own opinion as well. I see the future for female lawyers, bright, exciting, with a lot of opportunities. And I can say that because I have been practicing law now for 28 years. And see, if I compare the reality when I started the profession with now, it has changed a lot. The current situation in Spain is that we have a rejuvenation and also a feminization of the profession. We have more and more female lawyers, and they are growing. We have a bigger number in the younger generations and less in the senior generations. Also, I see that is a bright because and a lot of opportunities, because since I started, the legislation has changed a lot. We have now more benefits for female in general, women at work, but also benefits that affect now to men. So we have now paternity leaves. So this also helps the reality that we have. Also, we have regulation in Spain about conciliation, the digital disconnection. So we have a lot of new measures that were not when I started to practice law. The pandemic also helped a bit because now we have more flexibility when working from home. And also we have in the institutions these changes, this improvement. I can speak for Barcelona Bar Association. Since 1833, we had one female president until 2017. Then we had a second one. And in 2015, I mentioned this date because we changed the bylaws of the Bar Association Barcelona to make also the title of the Bar Association more inclusive, like other bar associations in Spain did. And also we changed the bylaws of the commissions and committees. Now we need to have parity in all the commissions, in all the committees. Every conference that we organize, it has to be 50-50. Also in the governing body, 50-50. So if not, we don't organize any conference. So that's very important. We also have an equality plan since 2018, and we are organizing since the last 4 years forum for like today's forum for dealing with this topic. And I invite you. Our next one will be in November 30th. So I see this also, and the last would be the international associations of lawyers. There is a lot of future, and there are more female lawyers running the associations, and we had a big example today with the IBA. Also, Urquiola de Palacio is at the UIA. Now we will have also next president at the AIJA. So there are a lot of opportunities, and my personal experience when I joined AIJA first and then UIA, IPBA as well, it's that if you want to work, you have an opportunity there. And last but not least, I would like to mention that what we have to change, and of course, there is a positive way I mentioned, but also we have to change things, is the culture of the law firms. My experience on that is that when I had some scenarios or cases that of discrimination, it did not come from the clients. Clients, I never felt, and none of my colleagues, female colleagues, had any discrimination at all. But within the firms or from other colleagues, we had situations that have to be improved. So that's why the culture of the law firms has to change. And I would like to finish this short presentation with a quote that I recently read. The lessons learned through hardship become guiding lights for the future. So this is what we did in the past, and we learned from our models, our role models. Now we are the current models of the new generations, and I think we are giving them a better future for working in this beautiful profession.
Sure for that. Thank you, Rosa. Paulo, which is your perspective about this topic?
Well, first of all, thank you very much to FBE and to my bar association for this kind invitation. And well, for the sake of these works, I apologize our foreign participants, but it is easier for me to speak in Portuguese. So if you allow me to do that, I'm sure that I will be much shorter speaking in Portuguese. O futuro da liderança feminina em Portugal não é futuro, é presente. É presente e é já um passado que não tem 5 anos, tem um bocadinho mais do que 5 anos. Eu posso-vos falar da minha experiência pessoal. Fui sócio de uma grande firma ibérica de dimensão multinacional que se chama Quatro Casas. O escritório português da Quatro Casas foi liderado desde 2011 por uma sócia portuguesa, Maria João Ricou. E, portanto, é um exemplo de liderança feminina que começou nesta data, 2011. Hoje, temos grandes firmas portuguesas que têm como managing partners mulheres sócias do sexo feminino que chegaram à liderança destas sociedades. Eu posso citar uma das maiores sociedades portuguesas, a Vieira de Almeida, tem hoje uma managing partner. A minha atual sociedade, a Abreu Advogados, teve a primeira managing partner portuguesa, salvo erro, em 2004, a Carmo Sousa Machado, uma mulher. Não? E isto generalizou-se a várias outras grandes sociedades. E quando falamos em liderança de grandes sociedades, temos que pensar, de facto, em sociedades de advogados, em law firms que têm um mindset, enfim, muito específico. Qual é a principal dificuldade que as mulheres sentem para chegar a uma posição de liderança? A maior dificuldade é exatamente a de progredirem na sua carreira como associadas e depois como sócias das sociedades de advogados. Porque nós podemos dizer uma série de coisas bonitas e que soam muito bem aos nossos ouvidos, mas a verdade é que a lógica de uma grande firma de advogados é a lógica do timesheet e das billable hours. Okay? E, portanto, para se subir, para se progredir na carreira, é preciso ter tempo, ter disponibilidade. E nesse aspecto, a organização da sociedade e as mentalidades ainda desfavorecem muito as mulheres. E por isso é que, aqui há uns 15 anos, as mulheres na liderança eram muito poucas. Hoje já não é assim, porque hoje nós temos uma mudança de, não só da composição das pessoas que ocupam as profissões jurídicas, hoje maioritariamente temos mulheres em todas as profissões jurídicas, ouvimos há pouco o secretário de Estado dizer isso, nas magistraturas 80% das pessoas que ingressaram na escola de magistrados este ano são mulheres. E, portanto, é uma questão de tempo. Vamos chegar lá, as mulheres vão chegar naturalmente a posições de liderança. Agora, eu fico um pouco envergonhado, e vou acabar aqui, porque se olharem para trás de mim nesta parede, têm estes quadros muito solenes dos nossos bastonários. São quase todos homens. Mas ali, se repararem ali do vosso lado esquerdo, nós temos a primeira bastonária da Ordem dos Advogados Portugueses, a doutora Maria de Jesus Serra Lopes, que está ali mesmo ao canto, que foi bastonária da Ordem dos Advogados em 1990, 1992. Portanto, há mais de 20 anos. E temos hoje, felizmente, uma situação diferente, porque já temos ali outra senhora e tenho aqui à minha frente, ainda não retratada, mas em pessoa, a nossa querida bastonária. Portanto, a liderança feminina está para ficar e é muito bem-vinda. Eu, como homem, permitam-me algum machismo de velha escola para acabar em beleza. Gosto muito mais de trabalhar com mulheres do que de trabalhar com homens. Muito obrigado.
Obrigado, Mauro. Barbara, it's your turn. You know, the Netherlands are always a leader for the changing in Europe. So what's your point about this, the future of legal profession?
Well, thank you very much. I would like to applaud everyone who is still present here because you are the true diehards and I applaud your perseverance. how do I see the future of the legal profession for women? It's true that in the Netherlands, certain developments seem to be a bit further from what we've heard today. Currently, the division between men and women overall is about 46-54. So there is a slightly larger number of men in the legal profession, but that's significantly different for the younger generation, where the inflow now is about 60% women and 40% men. However, in the larger commercial firms, and I'm also a partner at one of those firms, so I've seen it from both sides. The percentage of women partners is about 25% on average. Now, I think the future of the legal profession is bright in a sense that we can only do better. And I think that goes for many of the countries. And I would like to give some pointers as to how we get there, because I don't think we will get to a better situation, to more partners, women partners in larger firms, in all of the firms in general, by saying everything is wrong, there's not enough women. That doesn't do it. What we should do is start the conversation with the men, essentially, because certainly for the larger firms, it's the men. No, I should say that differently. Partner appointments are a majority decision. So the majority needs to be convinced that it's a good idea to vote in a woman partner. Somebody today mentioned male allies. Unfortunately, my experience with that is that sometimes those who present themselves as allies and advocate that there should be more women at the top in law firms don't put forward those women themselves. So again, we should engage, we should start the discussion, we should create awareness, and that's awareness not just for the men, but also for the women. Some of the things that women should be aware of were mentioned today. For example, lack of self-confidence. The known example is always when a woman is asked to make a presentation or something, they will think about it. They will say, well, do I know this subject well enough, etc. And that may be perceived as lack of self-confidence. The woman should know that this is the case, and she should also know that the men may perceive this as lack of interest, as not being interested or not being ambitious enough. So that's something that you should be aware of. Also, very simple things. Assessments were mentioned also today. When you realize that when most firms use these software programs whereby you record your time, the time you spent on a file by clicking on some button on your screen, and when you end working in that file, you click on the button again, thereby recording your time. When women are working on a file and they have to go to the bathroom, and we all have to go to the bathroom, they click the button again, they go to the bathroom, they come back, they click the button again to continue to work on the file. Men don't do that, generally speaking, or at least that was found. And you know, and what happens, the turnover of the men is higher as a result of those small things. So those are a few pointers. Also, I would like to refer to Madeleine Albright, who once said that there's a special place in hell for women who don't support other women. I don't know if there's any one of you who works in the arbitration practice. How often do you recommend male arbitrators when you talk to your client about who to appoint as an arbitrator? So little things like that, we should all do more But again, I think the only way is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Thank you, everyone. And thanks for the hosting. So we ended.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And right now, 10 minutes, 10 minutes. No, sorry, no 10 minutes.
Because otherwise we want to get this and people need to change for dinner.
Okay, so,
We need to change for dinner. So
okay, so I will call Barbara de Eliseu, a lawyer's coach.
Teste, som. Um bocadinho mais alto. Boa. Last but not least, first of all, thank you everyone for staying this long and for being here to attend the workshop. Second, thank you to the Fédération des Barreaux d'Europe and to the Portuguese Bar Association for the invitation. I'm going to start by people usually, when they see that it's a workshop being given by a coach, people tend to think that I'm trying to teach you something or that I'm going to give tips. It's very common in coaches that we give tips. I will try to bring another model, and I'm feeling pressured because of time. So I'll try to summarize it as much as I can. And what I'm trying to do, it's basically what a coach in the area that I coach does, is try to awaken reflection. That's what I'm trying to do today with you. Coaches usually do the hard questions and try to awaken this kind of internal reflection. I will leave the hard questions aside, so don't be scared. But I'll stick with the reflection point. I would like to, my biggest challenge here today was trying to find a common ground among the audience, because we're not all lawyers. We have judges here, we have law professors here. So the biggest challenge for my workshop was trying to find common ground among all these legal professions and try to come up with something that you could use, whether you're a judge or at the Supreme Court, at the arbitration court, or you're a lawyer. So our team today is how to build a strong personal brand in the legal market. I have found 3 common key points that I would like to point out today that I believe are common, and that I believe that are common whether you practice in the United States, in the United Kingdom, in Portugal, in Poland, or the Netherlands. I will have to be brief. I had so much more introduction to do, but I'll try to summarize it. The first one, the first key point I would like to talk with you is opportunity. Opportunity in a sense that you are a brand.
whether you like it or not, whether you work on it or not, you are already a brand. Everything you do, everywhere you go, you're saying to the world who you are. Every time you open your mouth, you're showing to the world who you are. So when I talk about opportunity, I mean that when you order a coffee at the coffee shop, you're saying who you are. When you talk to the waitress, you are saying who you are. When you meet with the client, when you write an email, when you ask a witness a question, you're showing to the world which are your values, what do you believe, what do you think about respect or the lack of it? What do you think about equality or the lack of it? So what I mean is that you are in a constant process of communication with others. And when we are talking about personal brand, because I left aside branding about law firms because it was too strict, so I decided to talk only about personal branding. Everywhere you go, of course, the way you look, the way you talk, the way you use all these resources show who you are. But sometimes we tend to think that only in this kind of events, like I am here right now with this prestigious audience, and I'm trying to show a little bit of what I do, of what I think. Maybe later you will know what are my services, for example. But the thing is, it's not only when we are on stage, it's not only when we do some public speaking or when we are in trial, it is everywhere. So when you think about projecting an image, building a brand, you really have to think that you are doing that from the moment you leave the house. And even in the house, you're a brand. So when you talk to your friends, when you talk to family, when you talk to partners, when you talk to your team, you're always showing who you are. And this is something that I really want you to be aware, because it's not only when we write for a magazine, or when we give an interview, when we have the opportunity to give a speech. It's everywhere, the way you treat people, okay? Technically, when we talk about branding, we are talking about who we are, but also very important, how we are perceived by others. Because it doesn't matter if you're an amazing professional, if you have strong values, if you defend great causes, but then you are not perceived as that. So these two should match what I am, what I know that I am, and what others perceive of me. And this is something very important, because if you think that you're something, for example, that you have a great sense of justice, for example, or equality or whatever, and others have a different perception of that regarding yourself, probably it's your fault, not his or hers. Probably it's because you have said something that created in that person's mind that you're not that just and you're not that equal. So this is a two-way perspective. I work on my brand, and today we heard about all the flaws and all the numbers and all the things that are wrong. I'm trying to point out things that can be good. So if you know, or if you at some point you know that you are not perceived as you wish, then you should work on it. We cannot change other people's mind unless we change our behaviors. That's the only way we can make them. The moment I stood up here, you haven't even heard my voice, and you already made a judgment. You liked me or didn't. It's 5 to 7 seconds. And it will be very difficult for me to change what you first thought. I will try to, I don't know, but I don't know if I can make it. So bringing this kind of reflection, I would like you in this first point to leave you with this. Am I showing to the world what I want? What values, what behaviors do I have? Do I like what other people see? Am I being perceived as I wish? Because if not, probably there's room for improvement and for thinking. So when we talk about branding, we have to make this self-assessment and look at ourselves in the mirror and see what others see about us. And we may look at the mirror and love what we see, but do others do? And when we talk about big institutions, big law firms, sometimes this doesn't match. Sometimes we have an opinion about ourselves that others don't. So I believe that we have to think about this. Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay. The second thing I would like to say that it's common to any legal professional is authenticity. And when I talk about authenticity, I mean that, I don't know if it was because of the movies or it was because of the TV series, we believe that we have to be strong and firm the whole time, whether men or women, it doesn't matter. We believe that we have to be at our best, but almost in a bad way, every single time. And the thing is that we don't. So you have, when I say, okay, you like what you see in the mirror, you don't, do others perceive what you like? No, they don't. And you're probably thinking, how do I manage that with being authentic? If I have to work on what other people see, on how am I looking to others? How do I manage that with authenticity? When I say that you have room for improvement, I don't mean that I want to put everyone in a box or that you have to follow some kind of standard. If you like yellow, wear yellow. If you like watches, use them. If you laugh loud, continue to do it. The thing is, we have, maybe because I think this illustrates very, very well what I'm trying to say. The Justitia, she is blind and she's strong and fearless and equal and balanced. And this is what we're trying to be the whole time. But sometimes we have a more emotional profile, for example. We are more sensitive. And when I mean be authentic, it means bring that to your legal professional. That will make a difference in a meeting with a client, for example. That will make a difference in a witness testimony, for example. You know that it's a fun fact that I don't have data from Portuguese judges, but I have from American. So I will keep my speech with the American data. There was a study that says that 95% of American judges, they believe that they have to block or put aside emotions during a trial. 95%. This is a huge number because you're trying to do something that we simply cannot. And I'm going to explain you. And I don't know if my colleague Mariana is still in the room, because she's a psychologist who could correct me. No? Okay. But what I mean is that we cannot block our emotions. So the only thing we can do is actually manage them. Why? Why can you not block emotions during a trial? Because every time we feel, touch, hear, taste something, our cells communicate with each other, right? That's how it works. And before it gets into our brains, they will pass the message, some sort of say. And then what happens is that, I'm trying to point out here, the message comes into our spinal cord. That's the first point of entering our brain. Then, before it comes to where everything comes rational, it goes through your limbic system, where emotions are created. And only then, it goes to your frontal core, right behind your forehead, where your brain says, okay, there's something that I have to identify, and I'm going to classify it. I'm feeling cold, I'm fear, I'm stressed, I'm sad, I'm angry, whatever. So you cannot avoid emotions, never. Because it never works the other way around. Okay, let me feel cold now. Oh, I chilled. No, if someone opens the window, first I chill, and then I know that I'm cold. And the process is always on this direction. So physically, we cannot avoid emotions, okay? But sometimes they get in the way. In our daily lives, we don't need to be in trial. So what can we do not to avoid them? And that's what you're asking, what do emotions have to do with personal branding? The only thing we can do with them is learn how to manage. Okay, I know I'm going to feel things, but how am I going to deal with that? I know that who never inquired a testimony in the trial that was saying the exact opposite of what we wanted the witness to say. And we try another question and it goes wrong. And of course, we get a little bit stressed, at least, and we have to manage that. And maybe to manage that, we say, okay, I'm done. I'm not going to the third question because it will be worse. So that's the only solution that we have to, and why is this related to branding? It is related to branding because it is very interesting that we have talked here in the previous panel about empathy. When you feel things, but you know how to deal with them, that's when empathy comes. That's when emotional intelligence comes. And that's when you have things that no other lawyer, no other judge will have. Because that's when you feel compassionate, when you feel empathy, when you can put yourself in the place of others, that you can talk to a person, for example, a witness, properly. Let's say you will ask me now, okay, Barbara, now we feel the emotions. Now, if we witness an emotional testimony, we can all start to cry. No, we should not, okay? But it's not because we're strong. It's not because we're blocking the emotion. It's not because we're putting the emotion aside. It's because we are managing it. And feeling emotions will be an advantage among other lawyers, for example, to deal with the situation of having a witness crying in court. And even for a judge, it is a difficult situation to manage. But if you know how to manage your emotions, you will deal with the situation so much easily than if you're trying to block them. Because if you're trying to block them, you will just pretend the witness is not crying, and you're going to keep the interrogation. And that will not work right. I believe that we all have assisted something like this. So what I like you very quickly to reflect here is, am I able to manage my emotions? Do I master this skill, or do I struggle? Do I pretend to be someone I am not? Why do I put this question here? Because sometimes with that sense that we have to look strong the whole time, it makes us like dress an armor or play some kind of role every time we get into trial. And that's not supposed to happen. You know that there's a lot of legal professionals that leave legal professions because they feel they're in a performance the whole time. They're not like that. So when you think about building your brand, it's not supposed to be a method. You're supposed to like what you do. So you have to bring something that is unique, that only you have. And maybe that's the way you manage your emotions. It's an example. Oh, this is going too fast. Sorry. The third key point is credibility. I like this one special. Maybe it's the more controversial, I don't know. If we think our legal professions were created to rule society, and throughout centuries, we have come with this extra responsibility of order and law. So when I talk about credibility, it's about being coherent with what I say and what I do. If you're defending a murderer, you're not supposed to be killing people when you leave the office. What morals do you have, for example, if you're a judge and you're talking to a defendant and saying, for example, that his wife's physical integrity is not at his disposal, that he should not be aggressive because it's lack of respect minimum. And then you go back home and do the exact same thing to your wife. What morals do you have? What credibility does that judge have? And I'm saying judge, a man could be a woman, no question of gender here. So when I talk about credibility, and I believe this is common to all legal professions, is that yes, we have extra responsibility. We in this room, from the moment you chose law to be your life, you're supposed to be a role for society. You are supposed to be an example, and you should never, ever forget that. Because that's what will make the difference. That's what will make your clients like you most. It's because they see that the things that you say, you also do. They're telling me to move forward, so I will have to go straight to this third reflection, which is, have I been coherent with the way I talk and act? This is not for you to answer now. You just maybe take some notes or take a photograph and think lately when you go in the plane or going home. Have I shown others the conduct and morals I demand from them? Because we criticize so easily. We point fingers so easily, but do we look at ourselves and do the same exercise? And do we have the same standards for ourselves that we have for others? What can I do better is the third reflection I would like to leave you. And I will speed up, and I will seem like a motivational coach, which I'm not. I'm a transformational coach, but now I will seem like a motivational coach, because all of us can be better, can do better. It's not because we graduated from law school that our improvement stopped. It's not because we got into a big law firm that we don't have to learn anything else. It's not because we got into the Supreme Court that I have nothing more to learn. That's simply not true. And this, and I have no slide for it, it's what will make the difference in your personal brand out there, is that you keep improving. And nowadays, the world is moving so fast, you really have to keep up. Because if you stay stuck, you will not succeed. So this about being better is something that should be natural. We should look at it as a good thing, not an effort. Oh, now I have to learn more about emotional intelligence. No, now I'm going to learn more about, I don't know, Italian. I'm going to learn Italian. I'm going to study art. We grow up. We don't have to, of course, let's study another area of practice of law. Perfect. But it doesn't have to be law. We grow when we learn so many things, and we have to keep moving the whole time. We are growing forever. We never stop. We should never stop. So this is the final message I would like to leave you. By the way, I haven't presented myself. These are the conclusions, and yeah, your brand is everywhere. Never forget that. Your singularities are your fingerprints, and coherence enhances credibility. My name is Barbara Eliseo. I'm a lawyer's coach, and I work with lawyers and legal professionals to balance their personal and professional lives, not compromising the high quality standards of their work. Thank you so much for your time.
And so, we have been talking in English and I will be terminating today's session in Portuguese because we are in Lisbon. So please, my apologies to all the English speakers and the ones that have to speak English because unfortunately we don't understand other language here, but I will talk in Portuguese. Quando a doutora Isabela Konopaca nos lançou este desafio em fevereiro de 2023, de fazermos uma conferência das mulheres líderes no direito, naturalmente que foi imediatamente aceito por nós, pela Ordem dos Advogados, este desafio. Temos ainda muito caminho para percorrer. É evidente que evoluímos muito, era melhor, diria eu, não termos evoluído, não é? Desde 1974 que este país é um país livre, somos uma democracia, estamos incluídos desde a década de 80 na União Europeia e, portanto, é evidente que, de acordo com os valores das culturas ocidentais, de acordo com os valores da União Europeia, de acordo com a Carta Universal dos Direitos Europeus e também da Declaração Universal dos Direitos Humanos, é evidente, e melhor seria que nós estivéssemos de volta há 50 anos atrás. No entanto, existe agora um problema, é que naquelas sociedades em que nós sabemos que as mulheres não têm direitos nenhuns, é mais fácil identificar o problema. Aqui, quando nós já temos direitos, e muitos direitos porque nos são garantidos pela Constituição, é muitas vezes difícil identificar esses problemas. Até porque quando as mulheres falam, normalmente não são ouvidas. Porque muitas vezes com quem elas falam sobre estes problemas, seja na judicatura, seja na magistratura do Ministério Público, seja na advocacia, seja nas sociedades de advogados, é evidente que normalmente o seu interlocutor é um homem que não conhece bem estas questões porque parte, não porque queira ou porque esteja especialmente distraído, de uma posição de privilégio. E há que dizê-lo, de privilégio. As mulheres não têm privilégios. Mesmo as que são privilegiadas não têm privilégio. A dada altura não há nenhuma de nós que não tenha sido confrontada com momentos de assédio, com momentos de exigência muito superior àquela que é a dos homens, com dificuldades para conseguir conciliar a vida familiar com a sua vida profissional, e isso é particularmente difícil para as mulheres advogadas e neste país. As mulheres advogadas neste país têm um problema especialmente difícil para resolver. Até quando querem ser mães, têm essa dificuldade. O Estado, lamentavelmente, ainda não garante às mulheres advogadas portuguesas, às mulheres solicitadoras portuguesas e às mulheres agentes de execução portuguesas os seus direitos de previdência de forma plena. E isto faz com que, e porque não há capacidade para poder deixar de trabalhar e cuidar dos filhos, e note-se que não estamos aqui a falar de direitos das mulheres, estamos a falar de direitos das crianças, as mulheres têm que voltar ao trabalho, muitas vezes no dia seguinte a terem sido mães, porque não podem dar-se ao luxo de ficar em casa a fazer aquilo que é o seu dever, cuidar dos seus filhos, e que é o nosso dever enquanto sociedade garantir. Isto não é um privilégio, isto é uma obrigação. E é uma obrigação do Estado e que o Estado tem que cumprir o quanto antes. O mesmo se passa quando ficamos doentes, o mesmo se passa quando precisamos de apoio, seja ele psicológico, seja ele de coaching, nós precisamos de tornar a sociedade mais amigável para as mulheres. Temos que as fazer sentir empoderadas e temos que as fazer sentir seguras para poderem seguir o seu caminho. Sabendo que, tal como eu, isso é possível. Eu sou uma advogada em prática individual, eu concorri pela primeira vez com o meu Conselho Geral ao Conselho Geral e ao cargo de bastonária da Ordem dos Advogados, sou uma advogada em prática individual, não tenho nenhuma tradição na profissão, eu sou a primeira advogada da minha família, tenho uma origem humilde, de gente trabalhadora. Minha mãe era cozinheira, o meu pai era mecânico de automóveis. Eu não digo isto para me engrandecer, mas para dizer que os meus pais viveram momentos muito difíceis, como os pais de muita gente neste país, e no entanto, com esforço, com trabalho, com dedicação, nós chegamos cá. E a verdade é que concorremos e vencemos as eleições. Portanto,
E vencemos porquê? Porque é possível. É possível. Nós vivemos num país que é democrático e, portanto, quando as mulheres pensam que não podem concorrer, que não têm hipóteses nenhumas, é realmente o impostor de que falava a senhora juiz. Não é verdade. Nós podemos concorrer. E até pode acontecer o impensável, que é vencer. E, portanto, é isto que eu deixo como desafio às mulheres advogadas, às mulheres juízas, às mulheres procuradoras, às mulheres solicitadoras, às mulheres agentes de execução e a todas as mulheres do mundo, não as que são também das profissões legais, mas a todas. Não há impossíveis. Quando nós pensamos que não conseguimos, conseguimos. É evidente que tudo se faz com trabalho, mas não é só trabalho. Temos muito que fazer para alterar mentalidades, para criar políticas estatais que permitam que as mulheres consigam equilibrar essa sua vida familiar com a sua vida profissional, porque isso é melhor para elas e é melhor para os seus filhos, mas temos que acreditar. Eu vou terminar, e eu não sou uma pessoa religiosa em termos de prática religiosa católica, mas de facto o Papa Francisco este ano inspirou-nos e disse, não tenhais medo. E eu lanço estas palavras também às mulheres portuguesas e às mulheres do mundo. Nunca tenhais medo de seguir em frente, porque de facto o caminho é feito. Se caímos, levantamos, não tem problema nenhum. Eu sei que quando as mulheres caem, o estouro é sempre maior, porque temos aqui sempre vários dedinhos e à espera que elas caiam, não é? Mas não nos podemos esquecer qual é a nossa origem. A primeira mulher advogada portuguesa foi advogada no momento em que isso era proibido por lei. E ela arranjou maneira de obrigar a que o país reconhecesse o seu direito de poder exercer a profissão de advogada. Foi falar com o presidente do Supremo Tribunal de Justiça, fez um requerimento e foi deferido. Lembro que só 5 anos depois é que foi permitido às mulheres poderem advogar. Mas antes disso, Regina Quintanilha conseguiu ultrapassar, e é por isso que somos advogados. Nós estamos habituados a combater a injustiça, a combater a iniquidade, e é isso que nos faz continuar aqui. Vamos fazer outras summits, provavelmente não em Lisboa, mas esta foi a primeira e será inesquecível. Mesmo com estas confusões que tivemos que fazer, de alterar painéis, etc., eu acho que valeu a pena. E agradeço a todos os que estiveram aqui e a todas, todos aqueles e aquelas que participaram nos painéis, que tiraram do seu tempo para vir aqui partilhar connosco as suas experiências, o seu conhecimento e a sua alegria em motivar todas nós a seguirmos em frente e a tornarmos uma sociedade melhor. Muito, muito obrigado. É uma honra poder ter-vos recebido aqui. Última palavra, nós não conseguimos fazer o coffee break pelas razões que já sabem e, portanto, a seguir vamos realmente vestir os nossos fatinhos para irmos, mas está-me a fazer sinal a doutora Ana Calvo, que é o que eu vou dizer. Temos lá em cima um coffee break que podem comer qualquer coisa antes de irmos, que ainda temos tempo e vamos todas caber nos vestidos na mesma e os senhores vão conseguir apertar as calças na mesma. Portanto, muito obrigada a todos e a todas pela vossa presença e o resto um bom evento. Muito obrigada.